Okay. Welcome everyone to another Wick and Tali show. Tali, why don't you take it away? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you everyone for tuning in. We have a great conversation and great lineup ready for you today. We have Ahrelevant and Admiral Gibbs, is that right, Mr. Gibbs? Here today
Yes, ma'am.
to discuss the ever unfolding protests and or riots going on in LA. We're going to talk about the deportations and the ICE handling of deportations and sort of how that leads up to this, and hopefully this will be a nice raucous conversation. So, gentlemen, would you like to introduce yourselves, starting with Irrelevant?
Yeah, I am irrelevant, relevant on all platforms. I personally, this is my introduction, like my landing thing for like what I believe. Okay, I believe that the LA protests have been conducted in a relatively peaceful manner. I actually even like the LAPD's response with the protests and stuff. I think the deployment of the California National Guard was illegitimate. The California Supreme Court seemed to agree with me. And then also Trump backed out, Taco Trump yet again. So I think this is a pretty cooked conversation already at jump. I think Trump cooked you, but go ahead.
Gibbs,
Uh,
give us what you got.
Howdy, I'm Admiral Gibbs. I'm a business owner and rancher here in San Antonio, Texas, and got property all over Texas. And I am very pro the deportations that have been happening. I've been a big fan. I think that the Dems have gifted the Republicans possibly the midterms now, when I thought for sure there was no way that the Republicans had a chance to keep them. But nothing's better, I think, for publicity wise, than to have people burning using American flags as tinder while they stand on top of cars waving a foreign national country's flag. We've had tons of arrests. I think it's like up to like 200 now of the people who've been arrested have turns out were illegals with violent crimes. Things that had been going on. It's wild. I can't understand how people would hate America this much and would like to see their fellow man and business owners in their local areas have their businesses burned down because we're going to enforce the law. It's crazy. And, Trump, is maybe did back down off position a little bit. I'm sure we're going to talk about it. I want all deportations done. I feel a little betrayed. And hopefully we as Republicans can hold his feet to the fire and get that done. But in the interim, this is what the lefties wanted. He said he's going to go only after the criminals. So I don't see why they're bitching. If anything, it gives us the win because now he's going to do what y'all wanted. Y'all have no excuse for when ICE comes knocking.
Okay, and with that, let's get into it, right? So, I want to start with you, Irrelevant, right? Because you said this has been a mostly peaceful protest. You're pretty okay with that. Um, Look, we can say the majority of it is peaceful, but surely you would cede that there have been some bad actors in there. Like I've seen videos and footage of them burning Waymos. I don't even know how to fucking say those things. The robo
Wait.
taxis, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
I've seen the people throwing uh objects off scooters, bricks, rocks, produce off an overpass and breaking up cop cars, all these things, trapping cops under an overpass. Surely that's not peaceful, correct?
Yeah, of course, and they belong in prison, and many of them have been arrested and will be charged. I believe that as of what was it, last Friday, or not last Friday, maybe it was last Sunday or something. There had been 200 arrests of various different bad actors um, inside of the protests, and like I said in the intro, I support for the most part what the LAPD is even doing. They seem to be trying to congregate them to exclusively the zones where they're permitted to protest, trying to push them out of certain areas. And maybe even I could break bread with the argument that maybe they should be doing a little bit more to like get people off the highways and stuff like that. But for the most part, they're doing a pretty good job. Have arrested hundreds of people, or in the process of probably arresting hundreds more. And yeah, I think that those people should be straight up in prison. The people who are throwing bricks and stuff off of uh, the highway and trying to assault officers. Yeah, they should be in prison.
No, that makes sense. Well, Gibbs, given that the LAPD does, well, first of all, would you agree with the assessment from Ahrelevant here that the LAPD largely has it under control, has been able to keep the peace relatively well and arrest protesters that get out of hand and get violent and destructive? Do you agree with that framing?
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that framing in the least. I'm going to start with a little broad, and then I'll narrow it back down to exactly the specific topic, right, that we're talking about, right? So I've grown up, and this reason this issue is important to me is because I've grown up my whole life with people that I know dying to cartel violence, like long time, right? And people act like, oh, it's just the cartel. So whenever they come and they raid, like I don't know, Lupita, who's a hard worker at like a sewing shop, people are like, oh, how dare they go after them? Well, what they don't realize is this person is paying the coyotes after they get here a portion of it their own. They sometimes have to answer to these people who know all their social information, who provided their social information with their fake paperwork. The cartels continuously use these people. These people aren't just innocent. These people are victims, but they're also allowing the cartels to continue. And that's part of the reason why the hospitality workers not being included, the farmers not being included is a problem with what Trump said. Now, specifically for the LA riots, right? We come down and we look, we see a lot of violent criminals that have been let go and previous admins have been arrested. That's why they're being. That's what happened. We're seeing when you say, "Oh, LA was doing all these things." No, the reason why we need a National Guard in is because business owners were sitting here watching their businesses burn to the ground. I dare you to find me one person who pays taxes to this nation, especially in a state like California that pays tons of taxes. That's going to sit here and be okay with people burning down their businesses and going, "Oh, hey." It's for the cause. No, they're going to go, where's my police protection? And they're going to be like, well,
is this the back and forth section? Can I interrupt?
I'm just saying.
Yes, it's the back and forth.
When you have the police just holding one area,
you have the democratically elected governor. You have the democratically elected governor and the mayor.
I literally got one more.
Bro, you're ranting. You made like 5 points. You made like 5 points. I'm
literally almost done. Hold on, just on one more, and it's done. Then you can respond. I'm sorry. Listen, you have business owners, and the LAPD is only backing up certain areas. Yeah, you know what? It's not an escalation to send troops into their guard federal buildings so the LAPD can expand their zone of control. Do you disagree with that assessment?
Yeah, because you need the governor's permission. You need the I disagree with it. You need the governor's permission to be able to deploy to commandeer the National Guard. Yeah, the California Supreme Court ruled that.
Lyndon B. Johnson sent it down into Alabama during the Civil Rights Movement. Are you saying that he should?
So are you saying the California Supreme Court just doesn't understand the law?
I'm saying that, yeah, maybe, possibly.
You understand the law better than the California
I say that? I'm not going to pretend I do, but I'm saying there is precedent before when we sent people in there to stop the Democrats once again when they were protesting.
Well, no, you need governor support. You need the support of local politicians to be able to deploy the state National Guard. That's the idea. And so you gave an example of multiple different businesses being burnt down. Can you give me 2 businesses that were burnt down?
Oh, yeah, there's 21 listed is what I saw in the last thing. I have a source here for that. This will be about 2 seconds. I'll pick it up and post it in the group chat. So give me one moment. But yeah, there's been 21 businesses listed last time I looked in LA.
That were looted or burnt down?
Well, looted, burnt down, vandalized, doesn't matter. All sorts of things.
Oh, it does matter. Okay, so we're
counting
tagging on the side of the building. Okay, because I'd rather have the side of my building. I'd rather have the side of my building tagged than it entirely be burnt down.
So you're just not going to be good faith at all. You're just okay with it.
Oh, really?
You got to let him respond. Hold on, Gibbs. You do got to let him respond.
So words don't matter. Okay, it was burnt down is the same as it getting tagged on the side of it. Listen, I'm not saying that there isn't violence or there isn't crazy shit happening. What I'm saying is just stick to the facts. Don't say buildings burnt down if they didn't burn down. Just give me the hard numbers. Give me the hard facts. That's all I want. So when you say multiple businesses burned down, and I just say, okay, give me 2, and then you're gonna give me a list of some that unduly had vandalism happen or windows break down. That's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is burnt down, exactly what you said. So just stick to what actually happened. Don't make stuff up.
Listen, this is just ticky-tack bullshit is what you're doing right here. You're going, burnt down. Listen, we've all watched Destiny. We all know you can try to pick out one word and try to go from there. Yeah, burnt down. I've talked about business owners losing their livelihood, having their property damaged, all these different things. And you're like, well, burnt down.
You just said
I will find the thing in a second. I'm looking through my things. I got to find.
You said you owned a ranch, right?
I do own a ranch, yeah.
Okay, would you rather I burn down your ranch or I tag it on the side with ACAB? Which one would you prefer?
I'd rather neither one of those fucking things happen. How about that?
Okay, no, you have to pick and choose. Which one would you rather? Your entire ranch be burnt down, or have
Probably
it be tagged on the
probably
side
the
with
burnt
ACAB?
down, because at least then I could get insurance.
Yeah, and you think I'm dishonest? Come on, bro. Come
Well, I mean, if you're
on,
being
bro.
honest, you don't think
You'd rather your whole
Oh,
business
yeah, I
get
can
burned
claim it.
down
I can
than
claim it as a
graffiti
loss
get
for
tagged on the
insurance.
side.
Yeah, I
bro.
have assets, but you're acting like
Why
this
would
is
you
just
say
fine.
that on the line, bro?
I mean,
Come
sure.
on, nobody
I mean,
believes that.
Well,
Nobody believes
hold
that.
on. What are you saying? Are you saying that this is not a tactic?
I would say that any human being who owns property
Get
would rather
real,
somebody
bro. Come
graffiti
on.
a fucking ACAB on the side of it than have it entirely burned down. And every single human being who's watching this agrees with me. There's not a single person who thinks you're being honest.
I mean, listen, it all depends on your financial situation and your insurance situation. That's
In what situation is burning your house?
Was the insurance going to pay for your tagging to get fixed?
Commit insurance fraud? What are you doing?
It's not insurance fraud.
My business is totally unprofitable.
If you're committing
Thank God
arson,
for
is
those
that
people
fraud?
who get
Hold on,
down
if
for
you're
that
committing
insurance
arson, is that insurance fraud? Nobody.
We will
That's
have
arson.
we
Insurance
will have a
covers
little
arson.
order in this court.
Get to
I
me.
love the energy. I love the back and forth, but I do have to clarify, right? Assuming that you aren't trying to get insurance money for burning the house down,
Well,
right?
hold on. He said arson. That's not insurance fraud.
Okay,
To be clear,
I'm not saying that it is.
It's still a pretty obscene statement that you would rather
it's
have
not.
to
Let me
rebuild
ask
your
you, Sarah.
business from scratch
Let
than
me
have
ask
to
you, Tali,
scrub
let me
off
ask you a
some.
question. All right, so say
Go ahead.
I have insurance on my business and they burn it down,
Yes.
and I collect all the money on it. Okay, that's arson. I collect all the money. I'm able to re-up my business, maybe even build better, because they're going to give it based off current values. That could be different based off property values increasing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, say I get all that money back, I get to do something, I restart. However, what I can't cover on insurance is I have to go pay people to come down in there and clean off this graffiti. I have to come pay people to like fix the vandalized stuff.
Sure.
They
How about
tore
sure,
out.
sure,
Like,
sure.
you
How
see a
about
difference?
loss of income? How about loss of income for the year plus
Something
that
else
it
you could
might
claim.
take you to rebuild your business?
I mean, that's something else you can claim. There's all
You can
sorts
be
of ways
open the
around
next day, have a couple volunteers down there standing with you,
I mean,
right? To
I'm
clean
just
off
saying
the
it's
side of your
situational.
building.
This is not as clear cut as you're trying to make it out to
I know
be.
as a business owner, I would be shit out of luck if the walls of my business burnt to the ground. I would much rather some petty vandalism, though I wouldn't like either of those things. And I would have deep resentments for the hooligans in my neighborhood who were vandalizing my business. But I certainly would not want it to burn down, in which case I would not be able to pay my employees for the entire time that we're rebuilding. So that to me seems like a loss you didn't have to take there, but that's just me.
I mean, that's fine. You can think that. It's all situational. I mean, regardless, he's trying to argue one word ticky-tack thing over burnt down, vandalized.
It's
When
not
it's really clear.
ticky-tack.
When it's
Vandalizing
clear.
versus
Hold on,
burning businesses
are you
down.
saying
This is
that?
a big
Listen,
difference.
when we looked at Black Lives Matter protests that cost $20 billion in damage, like over the next 20 years, the estimate. This year's hasn't even finished yet. We're about to see even more of it on Saturday with this No Kings thing in 2,000 cities across America. It's crazy that you're going to sit here and go, "Oh, it's totally fine. These business owners getting fucked is no big deal," and then try to like debate.
When did I ever say that?
And then you're going to try to debate, bro, me here about insurance fraud,
don't make up
talking
lies.
about arson.
That's all
I'm
I
not
said.
making up a lie at all.
I
I'm just
care
saying
about,
facts.
like I said,
You're the one who's
earlier with
lying.
LAPD. I
You're the one
support
that is
the
mostly
arrest
peaceful
of the
over there.
vandalizers, the looters, and stuff like this. And also, to be clear, there's a lot of people inside of the protests who support routing out the looters. You've seen there's many different videos of protesters excising looters out of businesses and out of their protests because they don't want them there. This idea that the protesters all are in support of the looters and the rioters is totally the opposite of the case. I'm just saying facts matter. If you want to say there has been businesses that have been looted, livelihoods that very well might have been destroyed over this, then that absolutely, I can shake hands with you. But this idea that it's like near the tier of BLM stuff or near the tier of January 6th.
Oh, it's not even done yet. It's not even done yet.
To January 6th. Well, I would say that Trump's total capitulation is going to make a lot of people view the LA protests as not as pressing of an issue, maybe in comparison to what you brought up, the No Kings protest.
Ahrelevant, if I may ask, you say Trump's total capitulation. As I understand it, and maybe you're referring to something else, he still has Marines deployed there, correct? He still has the National Guard deployed to California?
Yeah,
so
what I'm referring to...
In what way is that capitulation?
Tweet. You're referring to a tweet. That doesn't mean anything.
No, I'm talking about the tweet and the subsequent press conference and answering questions about him saying, actually, we need to dial back this these raids on
Has
undocumented migrants,
anything
and we
come of that
need
yet?
to take a.
Let him
I'm
finish.
almost
Let him
finished.
finish, please.
On these undocumented migrants, and we need to look after our agricultural sector and our what is it? The leisure hotel sector. Very convenient that he owns a luxury hotel while he makes that statement. I want it tracked. Has there been any illegal immigrants arrested who work for Trump in his hotels? I don't know. I'd be curious about that. But yeah, that's what I'm talking about, is the dialing back, the significant dialing back, as to create, like, even amongst his MAGA base, a significant fervor against him about, hey, I thought undocumented immigrants, regardless of circumstance, need to be arrested. No, he recognizes the things that the libs have been saying for well over a decade. You can't arrest all of the undocumented immigrants unless you want our agricultural sector to completely fall apart. This is beyond the humanity of tearing away undocumented people from their families. This, beyond all of that, just the economics doesn't make sense. You can't square the circle.
Well, it's real simple. Let me tell you something. We're going to sit here and read into what Trump's doing. Let me tell you, if we're going to do the reading of the tea leaves, I'm not going to listen to a Democrat who's terrible, who had terrible predictions, who've been falling into the polls. I actually have 3 of Trump's books behind me displayed. I have several other Trump's books read over here, read in the paperback. I feel like I'm pretty in depth with the Trump 4D chess style he's got going on. Listen, I already said I felt betrayed by him backing off some on these issues. However, I'm happy with the progress that's getting made thus far. He's still got the Marines there. We haven't seen any executive orders. All this could just be 4D chess in the media, seeing what happens. He's a populist. He tests the waters. We've seen him do this 1,000 times, and to sit here and go, oh, he's capitulated while he's still got Marines and National Guard on the ground in case of this being done is ridiculous and just a total.
So the idea,
bad
what
framing.
are the people in LA protesting over?
I don't know. You tell me. What do you think they're protesting? You know what? They're
I'm
protesting over.
asking you.
They're protesting over Oompa Loompas working in Charlie's Chocolate Factory. What the fuck do you think they're protesting?
No, I'm actually asking you. What do you
I'm
think
asking
they're
you. What do you
protesting
think
over?
they're protesting?
Why do you think this makes you look good? I'm asking you.
I mean, you're asking a real stupid question. We all know they're protesting
Really?
over immigration.
Well,
And
if
the immigration enforcement.
if it's stupid, just answer it.
Oh, I just did. I mean, it's obviously over immigration and how it's being
Oompa Loompas.
enforced. It's the Oompa Loompas and Charlie's Chocolate Factory. That's about as serious as this question is.
It's about it's really not. It's about it's about the crackdown on undocumented immigrants
illegal aliens. That's the right word.
and how the manner in which the Trump administration is going about getting them deported. It's about them coming into communities and not having a regard for the law, not having a regard for decorum, about ripping them out of their communities. That's what these protests are about. And there was a significant backtracking on the deportations. He even went through, and in his speeches, I'm not sure if you saw some of the speeches, he used the same exact rhetoric that Democrats have been using for God knows how long, which is like, hey, bro, if you're in this country for 20 plus years, you haven't caused issues, we kind of don't want to deport you. Guess what? He's just mimicking the exact same things that Democrats have been saying for a long time. Why would we deport a hardworking, tax-paying person who pays into Social Security, who benefits, who boons the country, who has no criminal history, who probably has a family? Why would we deport you? Let's figure out a way to get you the resources you need to become legalized. Because 20 plus years, man, we got to get this ball rolling. That's the idea. These people are often in those categories, and in the specific group that he's referring to. These people
then why are you worried?
More beneficial to the country.
Hold on. If he's doing everything you asked, then what you're really just proving is all these people protesting are being hypocrites. He's giving you exactly what you want, and y'all are still planning protests and riots. That's just hypocrisy. Even when he does what you want, it's still Trump derangement syndrome. Oh, I listened, and if that's what you're doing, it's called hypocrisy. That's what
when he
talking about both sides.
When he made that capitulation, is why he referred to it as a capitulation to the Democratic talking points, the Democratic
doing what you wanted,
philosophy. Okay. And that capitulation shows that, guess what? I mean, not only were we right about the economics,
it shows that even when he gives you what you want, you're still going to cry about it.
No, he hasn't fully given us what we want yet.
So he's still doing what he said. Oh, my God. So what is it? He's either capitulating or he's still doing what he's doing. What is it then? You can't have it both ways.
Well,
if he's still got
National Guard Marines there, he's not capitulating. If he's still actively getting people,
he's capitulating. Okay, let me also hold on. There will be order. There will be order in this court. Okay, Gibbs, I do have a question for you. Right. So, I guess, do you have a problem with the protests in general, with people who are going and protesting, whether it's true or not, people who think that there are depredations being done by ICE, that they're acting in beyond the law, beyond the scope of their purview. Do you have a problem with people just protesting that in general? Why or why not?
Like, no, I don't have a problem with peaceful protests that are organized and people are done. Like, I don't have a problem with this national group coming in and doing like 2,000, in 2,000 cities. More power to them. Freedom of speech is good. As long as they don't break the law, then that's great. And stay in their designated areas. What's not great is when people are describing peaceful protests as something like blocking the street when people got to go to work. People that are there's a reason why we apply for permits and you'll have them in designated areas. It's that's really simple. Why are we going to interrupt traffic? Why are we going to cause problems for everyday people? Why is somebody walking down the street with a film going to have water bottles thrown at him? It's outrageous that you're going to sit here and tell me this is peaceful. Like, no, that's not. Now, do I have a problem if they follow the rules and they go in this designated areas? Absolutely not. Good for them. Do that.
Do you believe a majority of the people are illegitimately blocking streets without permits?
I believe a sizable number of people are. I don't
That's
know
not
about
what
the
I asked
majority.
you.
It's enough to be a
Majority.
problem. It's enough to be a problem. That's the only
Is a
answer I can
majority
give.
of people doing it?
I'm not going to speculate. It's enough to be a problem.
So you have no earthly idea as to whether
How
or
would I
not a
know?
majority of the
How would I know?
people
Do I have
in
satellites?
LA.
Like,
Oh, you could just
it's enough that we know what's the
look at
problem.
the.
Are you
This is how
arguing that
you
it's
can
not
tell
enough to
the
be a
media
problem?
consumption that you take in is so biased. You can look at the thousands of people who are protesting, just troves of people who are protesting for against these riots
Does
or
that change
against
what I
these
said?
raids, and you could just look at the hard numbers. You could just be like, oh, actually, they keep showing the same three Waymos in this one highway where there's like 100 people. There is like 50 times more people who are peacefully protesting than the fucking losers who are blocking the highway. I agree
Yeah,
that they're fucking losers who are
sure, but check this
blocking the
out.
highway.
Check this out. Check this
There's
out. See if you
very little
disagree with
people who
this. See
disagree
if you
with that.
disagree. Let's just say there's 50,000 protesters, right? And
Yep.
only, I don't know, 5,000 are bad
Sure.
apples, right?
Sure.
Would you say 5,000 being bad apples is a sizable number to be a fucking problem?
Yeah, of course. But I would say it's mostly
But you
peaceful.
agree with me,
But I
Jesus
would say,
Christ! Like,
would you say
what
that's
are we
mostly
doing here,
peaceful?
bro?
Would you say that's mostly peaceful?
I, I would say it doesn't fucking matter because you have to make it a portion
Oh
that's
wait,
causing
it
problems.
doesn't matter.
That's
Wait, is it
exactly what I
mostly
said to begin with. I'm just
what makes a
consistent with that
protest
statement.
mostly peaceful? What makes a protest mostly peaceful?
If they follow the rules, there's no fucking riots. There's no vandalism. That's
There's
mostly
not. If
peaceful.
a single person vandalizes, it's no longer mostly peaceful.
No, but if a sizable portion does, then it's not mostly peaceful. Like,
Okay,
listen,
what's your sizable portion?
yeah, I'll
Is it
give you an
like
example.
10%?
Austin had a protest last night. Only 8 people got arrested. That would be a mostly peaceful protest. 8 people, bad apples, right? But when you have
Wait, why would
hundreds
you
of
account
people,
for the number of people who got arrested instead of the number of people causing issues? Like, I don't think that fucking cuck who stood up on top of the car that was like waving the Mexican flag and like LARPing the entire time while he was like trying to break Waymos. I don't know if that guy's been arrested.
listen, I'm using the 8 people arrested statistic in a protest of hundreds to indicate that protest was peaceful overall, mostly peaceful, and they had only 8
You would
people.
not use this standard.
Hold on. 8 people were arrested for doing stuff. Now, maybe there were more extra bad apples that they didn't catch. There's always somebody they don't catch, but like, hey, that means I'm giving you, this is an example of a peaceful protest. I don't see how me giving you a metric and then we turn over and look at LA where there's businesses in the 20s getting vandalized and cars being burned and like all sorts of other wild shit happening. Cops getting rocks thrown at them.
If there was 2 people who got arrested in LA, would you say that it was mostly
There was
peaceful?
hundreds of
No,
arrested.
I'm asking you hypothetically if there was
If
2 people
yeah, if it was
got
only
arrested.
2 people, yeah, only 2 people got arrested.
You would say it was
probably
okay.
those.
I would say that would be an incompetence
If
from
there was
the
also
police
no
department.
if there was also no vandalism.
Okay, here,
then
I
we'd
think
be
you guys are
arrested.
talking past each other. So what I think is being said, right? And what keep giving me money, keep giving me super chats. We'll read them at the top of the hour here. Don't worry. But what's Irrelevant is trying to get across is that his metric he is using to determine whether a protest is peaceful or not is the destruction caused, whereas as I understand it, Gibbs, your metric is how many arrests are given. So I guess describe to me, Gibbs, why your metric is the correct one and Irrelevant's metric of destruction caused is an incorrect one. Go ahead.
Well, that's why. Hold on. So that's why I didn't engage with the second part of what he said here, and I talked about the Austin. Right, Austin's a good example because 8 people got arrested. There was very minor vandalism. It's not to the level we see in L.A. Right now, in L.A., if only 2 people got arrested while 21 businesses got destroyed, no, it's not mostly peaceful then, right? Because you have to look at the things as a whole. If maybe 300 people got arrested and businesses were destroyed, yeah, that's not peaceful at all. When I look at there's a big difference here. You can see the amount of damage and the arrest, and they're both statistics you can look and take a metric comparatively to how many people are there. It's also irrelevant kind of misnomer here when I say the reason why the LA protests are bad is because the size of the people that are doing bad things. It's not a small number. Yeah, it might be 95% mostly peaceful, but if you have a large enough people group that's like,
mostly peaceful.
Hold on, if it's 95% peaceful, if it's 100K people, that means you have like a 5,000, 10,000 people going out and destroying
that's a significant chunk. Arrest them.
And
that's what LAPD is doing.
That's a significant number of people that's not peaceful, and thus it doesn't matter if it's mostly peaceful because the amount of damage that's being caused.
But the facts do matter. It is mostly peaceful. The reason why facts matter. The reason why I'm not. The reason why facts matter in this context is because Fox News and garbage companies like that and multiple different pundits and media groups are trying to paint the idea that it's like 50% violence and rioting. If you look at Fox News coverage, if you look, I'm not saying you. I'm saying this is why the facts are important. Excuse me.
So you're shadowboxing.
No, I'm saying the purpose for which the facts are important. The numbers are important. So for Fox News and stuff, if you watch some of their coverage, they're talking about how violent the riots are and stuff like this, and half of the B-roll is people just standing in front of cops. That like they can't even get proper B-roll of them like doing shitty things. They're just people standing in front of cops that are holding spooky guns and shields and stuff. I feel like I'm watching like leftist propaganda saying like, oh yeah, cops have a gun, so they're oppressing the people. It's like, no, that's not the reality. They're trying to keep the peace and do stuff like that, but while giving the people the space to protest. So that's really important. And inversely as well, the coverage that says that the police have been cracking skulls every day on there. Yeah, we have a couple of videos of police doing terrible things like that. I'm sure me and you can agree that one cop shooting the press chick for literally no reason. Wait, actually, I want to hear. Do you think that guy should be in prison? That cop?
Are you familiar with the incident, Gibbs? So let me.
There's no shots.
Okay, I'll describe the incident for you. So on camera, it was caught that there was a reporter from Australia who was covering the riots, and who was standing in front of a police line, or catty corner to a police line, if you will, and those police had rubber bullets. During her spiel, one of the cops turned towards her and shot her in the leg with a rubber bullet. She had a press vest on, or I don't know if she had a press vest on. I have to check. But she obviously was holding a microphone, talking to a camera that was recording her. It was obvious from context that she was press. She wasn't advancing towards the line. The cop turned towards her and shot her in the leg. It looked, at least from my eye, to be purposeful, to be targeted. So he's asking you, do you think that the cop who did that, who engaged in that behavior, should that cop face repercussions?
Yeah, I mean, if there's no other, mitigating circumstances outside that, sure. Yeah, I mean, it sounds bad. I did watch like the one clip like for 5 seconds, but it's been a very long week for me. I'll be honest. So yeah, it sounds bad. And if it's everything you say, then punish him. I'm okay with that. I mean, however, if there's like other, and I'll just caveat that with if there's other mitigating circumstances, like they're trying to clear people out, and the lady kept standing there interviewing people, then I don't know, maybe I don't know. It sounds bad, but I'll grant it to you. I don't care. I don't need to look and argue over.
Well, the reason why this matters is because that this is then used, I think, inappropriately in some ways, inappropriately in others, inappropriately in the way that this is being used to say that every single cop is attacking every single member of the press, but it's also used appropriately in the context of like, yeah, this cop should be in prison. If you watch this video, because I linked it to you. If you watch this video, he almost obviously directly targets this chick just to shoot at her. It's an egregious misuse of power. With great power comes great responsibility. This is part of the reason why.
I'll build a
this
bridge
is
with you right now.
happening.
Like, listen,
Yep.
I'm a Texan. I don't know if you know Texas history, but we don't like big government. The idea of government overreach and cops and doing dictator-like things is not unknown to us, right? I'm not
Sure.
sitting here going to be like, I'm not a back the blue at all costs guy. I'm a like, hey, I don't trust the government guy, right? So like, if you're
Sure.
telling me cop did bad thing, okay, probably. Government does
Okay.
bad shit all the time. Like,
Fair enough.
like I'm not going to die on the hill that they're only doing good. I'm sure there's good cops, there's bad cops, there's good protesters, bad protesters. The problem with the protest is the number of bad protesters is large enough to cause a significant amount of damage. That's the problem. Even if it's 95%
Sure.
peaceful, if you have 5,000 people destroying shit, that's a fucking problem.
Well, okay, so there's two things off of that. You agree that if it's like near 95% peaceful, it is a mostly peaceful protest, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so we've established that it is a mostly peaceful protest. After that, I can agree with you. I can break bread on the idea that we need to curtail all these people. LAPD is doing that. LAPD is doing that, and the deployment of many of these different federal authorities, like for instance the Marines, they can't assist in law enforcement duties. They're essentially there to just look spooky. They can't assist in law enforcement duties without a invocation of, I believe it's the Insurrection Act. They can't do anything. So they're just there to like look spooky, and then looking spooky is probably just going to agitate the people out there, because the people out there, like I said a bit ago, have this idea that if people are standing there with weapons, then it's like an oppression of our freedom of speech, and that they're going to take this as an escalation. Like, it's a very obvious escalation of the situation that's completely unnecessary. So when Gavin Newsom goes out and says, hey, retract these forces, we have hundreds of arrests under our belt, we're getting these things done, I mean, I believe him. And especially in the context of, I'm not sure you saw this, but it was a laughable failure from Trump, where he said, great job to our National Guard, great job out there, something to that effect. He said it multiple times inside of a tweet where he's like, great job to our National Guard for the amazing work that they're doing in California.
Do you
and
agree?
The National Guard hadn't yet been deployed.
Do you agree that with the decision back in whatever year it was when Lyndon B. Johnson sent the National Guard in to Alabama, despite the Alabama governor's protest, to ensure black people could go to college and go to high schools? Did you agree with that decision? I mean, I know you weren't alive.
I would have to look at the circumstances, but on the
But
merits,
you would agree.
I would agree. On the merits of what you said, I would agree.
So you do agree that there's situations where the federal government should be able to overrule the governor of a state with sending the National Guard in. Is that correct then? If that's
assuming
true.
that there's some kind of civil rights abuse or something, some insubordination of the state, yeah.
Okay, so right now, it's interesting that y'all are using the same states' rights arguments to protect wage slavery with immigrants, and basically to protect, what's it called, nullification.
If I was trying to,
you're basically making the Confederate States of America argument right now,
and you're trying to argue against
instead of
wage
having
slavery,
the national government,
I think the National Guard isn't a solution.
Yeah, listen, we're trying to have the National Guard enforce national law, and you're sitting here going, hey, the state should be able to do what they want.
Hold on, just real quick, out of curiosity, what national law is the National Guard enforcing currently?
I mean, they're there to protect property. Those, I believe, is the case. Would you say property laws are important to protect?
Are property laws not more local than they are federal?
Well, when the job's not getting done, somebody's got to do something. I mean, if you pay taxes and if you pay taxes and your business is vandalized because the LAPD pulled back because your mayor told them to pull back to an area and then did nothing, would you be pretty mad if no one came and did something?
They haven't done nothing. They've arrested.
Would you also be happy if somebody came in and relieved the areas that the LAPD needed to protect buildings in so they could expand their area influence and, hey, hopefully include your business? Would that make you happy as a taxpayer? Probably. Like, if you say no, then you're lying. I don't believe this bullshit y'all are trying to peddle. We know what they're doing. They're protecting federal buildings. That's what they're, and sometimes they're going
the point that I was trying to draw, and the point that I will draw with the Trump tweet, is that Trump commended the National Guard for getting the situation under control in his tweet. The problem is the National Guard hadn't been deployed. So de facto, he was commending LAPD for getting the situation under control. So what's your excuse for that? Trump literally commended the LAPD because he thought he was commending the National Guard when it hadn't yet been deployed.
Sounds like typical politician taking credit for shit. That's not cool. You got him. I mean, that's something that every politician ever does.
Okay, so then that still doesn't defeat the point. He recognized that the conditions inside of California were sufficient for a good job.
Do you think the threat of the National Guard helped calm things down? I absolutely do. I wouldn't want to go fuck with the National Guard. Would you? Do you want to go fuck with the National Guard?
I personally don't, because I'm a law-abiding
Oh,
citizen.
cool, exactly.
But hold on, we are not the people who are throwing, fucking bricks. The people who are throwing bricks, these are like angsty teens who are like, yeah, I'm gonna fight the system. I'm fighting the man. I'm sure they really like the idea of these National Guard coming in so they can get more Instagram posts for their loser fucking TikToks and shit like that. Like that is probably what they want. They like the idea that they're in this crazy era where they're really fighting the man and fighting oppression, and they're the real oppressed ones. Like
Now we're worried about
truly,
angsty teens, is what you're saying?
that's who's doing the looting. That's who's doing the throwing the bricks. Yeah, it's these fucking loser
But
teenagers.
it's not. We know who's throwing the bricks. They're like middle-aged.
Yes, have you
illegal
seen the
immigrants.
arrest?
They're
What?
literally
What are you talking
middle-aged.
about?
Yeah,
No.
bro. We
No,
saw
they're
the guy
not.
that was dropping face
Wait,
masks off.
I'm
He
actually
was like a 30-year-old guy. We saw this other guy that got
I'm
arrested that
curious.
was all over the news.
I'm
He was like a
curious. Where is the
28-year-old guy.
evidence
What
that
are
the
these
majority of
angsty
the people
teens?
who are
Hold on.
arrested
Can you
are
show me some
illegal
angsty teens?
immigrants?
Because I don't take me 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure. I can actually show you a video. I can show you a video of about 20 teenagers. Sure, I can actually show you a video of about 20 teenagers walking to a building trying to loot it, and then a group of protesters kicking them out because they don't want those looters inside there. I can actually provide you that evidence. Can you provide me anything showing that because you said a majority of the people who have been arrested are illegal immigrants, like throwing bricks at police? To my knowledge, there's been a very small amount of that because the illegal immigrants don't want to be anywhere near this protest because they know that they're going to get fucking deported. Why the fuck would many of these illegal immigrants be at a protest for ICE? It makes no fucking sense.
All right, hold on. I'll get you a source for this here.
Okay, while he's doing that, right? I want to give the pass mic to Tali to ask a couple questions.
So, Ahrelevant, I'm curious. I'm of the opinion that at the very least, Trump jumped the gun by sending in the National Guard. But I'm curious if you think there would have been some validity to putting them on notice or something, and even just using the threat as a form of deterrence for the following reasons. I think there is a lot of valid trauma from the BLM protests and riots from the summer of 2020 and onwards, and we saw cities where, whether it was because they were being given explicit command to sort of step down and stand on the periphery for the police, or because they essentially couldn't handle it because they were outnumbered and not being supported, we saw cities or parts of cities that became really lawless. And if there were evidence of some type of political motivation on behalf of California administrators to dampen police presence, would you at that point support some type of federal escalation?
If there was what to dampen police presence?
If there was evidence that basically the way that you're commending Gavin Newsom for responding and the police for responding, if there was evidence that they weren't responding in such a fashion, would you consider some type of escalation? Because even my understanding, I say they jumped the gun because it did look like to me in the beginning, and this is all camera angles and propaganda that we're seeing essentially. But to me, from the very first couple of nights of the protests, you saw a lot of mayhem with cops standing back and watching. The same frustrations that people see with some of these other rowdy protests, maybe not super violent, but not entirely peaceful. So if there was evidence that there was some type of political motivation to not use heavy police enforcement, would you support some third party coming in?
Yeah, I mean, if the local action, could they have been better? Sure, I would agree. I would say that even right now, that there should be something done about the people on the highway, right? Or I'm assuming people are still on the highway. I didn't check before I got on the stream today, but those people on the highway, there should probably be something more done. Like the precedent that you can just block a major roadway, like this is not a good precedent to set. There should be a means to be able to disperse some of them, a little bit more effectively. That being said, I think overall they're doing a relatively good job. And like I said, Trump agreed. Trump commended the LAPD effectively because he thought he was commending himself. He thought he was patting himself on the back, but didn't realize it was yet to deploy the National Guard. Also, I'm not sure if Gibbs saw, but after the deployment of the National Guard, they literally didn't have a place to sleep. They were sleeping on the ground because
that was
Trump's
fake news, by the way.
incomplete.
That was an old picture from 2023, or that bro. That year. Now look who's
Wait,
falling.
can you provide me the? Can you
you
provide
can
me
look
the
it up.
source
You
for
go
that?
look it up the tweet. Yeah, it's a whole picture.
Wait,
Go look at source.
I'm
Check that
curious.
yourself. I provided about 5 sources for the other thing. You can source that one. That one's a fake news.
What are these sources
I know for a fact. These were the ones that mere claims the illegal immigrants weren't involved in this. They were staying far away. One of them was charged with is being charged with attempted murder for throwing a Molotov cocktail at somebody, bro. Checkmate. We had 111 illegal migrants spotted in one of them. We have 118.
You made the claim of majority.
Hold on. I didn't say a majority. You told me it was all angsty teens. I said it was middle-aged illegal immigrants causing damage. And guess what? We got this one over here saying it's, a middle-aged Hispanic male throwing a Molotov cocktail. That's an illegal alien. Boom. That's attempted murder. That just blows everything you said out of the water. I have 111
because
other
you
arrests
have
on here.
hold
on. I have 4 other sources going in there. If you will go and look through them, I just spammed sources where they listed all these illegal immigrants, many of them with violent crimes, had all that were sitting here that got arrested at these protests. One of them had over this one lists assaults on ICE agents were up 413% during these protests. That's crazy. Over 1,000 people were protesting. It took LAPD 2 hours to even get there and respond. It's crazy. Oh, well, it does. It does say that. If you go read the sources, every single one of them mentions the exact number of illegals detained at the protest, which is a significant number. Good try, though. Get wrecked.
Okay, so I'm curious. You say that these numbers have, because first of all, you sent me literally the known liar and propagandist, the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, for the White House. She has lied hundreds of times. So I'm not going to take her at her word. But if you want to trust
Democrats after the Biden thing, bro, come on.
In comparison to Caroline Leavitt, absolutely. I'm pretty sure that woman has lied more times than I breathed in my life.
Okay, that's why I put 2 other sources in the back. That's why I put 2 other sources in the back.
That's what I was going to say. I'll take a look at some of these other sources.
I knew that one was coming. I knew it was coming. It's like I know the Dems so well. They're always going to cry about,
you know me so well, yet you linked it anyway.
It's not a good source. Oh, I know, because once again, you fell for my trap card. I knew you were going to sit in your bitch about it. That's why I put 2 more sources that backed it up. Holy shit. It's like I knew the Democrats can't be good faith. Every time it's just crazy.
So I'm actually reading your links. It doesn't say anywhere what you're talking about.
Oh my God, bro. Read up,
the
Papa.
link, yeah, I am. The Daily Center News Foundation link that you linked does not say that the majority or even really references a number of
said majority? I listed a number. It said 118 fucking illegals, bro. Do you read? I don't know what you're confused about.
Hold on. Let's take a step back. Okay.
Nobody said most. Nobody said most.
So what specific? We got to be specific with claims here. Admiral Gibbs.
Exactly. That's why I said exact numbers.
What is your specific claim that you're making, and why are you making it? What is the reason you're making this claim?
Sure. I'm debunking his claim earlier. It's all angsty teens. There's no illegals actually here. They're staying away from the protest. That doesn't work when we have an illegal. When we have an illegal. When we have
I'm not going to say one illegal immigrant being arrested. It counts as that, Gibbs. One.
Okay, and then what about, we got one source, the press secretary saying 111 or 118. I got another one, the the Washington Examiner. That one talks about 118 people. Daily Caller's got 118. We got over here, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security mentions numbers.
You're saying things, but I'm actually reading the things that you're linking.
Hold on. So you're saying, Gibbs, real quick.
There's a significant number of illegals that have been arrested.
There is 118 is the number you're using?
Well, we got 113. We got 330 from Caroline Leavitt, 113 of prior convictions, if you want to use that one. We go to this other one, I believe it said 118 was arrested. That was a different claim.
Is that total arrested or just total illegal immigrants?
It's probably from the time of the argument. Total arrested illegal immigrants at the time of the article.
Relevant. Right? Assuming all of his numbers are accurate.
That's a large number.
How would you feel? Sure. How would you feel about those people being deported? People who are undocumented showing up. Okay.
Like, if you're going to throw a brick and you're an undocumented migrant, first of all, you're fucking retarded. Second of all, get the fuck out of my country. Like, yeah, absolutely.
So I guess this is an interesting thing that I've noticed is it feels like a lot of the people protesting are kind of protesting for different reasons, and I guess that's to be expected, but there's like a spectrum really of things that people are criticizing right now. Some people are criticizing the way that ICE is going in, masked, unnamed, right? The sort of insensitivity of it. Others are saying that essentially no undocumented immigrants should be deported unless they've committed some type of additional violent crime. Because you have such a difference of opinion among these protesters. I think I guess I'm curious your thoughts on the politics of people on the left or specifically Democrats even sort of protecting the protesters when a lot of these people are likely not Democratic voters. I'm inclined to agree with what you said. These are like angsty anarchist types for the most part.
Yeah, I think that they should be doing more to get rid of these people because, like you said, they don't even vote for them anyway. They are literally the types of people to say Kamala Harris would have been doing this as well. They're just like insanely stupid people. But even beyond their politics, because obviously I don't think the government should be involved in like cracking down based on your politics. But even beyond that, like we just shouldn't have this level of like lawlessness. Not only does it make the state look bad because it makes it look like they're not responding to a real threat to the local community, but it also makes like the Democratic Party or the greater base like look bad, which is just not like why would we even do this? So yeah, I mean, I would say that on the merit. Also, I had it linked to me. Did you just lie about the photo of the National Guard sleeping on the floor being? I guess I won't accuse you of lying. You just fell for fake news. That is real. That is a real photo. Those are real photos.
The one I've seen has all been from back from like 2023 or whenever they moved. They were deployed for a hurricane.
I linked you the Gavin
Can
Newsom
you show it on stream? So
one.
just share your screen, pull it up, and we can look at it.
Me?
Yeah. Whoever's looking at this
okay.
photo, right, that we're saying is fake news. So just so the audience can know what we're talking about. Does that make sense?
Sure.
You should be able to. You should have permission. If you don't, let me know, and I can give you a role that gives you permission. Yeah, there we go.
I have a hard time being offended by this picture. I feel
the one on the left is allegedly fake news. The one on the right I haven't seen before.
Okay, alleged. What is your source for saying it's fake news?
I've seen like what the AI, the little community notes on 2 different Twitter posts about it. I've seen it on a couple other things. So I mean,
can I see those community posts? I'd be curious.
Listen. I've been providing sources left and right. I'm not going to scroll through Twitter for like an hour to find this one post.
Just as someone who is actually just real quick, as someone who's actually served in the military for a while, this isn't necessarily out of the ordinary that we'd be sleeping on the ground, especially when we're just deployed to an area. We haven't set up anything, right? We don't have barracks there. We don't have anything there. This is just not. This particular is just not out of the ordinary. It's pretty routine. And you could say that, oh, that's horrible. Yeah, it sucks, bro. Right? Military life sucks, but it's not. This isn't just. This is.
Yeah,
this is
I can't find anything to get worked up at over that photo. I don't really see anything horrific about that.
The reason why I care about this photo is because it shows that there was a quick, fast, snap response instead of taking the time to be able to. No, it wasn't. Because there was no urgency. Because if there was urgency, why would Trump commend LAPD for their job?
If your business is being destroyed, do you think it's urgent?
Why did Trump commend LAPD for such a great job?
When your business is getting destroyed, do you think it's urgent to get someone there to help defend it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I think that LAPD arrested hundreds of people.
And a quick, fast response is a good thing. Yeah, I mean,
no, because why did Trump commend LAPD for a great job? Why did Trump commend LAPD for a great job?
Listen, I don't fucking know, bro. Am I supposed to?
It's because he saw the conditions in LA. He saw that it was good, sufficient to be able to get farm a dove.
Listen, I'm not going to trust you. I'm not going to trust your reading the tea leaves about Donald Trump.
It's not reading the tea leaves. You can look at the material facts, the timeline. He commended the National Guard in the area for getting the situation under control, and the National Guard had not yet been deployed.
Yeah, I mean, I listen. Next time I want to hear about how to get downtown, I'm going to go ask Ray Charles. This is about the most great analysis of Trump tea leaf reading I've ever heard. No, I'm not going to take whatever you're saying seriously in regards to why did Trump do anything. Like, come on. Good try.
No, I mean, he commended the National Guard for a job well done before the National Guard had been deployed. He said that they did a good job of curtailing the violent riots. So de facto, he was commending
maybe he was over here trying to get in the heads of people like, don't fuck with the National Guard. Who knows? I don't know. Do you know? I don't know. Y'all haven't been right one time about Trump on the left. So I'm sorry. I don't take y'all credibility too much.
Wasn't Kamala Harris literally laughed at because she said that Trump would deploy the military against, he would use the army against us, and Trump literally just deployed the army against us?
I mean, Trump was also laughed at whenever he said, "Oh, they're trying to do
That's
transgender
weird.
surgeries
Wait,
for
wait, that's
illegal
weird that
aliens
you
and
you said
whatever."
we
But
never
then
make predictions that are right.
that also
Kamala
ended up being
Harris
true.
literally
So
made a
whatever.
prediction that was
I
right.
mean,
That's kind of crazy,
Kamala
isn't
Harris.
it?
Yeah, the only thing Kamala Harris is predicting
Yeah,
is
the
that we're
big
next
bad
time.
Democrat
The
that you're
only,
so
the
scared
only,
of. Yes,
the
she
only
made a
thing, the only
correct
thing,
prediction about
listen, the
Trump's
only thing
deployment of
Kamala
the
Harris,
military.
the only thing Kamala Harris is
Finish, Gibbs,
predicting
and I have a
is where
question.
her next shot of alcohol is coming from. I don't want to hear no more about
Hey,
Kamala Harris.
listen, if we want to talk about alcoholics, let's talk about Pete Hegseth and his fucking
I mean,
total incompetence.
we can just talk about me being an
Okay.
alcoholic. I don't give a shit. What are we
Let's
talking about?
reel it in just a bit because I do have a question for both of you actually, and I'm very curious, right? Because Harris has been brought up, and I think it's when we're talking about what's happening, we can talk about how much fault we should lay at the president's feet and whether or not it would have been worse or better under any alternatives. When we talk about Harris, first of all, and this is to Gibbs first, and then Ahrelevant, I do want to hear your opinion. Had Harris been in charge, do you think that we would have had the number of protests and riots, etc., that we are currently undergoing? Why or why not? Please.
Well, I mean, if there were protests, they would have probably been peaceful ones, and not in the when I say mostly peaceful, like the whole town got burned down. We've never seen Republicans protest in that manner. You can argue January 6th, but
January 6th?
well, yeah,
What?
I knew that was coming. It's how many businesses
Yeah,
were
it's
burned
only
down in the
assault
3
on the
hours of January
Capitol.
6th?
Hold on.
Okay, yeah, cool. For another 20 years, we'll hear about January 6th, where
Yeah, it's a really big deal.
no businesses were damaged.
You're
All right, you want me to answer
okay,
the
I'll let you
question?
finish. I'll let you finish.
Yeah, like when no businesses were burned down, it lasted 3 hours. This has been days and days and days of arrest. Totally said no. I don't think we would have seen the same level, Wick. I mean, even if we saw like a 3 hour protest somewhere that was violent, it's not going to be days of unrest. I don't think anybody thinks that. And the other thing is, like, there would have been other problems, right? Like, of course, they're not going to be enforcing immigration law. Instead, we're just going to be having migrant caravans flying in left and right, just like when she was the border czar, when she's encouraging to come down there while simultaneously telling them not to come. Yeah, come on, bro. It's like, yeah, we would have had totally different problems. I don't know if it's a fair analogy to try to compare the two in that manner. I mean, do you disagree with my assessment there?
Me? Yeah, of course I do. Did
Oh.
Biden increase interior detentions? Did Biden reduce illegal immigration? Did Biden increase deportations? He did. There is no reason to believe that Kamala Harris wouldn't continue that policy. Did Biden attempt to institute a large sweeping bill to be able to massively increase the funding for the DHS, for Border Patrol, for all these different things? Yeah, he did. And then Trump shut it down. Why?
Because it was not enough. It wasn't
No.
going to get
Let
the
him
job
finish.
done.
Hold on. He let you
because
finish. Let him finish, please.
Congressional Republicans said that the purpose for which he canceled that, he removed that bill, was because he wanted to crack down on immigration. He wanted that dub. And that still isn't even being given to him. He's underwater on approval rating. His approval rating on immigration is in the negatives. It's like that's his thing. And he's in the negatives on approval for immigration. Even with these protests and if you even want to call them riots going on, the riots going on, his approval is still ass.
What do you think the disapproval with regards to Trump and immigration is about? Because I wonder if I'm not sure if both sides are reading this the same way.
So if I had to guess what the disapproval is with immigration, it has to do with the nature of him going into communities and quite indiscriminately removing people, but also the illegal nature in which he's going about it. There's, Kilmore Abrego Garcia was national news, and the other deportations that happened to El Salvador were national news about how these people didn't have due process, that there was multiple different judges saying, hey, this is unconstitutional. It looks like he did it in the messiest way he possibly could, just to be able to get his numbers up. And all internal reporting seems to be consistent with that. He just wants to beat Biden on deportation numbers, and he wanted to beat Biden, so he was willing to do anything in order to do that. And Stephen Miller was willing to back his play.
So two things before we get back to it. I do have to read super chats. People pay me money. I gotta make my money, boys and girls. So we're gonna do that. Keep sending them in. We're gonna read them again soon. Don't worry. But while I do that, and you can kind of wrestle with this in your head. So according to the Wall Street Journal, in a recent article that they wrote, Trump is on track to deport less people than Biden did in 2024. And that is one of the reasons that Stephen Miller and others in the administration have kind of change the focus of where ICE is conducting its business, if you will. Beforehand, they were targeting violent criminals, Tren de Agua, MS-13, gang members, etc. Instead, they have been instructed to go for more soft targets, like people who are at hospitals, people who go into their court cases, so that they could get their numbers up. The quote I think that Stephen Miller used was like, who here thinks that we can't go out into the streets of Washington, D.C. and just arrest 30 people that we find? Raise your hand if you don't think we can do that. And that's kind of what people have been protesting, is this change of focus of ICE. But wrestle with that. I'll read these quotes. $5 from Zephyr Hash to say, hey, Whick, can you ask Gibbs to repeat the first sentence again so I can write it down and get insurance money? I don't know what you're talking about anymore. It's been a while. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, what bad faith. You wouldn't have said, quote unquote, burn down to stand in for vandalism if you didn't think it was worse. Admit the misdirect and move on, Gibbs. Thank you for the $10. $10 more from Artemis Fowl to say opposite of the case, quote unquote, is a lie. We watched LA protesters go from crowding the facilities to vandalizing property and assaulting police. Pretending those things don't happen is disingenuous. Thank you for the $10. $10 more from Alexander Rin to say, why is it that Republican leadership is so weak as to create so many violent protests? First BLM, then January 6th, now these? Are Republicans ever going to actually lead? $5 from Zephyr Hash to say, does 21 businesses getting vandalized, not burned down, warrant the Marines and National Guard being sent in? The government overreach? Or is Gibbs gonna gish gallop? Thank you for the $5. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, what bullshit is that? The federal government does not enforce local laws because the locals aren't doing it. That is not the same as civil rights. $10 finally from Zephyr Hash to say, conservatives don't protest not because they're peaceful, it's because they are illiterate, undereducated, and don't keep up with the news. When Fox triggers them enough, they will be extremely violent. Thank you for the $10. And that said, let's go back. Let's unless Tali has something to say, then we'll give it to Gibbs.
Well, I have two thoughts. The first is with regards to arresting protesters and stuff like that. Ahrelevant, I wonder what you think about the fact that a lot of these seem to be, this is my very cursory understanding, I would love to be proved wrong, that a lot of these people are essentially detained and then released, not actually held on charges, not prosecuted. And I remember, again, going back to 2020, this was a top-down directive not to prosecute the charges of the protesters. So I'm curious what your thoughts are about that, because again, if my business were vandalized or something, I don't know that Marine presence on the ground would help, because that would likely deter a lot of normal business in the neighborhood. But I would also be very, very angry if the known vandals were released because the government is sympathetic to their political aims.
I have no knowledge about significant like releases of people after detention out, or more specifically, the lack of pursuing charges in a court as a result of this. If that happened, then yeah, of course, I would be like super against it. These people, as I stated this entire time, should go to prison. If you're throwing bricks through these things, we need to have a very strong response to deter people from having this. Because guess what? It's not a chilling effect. No, you're not going to, a normal person is not going to throw a brick through a window. I'm not worried that of a chilling effect. Oh God, what happens if I'm perceived as throwing a brick through a window? Bro, I don't even know where to get a brick in the middle of LA. Like, where do I get a brick? Like,
That's
I
the
don't
whole
even,
thing.
like, I don't even know. Like, I know there's like stories of people like bringing pallets of like bricks or whatever. Maybe that's
The
what you're referring
stories.
to. You know, this like, yeah. I don't know, but I actually don't know where I would even find a brick to throw through a window. But you understand what I'm saying? Like this, yeah, I fully support the idea of these people like facing significant. I do not support. I believe they have to if we want a civilized society. So yeah.
I just want you to answer this real quick before we move on. Are you telling me I'm not going to go the pallet conspiracy route? That's not. Are you telling me in the second biggest city in the nation, during a time of unrest that people aren't going to be able to find hard objects like broken concrete and bricks to throw.
Do you really think that's what I just? Is that what your
I'm just
takeaway is
asking
from
you,
what
I
I
mean,
just
because
said?
where do you
That
even
is a
find a brick?
crazy ass
Where do you
question.
even find a brick, bro?
The
It's a
point of
city.
me
Where do
saying,
you even
where do you
find
even
one,
find
Doc?
a brick is
Where
that
do
a
you even
normal
find a
person
brick?
isn't going to throw a brick through a window, bro. It's
Well, I can
the
go
point
outside
is
right now,
that if
pick
you
up
want to
20
throw a
bricks off
brick
the
through a
ground.
window,
Like,
you
give me a
actually have to
break.
be intent on that crime. You can't accidentally throw a
Oh
brick through a window.
my
You have to
god.
go through and look for it. Okay, that's
Well,
the
you gotta
point.
go
All right.
look for it. That's not in a city where there's concrete
Do you
broken
think this is
everywhere.
an own, bro?
It
Do
is,
you think they're
it's
getting
so
a dub here?
stupid. It's just so
All right,
stupid what you're
all
saying. I
right,
can't
bro.
even
All
believe
right,
it.
bro. Yes. Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're
Alrighty.
not talking about normal people. We're talking about the thousands of people that are protesting violently. That's what we're talking about. So yeah,
Yeah, and I said
they're
arrest them.
picking
They
up
should be
bricks.
in prison. This is what
Oh,
my
I'm
point. You're
glad
just
you
like a
agree.
talking point machine.
I'm just a
You
talking point
can't
machine.
actually listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying arrest them and put them in prison.
I'm
That's what
good.
I'm
I'm
saying.
happy. Good. That's good. That's the smartest thing you said
Yeah.
all night.
Okay. So, you didn't hear me say that the 19 other times? That's crazy, bro. Maybe
I
get your
mean,
ears checked.
yeah, cool. Problem.
Okay, buddy.
Go ahead, Tali. You have something to say.
So, from what I understand, the best estimates from the most ardent Trump supporters, the most anti-immigration people, is that at the current rate, or even a faster rate than what Trump is doing right now, in his 4 years in office, it would be impossible to deport all illegal immigrants, everyone that he would theoretically be targeting. With that said, because I'm taking into consideration what you said at the beginning, Irrelevant, about the sort of economic crisis that it could have if we actually were to deport every single undocumented migrant. However, I'm having a hard, and I take great concern with the lack of due process. I think it hurts his own cause, just very obviously, and it's not good. Okay, I think that's the wrong direction to go in. With all of that said, why is it wrong to move on to deporting non-violent offenders? So my understanding from the beginning was the Trump administration said that they were starting and targeting violent offenders. And I remember having a conversation with my mom early on where she was like, well, then they're also, deporting their family members and their cousins and other people when they find these violent people. And me was like, well, yeah, that no one who is illegal was ever guaranteed some type of amnesty. So why is it inherently a problem if he is targeting for deportation non-violent illegal immigrants?
Okay, so the reason why I care about this is because we have one of the best opportunities ever to pick and choose, essentially, who we want to give the best opportunity to become a US citizen. This is a phenomenal gift. Because you know what this allows me to do? You're throwing a brick, get out of my country. You're not throwing a brick, you're paying taxes, you're paying into Social Security. Let's figure out a way to get you natural or get you citizenship, right? This idea that we get to pick and choose, we get our choice of we get a cherry pick, right? This is a phenomenal opportunity. But specifically, the reason why is because these are hardworking people that I would want inside of my country. They're not causing issues. This is assuming they don't have a criminal history. They've been hardworking. They've been paying taxes. They've been doing all these things. These are the types of people I want in my country. And the immigration system that we have right now, if you don't win the visa lottery and stuff, it takes decades to get through this system. It is a horrendously slow system. So the idea would be it's not just like, hey, if you've been in here for 10 years, it's just because you don't want to become a citizen. It's that it's really, really hard if you don't actually, get these various programs to be able to, or get lucky with these various programs to be able to go through the immigration process faster. It's part of the reason why Biden wanted to massively expand immigration judges and the ability for people to legally immigrate inside of this country. And he did also do that and massively expand legal immigration inside of this country, and it should have been expanded further. That's like my point.
Okay. I do have a question for Admiral Gibbs on that note, right?
Can I answer your previous question too?
Oh yes, go ahead. Answer my previous question, then I have another
Yeah,
question.
so
for you. Go
I
ahead,
want to
please.
talk about when you were talking about the polling and they're picking up the pace, and that's part of the reason they're moving on, right? So this is interesting to me because on the Republican side, many Republicans are not satisfied with the pace of this, right? So you have some Trump polling disapproval from Republicans because it's not enough. So that it's not just people aren't happy about what's happening over here on the left, and they're disapproving. There's also Republicans that are going, no, we wanted all of them out. Let's get to it. And like, I'm one of these people. I'm mad right now that he's even backing down at all. But I'm also of the camp. I'd rather take what's happening now than nothing. Let's get started. We can't get all 20 million out on one presidency, but we need to start making moves now because it's a problem. And
wait, do you deny that Trump is not on track to beat Biden for deportations?
Well, I'm not denying that. Here's what I think is happening.
Okay,
If you
so
want my meta
Biden
analysis,
sounds like he's your guy.
I think that he is trying to push some things to the courts right now, and once the legal aspects get ironed out, then he's going to probably ramp up the numbers quite a bit. That seems to be what his tactic has been. He tries to find out the legal lay of the land, and then once he does that, then they push harder that way. That's my theory. I hope that's what happens. I could be wrong because I am in the camp that he's not deporting fast enough. So there's some disapproval right there with your Trump disapproval rate. However, that's not what a lot of people are trying to make out where, oh, everybody's just not in favor. I posted some polling stats, and it shows many people are very satisfied with the immigration policy, and it's moving that way because part of the just the violent backlash against it. Because they're going, why do we want to keep these people here when they're waving foreign national flags and burning our cars, destroying businesses, and saying, oh, give it back to Mexico, it's stolen land? I absolutely can understand why that's not a selling point for people, and people are disapproving of Trump not getting those people out here fast enough.
Yeah, it sounds like Biden was your guy then.
Yeah, good one.
Sounds like he did a better job. Not only did he do it more legally and legitimately, he also did it faster. No, you said you don't think that he did it faster.
You do. Okay, so you obviously don't know me. Whick can attest to this. I literally started coming on panels because of the piss poor Biden job was doing on the Texas border specifically, and how bad illegal immigration was. It was outrageous. You're just lying or
Trump.
Wrong. Like,
wait, okay, so do you disagree that Biden had deported more people?
I listen, I'm not going to disagree with whatever raw numbers you want to pull up. I agree that Trump has not done enough as yet, but I'm hoping he cranks it up.
Not done as much as Biden.
I think we're mixing a couple things up here, and both of you are mixing a couple things up. Border security is not the same as immigration enforcement.
They are absolutely
not
intertwined.
the same, and I'll tell you why. I think we can just, again, by going by the government's numbers, we can see that while Biden was deporting more, Trump has closed down the border, and so you have much less coming in. Now, he still hasn't deported as much as Biden, but both of these things are true. Like, both of these things are true, that Biden had a less secure border, but that Biden also deported more illegal immigrants. And both of these things are true. But to my second question, right, to you specifically, Admiral Gibbs, given what Ahrelevant has outlined about a tax-paying, like Hernandez, who works at the nail salon or the masseuse or your auto shop, right? He hasn't broken any laws. He hasn't done any crimes, right? He's here illegally. That's the only law he's broken. But other than that, tax-paying guy, he contributes to Social Security. He has kids. He's married, maybe to a citizen even. Why not give that person a path to citizenship?
Look, I've come on here many times, and part of the reason I want the secure border and the deportations, right? I think with the secure border, we have the secure border. We don't have the influx like you just mentioned. But then even if the deportations are less, then, we're getting a net loss. Whereas Biden, it was a net positive, right? So what you're describing this situation, I was going to give you a different scenario. One of my good friends, he was illegal. He worked 3 minimum wage jobs. He finally got through all that. He got the paperwork done. He got the legal process done. Real happy for him, right? And he's living the American dream. He just bought a Porsche. He's bought a new house. He's got a kid on the way. That's the American dream. I want more of that. I've come on here many, many times on your panel.
So you would be okay with providing a natural?
Yeah, I have absolutely said we need a way better program to get people in here that want to work. We need workers. We need bodies for the military. We need people in general. Like I am all for reforming immigration. However, every time I've done that, I say we also need the border, and no one's given me that but Trump. And if I have to pick between secure border and deportations with no path, then I'm going to pick that over, hey, we give them a path and we just let the floodgates open. That's kind of the situation I'm in. Yes, I want reform. I'm pushing for reform in the Republican Party. I'm sitting there telling my people I want more of the Hispanics here. These people want to work. I want these programs changed, but I want them to come legally, because the people that are doing the legal process, it's not fair to them. And there's also all sorts of other reasons economically.
What about the people who are already here? What about the people who are already here?
Sorry, you broke the law. I mean, listen, I understand they need to go through the legal process. It's not fair to people that have been trying to come here the legal way. Like I feel for them. I understand. I have sympathy. me, and that's why I brought up my friend who was legal and went through the process. Now, was he able to hide out until he got it done? Yes, but hey, like that.
You
Good
think
for
he
him.
should have been
That shouldn't
deported
be
before
that
he
shouldn't,
had
yeah,
went through the
absolutely.
process?
He
think he
did
should
get
have been
deported at least
deported?
once. Yeah, I mean, I think he did get deported at least once. I don't know his full story, but yeah, I would say yeah. If he
If
got
he got
deported, I'm
deported at least
sorry.
once and then came back, isn't that like a can't you
I'm
get in
not sure.
prison
I
for
mean, I
that?
could be wrong about him getting deported or what's or not. Whatever. He's a
I'm
legal
pretty sure if
citizen
you get
now.
deported and then you come
He's
back,
legal. He's legal
you
now.
get put
Listen,
in
I don't, like
prison.
I said, I don't know the specifics. I'm just saying he's the epitome of an American dream. I'm all for reform. Like, you're not going to get me with a gotcha when I'm advocating for reform within the Republican Party. I've already stated my position. I need the border secured, and I want deportations to happen for people that are legal. Yes, it sucks, but if you're here legally, and I would have supported him getting deported too, even though he's my friend. I'm sorry. It's just, it's a matter of principle. Yeah, I want to feel for the individual, and I would feel for him, but I'm not going to be like break my principle for him, like either. That's also not like I don't understand like how you can argue against that point.
So why, in your
I'm
Go ahead,
curious.
Tali, please.
I'm curious, just to take it one step further. So again, I am pro immigration, but I also don't feel like anybody is entitled to become an American. I think there's a lot of Americans who with a lot of sympathy who feel like anyone who wants to be here should be allowed to be here and should be given a path to that. And I don't think that's necessarily a given. And I wonder too, even when we're talking about non-violent illegal immigrants, if we're still putting a lot of people in the same bag where maybe they don't belong. So there are the people who are paying in Social Security, right? Who are trying to go the legal route but failing, right, for whatever reason, but making attempts to for a legal pathway. And then you have other people who are essentially dodging any type of communication with the government. Their goal is not to gain citizenship legally. They are just trying to stay under the radar. Maybe they don't have a family here. They're making their money under the table and sending it home while living in a house with 11 other guys or something like that. Should we be making these types of distinctions if, whether we like it or not, there's a legal precedent for the president to deport people who are not here illegally?
Yeah, no, I mean that's a good question, and yeah, I would say like if you're trying to sidestep the legal process, yeah, that's no, you should. I mean that is illegal, right? It may not be a violent act or whatever, but like at least, and to my knowledge, this is a big reason why a lot of illegal immigrants will try and pay taxes and pay into Social Security is because it shows good faith. When immigration comes knocking, you're like, oh man, I've been paying my taxes, I don't cause any issues, no crime, and I've been trying to go through the legal process. I've been paying into Social Security. I'm a hardworking member of my community. It looks good, and that's what I would want is to be able to cherry pick like that.
Well, look
And
at the micro though, bro. Look at the micro. Say like, let's just give you a hypothetical just to play with this, right?
Sure.
Say someone broke into your house, right? They didn't damage it when they did.
Yeah.
They came in. It was like your door was locked. They broke into your house and they cleaned your whole house up. They cleaned it up real nice, the best cleaning it's ever been, right? And then maybe they, I don't know, organized your files. They did all these nice things for you. That's great. And then you come home and you find them there. Would you want that person to stay there? Or would you be like, oh, thanks for cleaning and shit. Can you get the fuck out of my house now? Like that's what you would say, right?
My private house is going to be different than an entire
Right,
country
but okay, that's
where
the
I have
micro.
to live
Okay.
with total
I
strangers.
see you're avoiding the question.
have
You,
to-
you in your private house, would you do that? Yes or no?
Yes, I would kick them out.
Okay, cool.
But
So
I'm
now,
trying to say that
it
the
is
analogy
comparable.
isn't
It is
It
comparable
is not.
to the national
The
level.
point of the
Taxpayers
original.
are sick
No,
of
it is
people
not.
paying.
I
We
have
know
to
that there's a
cohabitate.
medical burden on
Let
the
me
society to
respond
do this.
because you made
Go ahead.
okay,
Well,
let
I
me
asked you a
respond.
question.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Do you
he
have to
he did
go-
answer
do you
your
have to
question.
cohabit?
Why is that not comparable, Irrelevant? Go ahead.
Why it's not comparable because in my private house, my private domicile, I do not cohabitate with hundreds of millions of total strangers. I do that inside of, and I would never, and I can never be compelled to do that under the law. However, I live in a country where in which that absolutely happens. That's the way that it works. So for your example, do you live with millions of total strangers inside of your house, or do you think that you should be
Well-
compelled to do that?
Well,
Or
there's
is
a second-
maybe a house disanalogous to a country?
Well, there's a reason why I didn't want you to move on so quick. Is there's a second part of the question. Now, would you want that person charged with breaking and entering if they didn't want to leave after they stayed in your house and cleaned?
If they broke into my house, sure. Now are you going to answer the question?
So yeah, back to what you're saying. Yeah, it's absolutely comparable because when you're talking about like coexisting in a society, it's just like coexisting in HOA. It's just like your private property. These are all things you
HOA
have to
is
do.
a good example. If somebody came into my neighborhood, right, and I have an HOA and they cleaned up a bunch of stuff, would I say you have to get the hell out of my neighborhood? No, I'd be like,
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
thanks.
They do.
No,
They
I'd
see
be
it as
like, thanks, bro. Thanks for trimming the hedges and
They
stuff. That saves
bro,
me
you
a bunch of
say that,
time.
but they
Absolutely.
don't do that. In fact, HOAs come down hard on people like that. They're like, "Oh, you were supposed to trim on certain times." There's all sorts of things. You don't know
Well, right.
why.
But if somebody comes
So
into your
these are
neighborhood
people.
and
That's just
trims
extra
your hedges
crimes.
for you,
Do we
I'm
like
saying if somebody
HOAs?
comes in,
I'm
I
Anyways,
just
don't like
listen.
HOAs.
Nobody.
I
I don't like
hate
HOAs
no
either.
one
And
likes
that's what I'm-
Let me
HOAs,
for
right?
some reason try to sharpen Gibbs' analogy here.
I
So
mean,
what
I'm
if
just
you've got
not even
someone?
sharpening at all. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think it needs help. Let's say somebody
Okay.
who doesn't live in your neighborhood in your development is not paying into the HOA, right?
Mhm.
But decides to come and trim the hedges, okay? Right?
Mhm.
Now, because he came and trimmed the hedges, he feels like he should be allowed to hang out at the community pool and barbecue center. And so he's there every day, all day. He's bringing his family, he's bringing his kids, he's bringing his cousin. Everyone now is hanging out at the pool and using the barbecue every night. But he's coming in to trim everybody's hedges. He's doing a really good job, better than what the HOA is able to provide for.
Mhm.
I think that's a better analogy, frankly. I think we're still in weird territory here, but
It is a better analogy, and I would say under that scheme, as long as he's chill and his family's chill, I don't think I would care. Like it depends.
oh,
Like I
I would so
understand in
care.
your
I
surely
would
there'd be
care.
a hold
I
on,
think
irrelevant. Surely there'd be there would come a time where you did care. For example, if you had a pool, and every time you try to use a pool, you can't use the pool because it's this guy and all his family and his cousins, people who don't pay the dues to the HOA, who aren't members of the HOA, who don't even live there, but they're using your resources, they're taking it up. Surely there would come a point where you'd be like, nah, get out. I want to
sure.
use the pool.
In a hypothetical, yes, in the hypothetical where in which it's totally breaking down my the services that I get from the HOA, sure. I don't see how this analogy works with illegal immigration because they're not taking our social security, they're not taking any of our like benefits. In fact, they're paying hundreds of billions of dollars into our economy and over $100 billion a year into taxes.
Well, if we see different public services that are funded by our taxpayer dollars, then perhaps the analogy holds, right? They're getting to reap the benefits of public services that are paid for by taxpayers. And again, I mean, not
Like
every.
what?
I feel like people try to act like every illegal immigrant is a taxpayer in the same way that a citizen is, and I don't think that that's borne out entirely. Although I'm
Sure.
inclined to agree with you
The medical
that there are
industry
people
are using.
showing good faith.
So we
And
have
in those
example. Oh
cases
yeah.
where in which they're not paying taxes and they're not supporting the
So
community, I would want them out.
we have
It's a pretty
examples of
basic
where they do.
idea.
All right, so okay, I live in Texas. We have sales tax, right? So illegal aliens pay for taxes here, right? That's something that I hear all the time. That's part of the reason why we have sales tax, right? Is because we know we have a large portion of illegal aliens that come in here and they like
It's
whatever.
not the
You at
reason.
least got to get money. It's part of the reason. It's part of the reason. But don't act like it's not. I just come on.
No.
You know, it absolutely. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that. It's not the point I'm making. There is absolutely evidence. We've had multiple hospitals shut down, and a big reason for that is unpaid medical debt because illegal aliens will come in and they will give them fake papers, or they'll just come in, get the services done because you have to render services, and then never pay. We've had at least 2 hospitals shut down, and there's an area right now in the south side of town that finally is getting a new hospital built over there now. But it was about 3-4 years where they couldn't even get a buyer for the old one because there was so much unpaid debt for these groups. This is a
I would need
problem
to see the
nationally.
percent of unpaid debt that comes from illegal immigrants in comparison to just dudes who don't want to pay their medical debt. This is a pretty common thing, as I understand it, for U.S. citizens to get some kind of medical coverage and then just not pay your debt. Say you can't
You're
pay
telling me that
it. In
illegal
fact,
aliens,
I've literally been told that like that's the meta. That's what you're supposed to do. When you get like a medical operation, you say, "Oh, I'm really broke. I can't pay it," and then like the hospital will go like, "Bro, can you just give us like one quarter?"
This is a
of the
good
amount of
deflection.
money?"
We know illegal immigrants are a big portion of this medical debt, though. So I mean, I'm not
I
saying it's
actually
all of it.
know. I know.
We
I
I
do.
didn't
don't
know
know if
that.
that's true. Is that
Yeah, I
true?
mean, it is true.
Do
There's
you
a
have,
major portion.
where's
I mean,
I would love to see that.
once
A
again,
big portion of all medical debt
you
in the
know what's
United States
crazy is
illegal
every claim
immigrants.
I make, I've had to provide sources for. I haven't seen any sources from any of your
Well,
claims. By the
you
way.
haven't asked
Well,
me.
Just
that's
You
how
saying.
it
haven't
works
asked
when you're
me.
making the affirmative
Well,
claim.
you say that, but he's made a lot of affirmative claims, and I haven't
Okay,
asked for any sources
ask me
because
something
it's
and
bad faith. But it's
I'll
fine.
get you a
I
link for
keep
it.
providing them. Repeatedly. I mean, I'm getting tired of just having to look back through my logs of things that have happened from years ago. Like
Well,
it's
sure.
just
Gibbs,
ridiculous.
what source do you want from him?
It's
What
not
has
important.
he
I thought we were here
said
to
that you
talk. I
need a
thought,
source
Wait,
listen,
you-
I'll tell you. Hold on. Wait. I thought we were here to talk in good faith about it. I'm not sitting here asking him source, bro. I'm taking him at his word that he's being honest for the most part with what he said is read. That's what y'all don't do as exams here. Y'all go with source me
Wait,
50
to be
times.
clear,
It's bad
you
faith. That's
asked
fine.
you said that the photo that I was referencing was fake and it was not.
And I admitted I hadn't seen the second one, and I said what the context was. It was community notes, and I didn't dispute that it could be wrong. I said, okay, cool. This is all I said. I didn't fight you on it, did I?
Well,
I just
no,
said,
I'm saying you made a claim, and I backed up my claim with a
good for
separate
you.
source.
Good.
That's what I did.
I'm happy for that. That's what you're supposed to do.
Okay,
It's fine.
so the
It's a
claim
very cool
I haven't
meta
done
debate.
any.
And I
now.
also didn't die on the
Yeah.
hill about it either. I didn't die on the whatever. It's fine. Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Okay. Let's move on. Let's move on. And I just one of the things that I'm trying to kind of bring this back to, right? Is the idea of the LA protests and the other protests. We have another protest coming up on this weekend, the No Kings protest. First of all, do you have any thoughts on that, Gibbs, that you'd like to share? Anything you want to talk about regarding that? Do you have any concerns, worries, etc.?
Yeah, I got concerns. I
Please,
mean,
go
I want to
ahead.
say two things. One, I don't know. I think we're about the same age, Wick. I don't know what y'all's ages are, but I remember like growing
I'm
up and
41,
like,
just to be
yeah.
clear.
So you're a little older, I think, but not
I'm
much.
17.
Looking good, Wick. Looking good. But listen, I remember
Don't
growing up.
say that. Anyway, go ahead, please.
I
But
remember
don't let
going and
other.
watching like. Do you remember going to like one of the like military like parades? They would have festivals on the bases. They would do like Blue Angel shows, or the Blue Angels would perform at like random like things. Like on one hand, I like the idea of bringing some pride back with the military parade. I think it could be fun. Like be able to take your kids out and go see all the cool fucking army shit. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, I wanted to see all the cool army toys. But that's just cool as fuck. Like it was cool, right? I don't know. And like I get the idea of people like, oh, maybe optics bad, whatever. And I get it. And you know what? I'm happy. If these people want to protest, let them protest as long as they do it peacefully in designated areas. It looks like this Kings group actually has done the paperwork the right way because they planned it in 2,000 cities and it looks like they have permits in, I think, most of them, right? So, like, that's the way they should be doing it. And I think hopefully they're good actors and they're not like trying to like stir shit up. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt until I see otherwise. So, yeah, good protest the right way, get the permits, plan it out, announce it. Like, this has been far enough planned. I think it was a good way for them to do it. I think hopefully as long as nothing bad happens. Now I do have concerns because like I said, like y'all said, yeah, it's mostly peaceful, but I think there's still a significant number of people that are bad actors, and I have concerns it's going to escalate nationwide, and I think that is something we should all be concerned about. I don't really know why we're going to sit here and argue about whether it's mostly peaceful or not, but if you're at big protests where 1,000 people are doing bad things, that's 1,000 people is a lot of people doing bad shit. Like even if the protest is 100K, like I think this is something we need to actually realize is a problem, and I think it's reasonable if you're a taxpayer to want, possibly National Guard troops to protect your business if local PD is not up to it.
Okay, so to at least answer a part of or to comment on a part of your statement, the reason why I kept harking on mostly peaceful is because this is a very, very, very common right-wing narrative. The idea that it's like mostly peaceful. No, we can establish that it is mostly peaceful. And the establishment of that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have law enforcement. In fact, like I said at the opening, I commend the LAPD and the arrests that they've made. If it comes to my knowledge that the people that the LAPD are not are arresting are not being prosecuted, that would be I would say on the merits of that should almost be protested. That's insane. But I just want to say, based on the numbers that I've seen and the narrative that's being shown, mostly peaceful makes sense because it is a counter narrative to the one that is unjustly being painted by conservatives. That being said, I don't know if this is the scope of the conversation for Gibbs for us to have this conversation about. Do you think that the protests themselves are being is a justified cause? Do you think it is a righteous cause to protest against the manner in which the deportations have been conducted?
What do you mean by like a righteous cause? Like I'm not trying.
Like
to,
it's justified. It's justified.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not in favor of it, like, I mean, okay, so the election was what, like 51 like percent? It's close, right? I don't know what it was off the top of my head, right? It's close.
Yeah, it was
It's
close,
like
sure.
it's basically 50-50 with a slight majority one way, right? And when I look at it, yeah, it's absolutely, if your policies aren't put in place that you want, and somebody's doing the opposite of policies, it's absolutely, I would say, it's even the most American thing you can do is to go and protest in a peaceful way. Like I think that's justified. I have like if they're doing it peacefully, I don't have a problem with peaceful protesters, right? Like I have a problem with like something. like with certain things where it's like you're like do it out of the way. Like, I mean, if you're gonna go in like to a college campus and they usually have designated areas to protest. But if you're gonna stop people from going to class that paid for that class, don't like that, right? That's bad. If we're gonna go have a designated protesting designated area about something you think is just, even if it's something stupid like that, like I don't care about it, you don't care about it, and only 5 people care about it, you absolutely should have the right to do that. You should do that. I think it's patriotic as fuck. Now, when you start damaging other people's shit that are taxpayers, that's a problem. And
Whick, did you want to get in before I follow up?
Yeah. I just am really curious then. When Trump says that protesters at the military parade will be met with heavy force, do you think that's a positive thing? Do you think that Trump was okay when he said that? Was it okay for him to say that?
yeah, I mean, I think that it could be okay. I just don't know.
Hold on, how
like,
is it okay? How is it okay
well,
that
it's
for
because
protesters?
it's a deterrent. Like, I think what he's trying to do is he's trying to have it. I like the reason why he's
Do you
saying is
think
we've
it's
seen some of these
hold on? Do you
protests
think
get
it's
violent.
appropriate for the president of the United States to deter protesters by threatening protesting will be met with heavy force?
Yeah, because obviously the permits are probably not done. If it's protesting outside your permits, yeah, I think then you're committing illegal actions. Like I don't think that he's saying, oh, if you protest peacefully or you have like a sign or something, he's going to get you. It's going to be if you're over here trying to like block parade or trying to do some violent shit. That's the implication I've gotten from it. I mean, can you prove that's not what he's trying to say?
I mean, he didn't say that. He said protesters will be met with heavy force.
Mhm.
That's
And
what he said.
he said it, tweeted it. How did he say this?
For those people that want to protest, I'm quoting here. Quote, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. Unquote.
Okay. And so my question is, do these people have permits to protest in that area on the parade day?
I imagine some of them are still submitting for permits and stuff. I don't think just.
So if he has permits and they do it in
that
that area, then bad. But if it's protesters in areas where they're trying to do the parade and it's like, clearly, like, I don't know,
Yeah, the
problem,
reason I'm asking
yeah,
you
I don't have a problem with
the
it.
reason I'm asking you this, and we're going to tie it back to the LA riots, right, is that some have claimed that him threatening to call up the Marines, which he eventually did, him threatening to call up the National Guard, which he eventually did not deter anything,
You think it
but
escalated?
simply
That's your argument?
escalated it. What would you say to those claims?
I find that not to hold too much water, in my opinion. I think that there is something to be said for like heavy shows of force to prevent things going forward being bad. Like, right, like if you come in and you overkill something, like bring in a ton of people and stop it like in its place, it's gonna be like, okay, this is not gonna turn out of control. Sometimes doing too many piecemeal things, kind of like where it's a back and forth, will escalate it. I'm not sure. My issue is I'm not sure he sent enough people in to be like an instant we're quelling this problem right now kind of thing, as opposed to like he just sent a few in and it's gonna keep escalating. I could be maybe sold on that, but the idea that sending them in at all is an escalation while businesses are burning and the LAPD is having to pull back from areas. No, I don't see it as escalation at that point. I see it as needed help. And maybe he should have sent more. Like, honestly, I think we're going to squash it completely. I think that's a big thing. So,
Okay, go ahead, Relevant, if you want to respond to any of that.
I mean, you say needed help. As per my knowledge, somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, and please do. The Marines can't even help. They literally, the Insurrection Act would have to be invoked. They can't even help. They can just stand there and look pretty.
They can handle logistics stuff. They can handle security for the federal buildings. There's all sorts of things they can do. They could just be a.
I'm not sure. Can they do that with the law enforcement capacity? Would that count as law enforcement capacity?
I don't know. I'm not a legal expert in that regard. I know that I've seen some people argue that they can protect ICE. It would be how they're deployed, like protect ICE personnel. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not the guy to ask on that.
Either way, like, sure, but and I'm glad you're not. But the Marines being deployed, I believe, it is an escalation. It is a show of force, but it's a show of force that I don't believe is strictly necessary in this situation. I don't see, as the super chatter, call back to that guy. I believe it was a super chatter, Dono, said like 21 businesses being vandalized is not meriting the Marines. All right. That's a pretty significant escalation of events. And it seems like with the way that the law works and the Insurrection Act needing to be invoked for these people to be operating inside of a law enforcement capacity, and that act not being invoked, seems like the constitutionality of it seems to agree.
Let me ask you a
But
quick question. Do you
Irrelevant.
agree that the Marines are they're like they have a reputation, right? The Marines do.
sure, mhm,
Okay. Do you think you mentioned these angsty kids earlier? Say you're an angsty kid.
yep.
Do you think the idea of I don't I was a pretty angsty kid. I don't think that if I heard the Marines were coming to town, I think I'd probably be like, you know what? I don't want to fuck with the U.S. Marines, and that's going to eventually like eliminate a lot of people from wanting to go do more violence. Do you not see that as a potential like deterrent from people wanting to do shit just
It
by
could
being
it could
around?
be, but I could also see that based on the response that these people have had to the National Guard being deployed, I could see it being the exact opposite because we saw what happened after the National Guard was deployed, which is they just got rowdier. I could totally see a similar thing happen.
I mean, I
When
guess we'll
Trump
see.
announced that he was going to crack down on these protests, they got rowdier.
I mean, well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I feel like hopefully, I think they see it as a deterrent. It's like, hey, you come in here,
I agree. I agree with
there's
that.
big
I hope
problems
they
here
do.
with it. And I think they have the Marines, from what I understand, probably held back by the federal buildings or assisting ICE agents. What I've read online, but like I said, not the legal guy. Either way, I think it's more of a like, hey, don't fuck around. We're not playing kind of thing. Like we got the Marines here, and hopefully people are like, oh shit, maybe I shouldn't go attack that business that's within their cordon. Like
Do
Yeah.
you go ahead?
Okay. Well, I kind of wanted to reference back the line of dialogue that I had gone on with the justification.
Please.
Because the so given the lack, or I guess we'll start here. Do you agree or disagree that there was numerous people who were deported without due process, Gibbs, like illegally?
define due process here. Like, what do you like? Give me specifics. Like,
They were not given their required legal hearings to be able to have their case be heard prior to deportation.
I don't know. I mean, maybe. I haven't followed all that too closely. I'm just happy they're getting rid of people fast. They gotta go. Like,
You haven't followed like Abuego Garcia at all?
yeah. I mean, oh, that's the one we're gonna die on. This one. Okay, yeah, sure, yeah. How's that going? Is he
We
come
don't
back?
have to follow this guy. We can
No, I
follow
mean this is a
the
perfect one.
gay
This is a good one. We sent him
guy
away.
from
Now
El
they want to come
Salvador.
back, and now he's got like 100 charges for like human trafficking because he was the American side of the
Sure. Do
title.
you think he was deported
Well, that was
illegally?
it. I mean, it sounds like maybe a mistake was made. They brought him back, so whatever. Problem solved. He did what you wanted. Once again, the left is still crying about they're getting their way. Even when they win, they're crying.
Wait,
Like,
is it?
if he was
Wait,
breaking law, would he have not brought him back
wait,
at
if
all?
I steal
He
if I
brought him back.
steal your stuff and then bring it back to you later, are you just going to be like, "Well, you brought it back to me"?
Are you really making this argument after you just tried
Yeah,
to justify the vandalizing
yeah.
stuff
No,
and going, oh yeah, all
I'm
right, that
genuinely
makes a lot of
curious.
sense.
I'm genuinely curious.
Bro, he literally. So listen, they told him they fucked up. What did he do? He said okay, and then did exactly. Trump came back and did exactly what the court said. They followed the court orders. Isn't that what you
No,
want?
they didn't. What?
Hold on.
No, they didn't.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm
When
going
the
to
court.
assume
Hold
you
on.
don't know the
Hold on.
timeline of
Hold on.
events.
Hold on.
Let Gibbs finish, and I'll let you respond, Irrelevant.
So there
Gibbs
was
finish,
an
and then
objection.
Irrelevant can respond.
He's deported, arguably wrongly, right? Cool. The court says he's got to be facilitated to come back. Well, it looks like they got him back here, and now he's facing crimes. I saw that Trump had been requesting to dismiss in that court because now he's here. Whether or not you agree that it was fuck ups at the beginning or not is one thing. Sure, maybe they did fuck up, maybe they didn't. I don't really know. Don't really care because the court told him he had to bring him back. Guess what? They brought him back. Now he's fucking in charge for other shit. So even when you get the thing you want, you're still
missing in the
bitching.
middle.
This is
Missing in the middle.
This is Trump bad. No matter what he does, we say Trump do something.
No,
it's
a pretty low bar.
He does it, and he comes back. He does exactly what you want. It's still bad. No, he does exactly what you asked him to, and then he'll come back and
your
go
statement. Let me respond. You made your statement. Why is Trump above the law? He's doing illegal stuff, blatantly illegal, not giving these people due process. And it wasn't just him. It was also several different people. But beyond that specific scope, you say the timeline as if he was asked to return, facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia by the courts, and then he was returned. You're missing a massive middle bit there for months, where in which they said, they made every single argument of why they can't do it, even though he's the most powerful man on earth. And he's literally friends with the person who can facilitate that. Oh, I can't do anything. My best friend is the guy who's like the warden holding the jail keys. I have no idea. I couldn't possibly return him to the United States. He was obviously lying because he got returned. He was able to be returned. So
I
you're
didn't
missing
know
the
that.
big
Well,
bit in the middle where he
well,
constantly
you're
lied
glossing
about
over
his
some
ability
interesting.
to do it.
I didn't know that the Supreme Court or the judiciary branch in general could was allowed to negotiate with other countries. Are they? Oh, wait, they're not. So whenever you're sitting here saying Trump,
What do
is
you?
doing all these
What?
things, yeah,
Did you say the
that,
president can't
hold
negotiate with other countries?
that is not what I said. Listen up. I
Can't
said the
negotiate with other.
judiciary is not allowed to negotiate with other countries, right? Cool. So you know what
Yeah,
branch
that's
is?
why they
The
asked him to
executive,
facilitate
legislative,
the
right? They go in
return.
there and do these things, right? So, okay, they asked him to, all right? You said they didn't do it. Guess what? They brought him back. So they went through the legal process. They talked about it. And despite the judiciary not being able to force him to do it, because your argument is basically you should sit SEAL Team 6 in there to get him. It sounds like we're not going to go to
No,
war
it
with
isn't. He
El
was best
Salvador
friends with
because of
the
whatever. Oh, best friend.
president
Okay,
of the
whatever.
dictator
Listen,
of El Salvador.
you
He was
don't know
best
what
friends with him.
negotiations. You
He
don't
could
know
have
what
just
negotiations.
asked him.
You don't know when negotiations went down. Maybe they're working out some sort of deal. Who knows? El Salvador guy might have been trying to get some.
What
Trump might have
deal?
been trying to get some. We don't know. You don't know. We don't know what happened in the negotiation. We don't know what happened when they talked. There's all sorts of
I
things.
know
But
that both
here's
him
what we
and
do know. But
the
here's what I do know
president of El
is
Salvador
Garcia is
said
back
that
here now.
there's no
Is
way I could
Garcia
return
back
him.
here now? Is Garcia back here
Yeah,
now?
Garcia is, but not
Okay,
all
he's
of the
back.
other
He's
people
back.
who were
Oh,
deported
he's
without
back.
due
He's
process.
back here now. So you got what
Not
you
all of
wanted,
the
and you're
people who
still
are
crying about it. What
not
more do you
all
want?
of the
Even
people
when you get
not
what you want, it's
all of
still
the
Trump
people who
bad.
were deported without
He
due
follows
process
the
should be
law. Do you
returned.
think it's a good thing that he listened to the judiciary and got him back? Do you think it's a good thing?
It is good
Okay,
that
so he
Rodrigo
followed the
Garcia
law.
is returned.
Every president presses the law on shit, like everyone,
No, I'm
every
curious.
single one.
Do
And
you
then when
think
the
he was the
judiciary
only
smacks
one
him down,
deported on that plane?
he followed the law. He
Do you
followed the
think he
law,
was the
brought him
only
back.
one
Did he
deported?
Relevant,
Do
I
you
have a
think he was?
question.
Yeah, what's up?
I have a question. So, an argument that I heard from people who were concerned about the lack of due process but are in support largely of deportations, they said that essentially, what if we could do some type of expedited court process, even like a virtual court process? So, for example, if it would cost more resources to fly someone back to the country to have them seen in a court in person, would you be open to remedy the situation where people have already been deported, doing some type of virtual court hearings, and then if it's found that it was unfounded, we bring the people back, and otherwise deportation
I
already
mean,
happened and you save time on travel,
perhaps
basically.
the main issue that I would have with that is CCOT. I doubt you're going to be able to have a good meeting with your attorney and be able to really, build your case, which you would be able to
Well,
do inside of the United States.
didn't
But
we get
assuming all
didn't
of,
we get like
Mhm.
wasn't there a US congressperson who went down to meet Garcia in person?
Yeah, but I don't believe he met him in CCOT. I might be wrong. He met him when he got transferred out of
Okay.
CCOT.
I
But I
don't
could
know
be
the
wrong about that.
specifics of the congressional meeting. It's been too long. But
Well,
I will
to
say.
your point,
Oh, go ahead.
his BFF being the one facilitating it. So what if his BFF would allow in lawyers to facilitate
And
this
sure,
type of thing?
sure.
Okay.
I would say at that point that's it's better than nothing. I mean, as far as I understand, you can do virtual immigration hearings, and we do them domestically.
Here.
So I don't see
Right.
why it would be a super significant thing. Maybe
So-
it would just be like a show of good faith to return them to the country. I don't think it's
I was
super
going to say a
necessary.
So-
good faith remedy. I agree.
Two
Yeah.
things, though. I think I agree with. I disagree with Ahrelevant here, and I disagree with you as well, Tali. And I'll just tell you why. When the government violates someone's rights, which I do believe they did, and with not just Garcia but with several others, it could be up to hundreds of others. That we just don't know, because a lot of the people who've been sent to CCOT have not been allowed to talk to their lawyers or anyone, right? So we just don't know.
Mhm.
When the government egregiously violates people's rights, they should be punished for that. They should have to pay a price. It should have to cost them more money, time, resources to bring people back and do it the right way. It should be burdensome upon them, because this incentivizes them not to keep doing it. If behavior that is rewarded is repeated, and if we make it easy, if we make it painless to violate people's rights, they will continue to do so. So I would disagree with both of you here on that. But I did want to ask.
Sure.
Can I ask you a question real quick with
Please,
that?
go
Okay.
ahead.
So I have an issue with maybe part of what you just said, but I think we can maybe build a bridge, right?
Sure.
Okay, so you said it should be punished. It should be like whatever. Like there should be like costly. Now I have a problem with it being costly for the reason that it's going to be taxpayers in the end that are having to pay more for this. Now, I think that we could build a bridge in this aspect. What if there was a civil thing where people that did this as a government had to answer to like, oh, you did this, and then we made a civil pathway where these people could try to get restitution financially from the actual people that committed the actions of like deporting themselves or something. What do we think about that?
If we kind of removed qualified immunity from ICE officers
Yeah,
and others,
yeah,
and they could
and
be
others, yeah.
sued by these people, I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
Like, I would be open to considering something like that because once again, I'm not a diehard government, back the blue light in all situations guy either. So
my problem, and we do have a lot of super chats, and I do want to get to them. I don't want to interrupt the back and forth too much, right? But my problem overall, right, with that is that a lot of these things are coming from the top down. So the ICE agents and the other people who are doing these things because they are being ordered to by the government. Stephen Miller and others are telling them, this is what you need to do. This is a policy. And if you don't do that, if they don't meet quota, and we have incidences of this happening, of ICE officers resigning because they refuse to punish their subordinates for not meeting this quota and not engaging these things, right? We have evidence of this happening. I don't know if it's the ICE agents that are the root of the problem here, right? It's the policy that's the problem. But let me read these super chats, and a couple of them are addressed to you, Gibbs, so don't worry. You'll all get some chances here. Let me get there. Okay, $2 from Cameraman502 says, won't that just encourage illegal immigration in regards to Ahrelevant saying we need to provide a pathway to citizenship? So that is something I think is worth a response. Like, won't doing that just encourage more people to jump the border? If they know if they get here, if they're good.
Do I respond now or
wait
till
just
you're
respond
through
now? Because I think
all right. So I believe that it could. It could encourage people to potentially jump the border. I think it absolutely could. And then they're just like, hey, I'll jump the border and I'll not commit any crimes after that to be able to do this, right? I think the reason why or the remedy for that is to figure out ways to be able to process people legally faster. Because I think the reason why people are jumping the border isn't because, I jumped the border and, I haven't caused any crimes or whatever. It's because the legal process takes such a long time. And also, I would say that my specific statement for like, you haven't caused any crime, you've been here for X, Y, and Z, is that X, Y, and Z isn't like 3 months. You've been here for like 12 years. You're effectively a part of like the community. Maybe you have kids, you have maybe property, you've been paying taxes for a really long time. That's what I would say. Not like, oh, I've been here for 3 months and haven't caused trouble. Bro, I don't remember the last law I broke for the last 6 years. Do you think that I should be awarded that same like levy, like that same liberty? Like, no. Okay. So it's an amount of time in correspondence with the good behavior.
Okay.
So
£5 from Jacob Buckingham. Again, the most English name I've ever heard. To say this: thank God I am not American and I don't share a country with people like Gibbs. I would game end. Thank you for the £5.
Well, hey, listen, 1776.
That $20 from Alexander Rin to say, at Gibbs, how would you feel if the friend you mentioned earlier was treated like Garcia? Wrongly deported without process, imprisoned in a labor camp, ignored for months, and brought back and charged with every crime there is.
Sucks to suck. I mean, it would be bad. I'd feel bad for him. Like, I mean, would I feel good for him? No, I wouldn't feel good. Would I be upset? Yeah, maybe would I try to lobby a local congressperson I know or a local politician I know? Absolutely. I would definitely try to help him out. But, like,
protest?
I'd be, maybe, who knows? I'm not opposed to protesting. If it's a case-by-case thing, yeah, I'd be sad about it. What do you want me to say? I wouldn't be sad about it. But no, I'm not going to be sad about overall them getting the job done on the deportations because it needs to be done. Like, yeah, it's going to be messy sometimes. And I hope that gets cleaned up. But, like, overall, I'm a fan of it. Yeah, sure. Suck for that guy, though.
$10 from the Trib 1 to say, Gibbs is saying he's okay with illegal immigrants being deported illegally. But would Gibbs be okay with himself being deported illegally, as long as it meant at least all illegals would be deported as well. So would you martyr yourself if you could guarantee that every illegal in the country gets deported, right? But you yourself would have to also be deported. Would you throw yourself upon the pyre?
Sure, as long as I got to keep my assets, or at least got some cash for them, then yeah, absolutely. I'll be
Okay.
good. I'll enjoy living in Mexico. I'll be rich as fuck.
Fair enough.
Maybe I'll move to Guatemala, and it'll be like I'll be a billionaire in Guatemala.
But
You
what
know
if
I'm
what if
saying?
you got sent to CCOT? I'm just curious.
I mean, I guess then I'll be legendary for killing all the illegals out, and I'll be remembered. Remember me, I guess whatever. At least my legacy will live on. Yeah, the Admiral
And to
took
be
one for the
clear, I
team.
don't think that they are able to keep their assets when they get deported. I think they're being stripped of
Well,
their assets, but I'm not sure.
I'll probably be fine either way.
Yeah, I
I
don't know.
think.
Okay, $10 from Ben Riley to say the lack of intellectual rigor and moral consistency from Gibbs is astounding. Imagine if doctors did this. Well, we took out the right organ eventually. Who cares if it was in the wrong place? Thank you for the $10. $5 from the Trib. Wanted to say, by the way, I don't remember Grid or Gibbs finding where that 350 billion number Trump repeated for Ukraine came from. They still have time.
I don't
to
know
try
why
to
they
find
keep
it.
saying. Hold on. I never made that claim. That was Grid. Let's make that very clear. I even said that then that I didn't make that
We
claim. I
agreed Trump was
disagreed.
lying
I
about it.
disagree. I disagreed with the claim at the time. I even said that. I told you that.
You
on
agreed
that
Trump
debate.
was lying about it.
Listen, I said I'm not sure how it became the number. I don't even remember, but I know that I didn't agree with that number. Y'all aren't gonna get me on that one. Grid, he can stand on his own feet about it. I
Okay,
never.
and honestly, the Ukraine stuff's beyond the scope of our conversation
Yeah.
today, so we can move past that. And then $50 from Alexander Wren, the big 50. Thank you for the $50 to say, if I can request an answer to this from Gibbs, and you can for $50, says if Garcia was actually innocent of the crimes accused, guilty of only of coming into the country running from a gang that wanted to kill him unjustly, would you be bothered enough to want to slow it down?
No. Sorry, we got to get it going. It's got to go.
Okay. What would be the point
Well,
where
well-
you'd be like, okay, this
well,
is too much?
I'm gonna be honest. I know that people throw the word fatigue around a lot, but I've had friends dying because of cartel violence my whole life. This is a problem, and people don't realize how messy it's going to be, right? We all care about Lupita, the hotel cleaner, right? She's a nice lady. She never breaks the law. Well, the cartel still have her social info. Maybe she pays them a certain percentage every month to keep her whatever. Then what happens is she'll be fine for 20 years. Then one day they need to kill somebody at a hotel. They know they're staying there, and they'll call Lupita up and be like, "Give us the key." This sounds like the Battle of a bad movie, but
Wouldn't
this
it be better
happens
to go after the cartel and not the immigrants?
Sure, I understand that, but you have to take out the organization. This is a problem that's consistent. It's not they're intertwined. I agree. Go after the cartel. It's great.
Why go
but
after
it's a
Letitia or
multi-level.
whatever you said?
It's a multi-level issue, and it's also there's also the free
why
trade.
go after the innocent
The
person?
free trade aspect to it, where people are paying labor lower. There's the wage slavery aspect. It's multi-level issues, and y'all are trying to boil it down to these people are just fantastic. Yeah, there's good people caught up in bad situations all over the world. But I'm sorry, the way we solve this problem is we deport the illegal ones, we get a secure wall, and then we have immigration reform to get people in here the right way, and we open it up more. That's what we have to do. This is what I've advocated from day one, and y'all are sitting here going, oh, now we're getting the balls to do it. Oh, it's scary. Oh, no. And they're protesting. Cool, let them protest. Don't destroy the fucking city, though. I don't know why that's crazy. Oh, outrageous, bro. Outrageous.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
I think
all the
we
super
can-
chats for now. So continue. Go Ahrelevant.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I think we could target the cartels without kicking out every single person. But nonetheless, it feels like we were getting to something substantial there, but you seem to have an issue with Abrego Garcia. We could talk about the what is it? The gay? Was it a hair salon or a dude who does nails? I forgot who it was. It was a gay dude who was deported without due process.
I don't know this
If you want to use that, okay. Nonetheless, if there are people
Why wasn't
being
he
deported-
the face? I mean,
Yeah,
don't you
that's a good
think he
question.
would have been a more sympathetic? This is a problem that the left has all the time: is picking really unsympathetic figures to be the martyrs of their cause. It's reminds me of the Jacob Blake situation. If what I've heard about Abrego Garcia is correct, it reminds me of the Jacob Blake situation a little bit. Everyone coming out to defend a guy who might be really a shitty, violent guy. And even shitty, violent people are entitled to due process, but wouldn't it just be smarter to pick, like you're saying, the gay hairdresser with the tattoos that said mommy and daddy or something?
Yeah, it would be, I think, smarter optically to do that. I believe the reason why people got behind Abuego Garcia is because of, uh, I believe, the timing, as well as at the time of their deportation, there wasn't so many like allegations. Obviously, when he was deported, like conservatives media ran triple sextuple overtime to be able to try to find any dirt on this guy they could possibly find. And then, after that, it just kind of stuck. And then it was like, oh, yeah, well, even potentially bad people deserve due process. But yeah, like there was dozens of people who were deported without due process. This idea in and of itself makes, in my opinion, the LA protests justified. Even if that was exclusively the only reason why, but it isn't. There's multiple different reasons why. People have their various reasons for going out there. One of my criticisms, even of the protests, is that they don't really have a unified message. We know from history that having protests without a unified message is quite bad for the protests because we can't really make significant demands of their federal or local governments. So we'll see how this goes. But
the Garcia, just to answer the Garcia question of why it was a face, is because the Trump's lawyers at the time said they fucked up. They admitted.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough too. Yeah.
And this is why people focused on it, because it was an admitted mistake. It wasn't something that was alleged. They admitted, like, we messed up. And that's where people were like, okay, well, what are you going to do to fix it? And then Trump was like, I'm not. And that's why that came about. And that's why we had that whole thing. Okay, we are kind of winding down here. I do have one more question for Gibbs, and I don't know if Tali has one last question for Ahrelevant, but then after I ask these questions, we have the back and forth. We'll kind of close it down. And to be clear, gang, we're not ending the stream. I'm going all night, baby, because me and Tali's going to talk a little bit after this. Oh yeah, and then I got the Raging Tomato. I'm going on her show and co-hosting, and you guys can call in and yell at me and yell at her, and it should be fun. Okay, my question for Gibbs: do not worry that by lowering the bar for calling up the Marines specifically, I'm not talking about the National Guard, I'm talking the Marines specifically, and sending the Marines to LA, that this might be a new precedent that is used by future administrations that may not be very, that may be much more liberal or much more leftist, to call in the military to break up otherwise controlled protests. Do you not worry that this is an escalation that would set a precedent, is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, bro. I definitely am worried. I'm worried about a lot of things, right? Like, yes, I am worried that is a problem and a precedent that whatever. Like, I don't know if you realize this, but the Texas Nationalist Party got absorbed into the Texas Republican Party. And the Texas Republican Party is official stance. It's something they talk about is prepare for worst case scenario and maybe go back to like sympathetic to like begin under the donation again, right? And so when you sit here, this is a Texan idea. Hey, we don't trust big government. Be ready for the worst. Yeah, I absolutely hear you. And you go, hey, this is a bad precedent. It's terrifying. It's awful. And I'm kind of the opinion though,
but
to
so
where
why
I
are
actually
you supporting it?
All that I'm about to tell you, because I think that it's such an egregious problem that at this point, even though it's a scary precedent, I'm willing to accept it because it's rioting, it's insurrection on a wild level, and we cannot have another $20 billion kind of BLM riot thing happen. This needs to be quelled immediately. And it's also, it's like, every time this is happening, every single time, we need a show of force. And as long as the Marines aren't deployed to actively turning into kill squads, they're doing logistics or defending some federal buildings, I think this is a good thing because who wants to fuck it with the Marines?
Do you think the Marines should have been deployed on January 6th?
Maybe. I mean, sure. If they, honestly, yeah, probably. I think they should have been deployed into the Capitol building on January 6th. No, I'm not a fan of people going in and tearing up the Capitol building either. Like, I don't know why. Like, this is not the gotcha people think. Where like, whenever they come,
it is because Trump pardoned all of them. It is
cool. I mean, okay, listen. Oh my God, I'll just be good faith. Listen, Biden pardoned his son. You know what? I sat there and told everybody. It's crazy that people are upset about this. No, hold on. That people are upset about this. I'd absolutely pardon my kids. Are you? If I was the president, you're lying. If you say you're the president and you wouldn't pardon your kid to say, like, give me a break. That's the whole half the reason to be president. Nah, not really. I'm just kidding.
You brought up Biden. What I'm talking about is Trump pardoning
this. Of course,
all
they're
of
going to have
those violent criminals.
Biden, cool, and who knows who Biden pardoned because he had dementia and they were using auto pen. I don't give a shit. Like, it's not the dunk you think this is. I don't give a shit. Presidents are going to pardon all sorts of people all the time. That's what they do. They pardon the people that are favorable optically. That's what Trump pardoned 2 rappers recently. You know, are you a fan of that? Do you like that you pardoned those 2 rappers? Like, did you like that? Were you a fan of that shit? No. Did you like you pardoning the rappers?
Hold on, why are we asking about pardoning the rappers?
Oh, so then exactly. What do you care? Trump pardoned some people that were optically for him to pardon. Like, I mean, what's your point?
No. I'm asking you, was it legitimate to pardon all the January 6th violent criminals?
Yeah, because he's the fucking president. Any pardoning issues is legitimate, unless he's got dementia and he's not actually doing it. Then it's not legitimate.
As in justified. You know what I'm talking about. You want to talk about bad faith?
Since my justification is that they're the fucking president, and if they want to pardon someone for optics, they can do it.
Biden could pardon. So if like
that, I just gave you that advice.
Joe Biden. So let's say if Joe Biden was president when Epstein was put on trial and he pardoned him, you would have been fine with that?
I mean, I would have been happy about it. Yeah, but I would have said, "Cool, tough tits."
Okay, are you unhappy about Trump pardoning the January 6ers?
No, I don't give 2 fucks.
Okay, yeah, all right. So I don't give a fuck what you have to say about the violent shit going on in LA. You don't care about the part. That is so fucking. I don't care.
They're pardoning optically. Like, it's good optically.
I'm expecting to take your opinion on the violent shit going on in LA, but all of the fucking violence.
These guys haven't rioted. These guys were 3 hours and it was handled in January. It was 3 hours. These guys are burning down businesses left and right.
Okay, Tali, do you have anything for Ahrelevant before we get to closings and things like that? Or Gibbs in that matter? Okay, no. No. Okay. Gang, this has been a great discussion. Again, we're not ending the stream, but we're not Hamas. We won't keep these individuals hostage, but we do appreciate them coming by. So we're going to give them each closing thoughts, closing statements, and we have links to their stuff in my YouTube description, but they can tell you other places they can find you. And please, please, please go and make sure you give them a follow, give them a sub, whatever, and follow their stuff. They've taken their time out of their night to be with us on the Whick and Tali show, right? And surely you can reward them with a follow, and we do appreciate you. And again, remember, like the streams, all that good stuff on my end too. Keep giving me your money. I like it. Okay, we're going to start with Gibbs. We're going to give Ahrelevant last word. Gibbs, closing thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, don't destroy property, and then you won't get the Marines called on you. Pretty simple. I mean, that's really the bottom line. People are destroying property. There's large enough numbers of people doing it that we have to take a show of force. As for me, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs on pretty much. And tonight, I'm going to be on Grid's Gauntlet. I think probably as a judge or just hanging out there. And then we'll probably have a slosh cast after. And on Sunday, check this out, guys. We always talk politics, and it's very stressful. Sometimes it's just good to kick back and have some fun. Coach Kurt's hosting a dating show, as he does every Sunday, and I do the Backrooms Love Island podcast host. It's really fun. It's lighthearted and very comedic, and sometimes just have a laugh, enjoy yourself. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but it's good times. Y'all should check it out. And thank you so much, Rick, for having me. Tali, thank you for being here, moderating the rel. This was fun. It was very fiery. Enjoyed it. Good times. Hope to come back soon.
Oh, thank you.
What, you watch Love Island?
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro.
Hey,
look, we're having some sausage building over Love Island. I have never even heard of that show, but fair enough. Ahrelevant.
It's so good, bro.
What do you got?
Yeah, my name is Ahrelevant on all of the platforms. So sorry, I'm gonna head back a little bit here to you, Gibbs, even though we had a moment. I personally do not take anybody seriously who claims that the January 6 pardons were justified, who complains ever about violence, especially against property or riots or looting. I won't ever take you seriously if you don't vehemently condemn the pardons of the January 6 violent criminals. But beyond that, I would say that we have very significant common ground on getting the violence in LA, getting all these people arrested. These people should be arrested. We need to take a very strong and firm stance. You're going to probably have different reasons than me. Not only just that way we can keep the community safe, but also those people give people like who are actual peaceful protesters a horrible name. They give bad optics. They also put me in a position where I have to fucking look like could be defending their actions. It's ridiculous. I hate it, and I don't like them. Nobody really likes them, except for themselves. They love themselves so much. They need to be arrested. We need to come down on the hard. But I also think we need to come down on the police officers who are ego tripping really hard, like the one who shot at the press lady. Like that, we need to come down on those people hard. Right now is a very good time for a strong show of force when it comes to law and order. So that's my opinion. The LA protests are justified. There's been an unprecedented lack of due process for undocumented immigrants, and even the rounding up of U.S. citizens. They're kind of shooting and then asking questions later. It's totally illegitimate. I support the LA protests, not the riots. Yeah, Relevant on all platforms.
Check them out, gang. Thank you for being here. Any last words, Tali, for either of these?
I think this was a fun conversation. I appreciate you both for being here. I'm excited to talk shit about you guys with Whick once you guys leave.
That'll be fun.
Amen.
Mostly kidding.
Okay. No, mostly. Okay, we're gonna let you guys go, and so bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a good one.
Okay, now that they're gone, let me leave this loser's chat here. Give me a second. Hold on.
Thoughts, sir?
Okay. Are we deporting them? Yes, they've been deported. They were
Oh, I can't hear
illegals
you.
on our screen, etc. And now we are here. Yeah,
people hear
okay.
you?
How do you think it went, first of all? What are some of your just off the cuff thoughts? You can't hear me. Okay, great. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I forgot I had push to talk on.
Okay.
Yeah. Off the cuff thoughts. What do you think? First blush, what do you got? How do you think the discussion went overall?
Overall, I think it went well. I'm happy that we were able to get into some detailed back and forth. I'm glad that Gibbs made some concessions at the end. I think there, it was a lot of shouting and kind of silliness there in the beginning for a while. While I don't take a tremendous amount of issue with the deportations in principle. Again, my really only concern is the due process violations. However, I'm team Ahrelevant here because I think that he was willing to make a lot of meaningful concessions, and he sounded principled in everything that he was saying. And I think that's what currently my political sensitivity is heightened towards, is hypocrisy and
Do you feel Gibbs was being hypocritical? I know you so you just said that you're kind of leaning towards Ahrelevant because you felt he made a more principled stand on what he felt was right or wrong and things like that. But when you mention hypocrisy, do you think do you think Gibbs was a hypocrite during this, and how?
It's funny. Maybe I should back away from that word since you guys all fought over that word so vociferously the
No,
other
I
night.
believe you know
And
what that means, unlike my
Yeah.
previous interlocutor who had no fucking clue what that meant. But please go ahead.
Sure. So, in the broad sense, what I mean is like, even right at the end, when you posed him the most like basic 101 question of, or do you have any concerns of like taking this type of power, how that might come to bite you in the ass if there was, somebody else in power? And he was basically, well, yeah, but this is important enough, it's okay because my pet cause is important enough. And I guess while that's not inherently hypocritical, it's counter to the values that are espoused by people who call themselves Republicans, people who are on the right. And so I think that's what frustrates me.
No, I get
Yeah.
it. I get it. I think that I kind of Look, I know Gibbs. I like Gibbs. I've hung out with Gibbs in person, right? So, right, we share
He
that
seems like
special
a nice
bond.
enough
He's a nice
guy.
guy.
Yeah.
I think he goes for more like the spectacle of this, right? And I think that he failed to kind of to really justify, in my mind at least, why we needed the Guard or the Marines. He mentioned what he mentioned the 21 stores, right, being vandalized, but then he tried to kind of expand that, I think, beyond the scope of it, to say, and they were burned down, and they were all burning down, right, and trying to kind of dishonestly, in my opinion, frame them all and lump them all into the same thing, where all vandalism is equal. And the flattening of that word, I thought, really hurt his case. I thought that you can point to the
Well, it was
YMOs, you can point to the
so
things that were, yeah,
unreasonable.
yeah,
The notion that it would be preferable to have, in some cases, it might even be preferable to have your business burned to the ground than to have somebody graffiti on the side of the wall. Like that was a ridiculous hill to die on, and I guess that's what I mean, right? It's like I kind of politically right now, I have no patience for that type of thing. Like explaining away all the things that you wouldn't allow or accept on if it was coming from the other side. Or if it was coming from yeah. So I think that was a ridiculous hill to die
well,
on.
look, let's not be one-sided here. Let's give everyone a little bit of
Sure.
thing. Where do you think Irrelevant was at his weakest? Either his argumentation, his rhetoric, his style, his whatever, right? The substance of what he was saying. Where would you say, if any place, right? I mean, maybe you thought he did a 10 out of 10 job. I don't know. But where would you say Irrelevant could have been? Yeah, where was his weakest points? Go ahead.
Why don't you go first and we'll
Oh,
see if
make
that
me
sparks
go
anything
first.
in
I see
me.
how it is,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
basically, you're stalling for time. That's what you're doing, but that's okay.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
I think that
I need inspiration.
sure. I think that Irrelevant should have hammered home. Like, I think that he could have won harder, right? In the sense that there's win, because again, this isn't a contest, right? There's no real victory and things like that. We're just trying to get different perspectives on the issue. But he could have really pressed home Gibbs on a few more points. For example, he really should have pressed home the fact that the Marines, for example, and the National Guard, he did this much later in the conversation, but he didn't do it at the time, where the violence only escalated, such as it was, when Trump said he was going to call in the Marines and the National Guard, right? That drew attention to it, and it only escalated. The cars, the YMOs that got burned, they were burned after Trump said he was going to call in the National Guard, and Trump said he was going to call in the Marines. That happened after that. So this idea that calling in the Guard, calling in the Marines would deter that doesn't seem to line up with how it actually happened.
Yeah. I guess that particular point I'm not like entirely sold on, or I don't know how significant it is.
Sure.
For one, especially because this was such a short period of time that we're talking about. So it's like for
Mhm.
all we know, it also ramped up because a bunch of people just saw the beginning of the riots for the first time and were just headed out to join it, right? Sort of spontaneously. I also do think there's a difference between a threat of force and a show of
Mm.
force. So yes, people get really worked up. When the line is like they're coming to use the government against us
Mhm.
violently, and that is like sort of what Trump postured in some of his Truth Social posts. But I think there it seems obvious, and I think Irrelevant did concede this to some extent that there is some deterrent value if there were to see the actual bodies lining the
Depending.
streets, right? To see
Depending.
actual Marine
Yeah.
Corps
No, I get you.
protecting government buildings or something like that.
$10 from Ice Beans, and gang, if you want me to read your stuff, we still are taking your money, so please keep giving it to us. $10 from Ice Beans to say, quote, I'm a nice person, so normally I would say that I hope Gibbs doesn't want to get hit with the shit stick that he wants to hit other humans with. But let's be real. If it gets you to learn your lesson, then I do hope you get hit with the shit stick. End quote. Thank you for the $10, Ice Beans. I appreciate it. Another thing I think that Ahrelevant should have brought up, I would have brought up, which he didn't brought up, but again, he should have done it, is comparing the last time the Marines got sent in, right, with this time. The last time Marines got sent into LA was during the Rodney King riots. And that was a period of riots over 6 days, and it caused over $1 billion in damages. 63 people died. 2,400 people were injured. And then, obviously, when you have something that violent, okay, it's out of hand. We need to escalate. But as far as I'm aware, and maybe people can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's been any deaths at this one. And the property damage is far, far less than $1 billion. I would be shocked if it was even 100 million at this point. It might only be, like, I just don't know how much a WIMO is, to be honest with you, but it doesn't seem, it seems very contained as opposed to the Rodney King riots were like this huge issue, and this is just kind of like, in comparison, just a drop. It's not good, to be clear. I'm not excusing what happened in the violence ways,
Right.
but it's just not comparable, right?
Right. And I weren't necessarily trying to talk about these specific points, but I'll just respond to them. I both agree with you, and I feel like a good counter for someone who disagrees with you more is like, right, but in order to prevent things getting to Rodney King levels, you have this deterrent force there earlier. And so I'm sympathetic to that too. Especially
Yeah,
if
but
there
we
were
didn't.
some like
I just think we've shown that the LAPD, who's been, I think they've arrested everyone, right? Like they handled it. The National Guard, but Ahrelevant did make this point, right? That the National Guard and the Marines have been just basically show ponies, right? They're just not doing anything.
right. Right, and again, I mean, deterrence to a certain extent, that's what it is. If you actually have them out there, for the factor of intimidation, essentially. Um, I'm yeah, listen, I think that this is essentially an overreaction. I'm not sold that like LAPD has everything fully under control, or rather, I guess there are people who want to see more of this quelled, like we kind of touched on. With the closing down highways and stuff like that. I mean, that's a protest favorite, is to block the streets. When I used to protest, I remember getting I shame on me now, but I remember getting a real thrill when you can effectively block off the street. You have a lot of power when you're standing in the
Certainly.
road doing that, and especially if you feel like you're there for a righteous cause, right? You're thinking like inconveniencing these people, and forcing them to learn about this, and forcing them, the people who are doing this think that when they're stopped in traffic, the person's going to say like, wow, I need to write to my senator and say that we need to abolish ICE, when of course like you really spur an opposite reaction in people. But I think I would want to ensure that the people who are being arrested are being prosecuted, not just sort of like temporarily detained and not given any preferential treatment in that way. Yeah.
Okay. $10 from
I don't know, I
Alexander.
think
Oh,
oh, yeah,
let
go
me do
ahead,
this,
read it.
and then you can go. $10 from Alexander Rin to say, next time you talk to Gibbs, you need to find out if there's any overstep, any horrid action that the Trump admin could take that would make him want to slow things down. I tried to get at it a couple times, but I'll press harder. Thank you for the $10, Alexander Rin. I'm sorry to interrupt. Continue, Tali, please.
So I think back to the summer of love when I was protesting like every day. I was a radical progressive lefty 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Um Things really get violent and ugly at night, and this is sort of obvious, and so it seems like there could be more strategic ways, and I'm sure they already are doing this, right? Of time of day enforcement and what type of enforcement. Maybe you allow people to take up more space during the day, but you severely restrict the amount of space that they're able to take up protesting at night. And I'm when we were sleeping at at City Hall in New York City, eventually they tried to kind of push people out every day, and they would go in and clean things, or every night, and they would go in and clean things up during the day when people had left because everyone was sleeping overnight. But eventually, the way that they were able to disperse everybody was they turned on the sprinklers, basically, and like everyone's shit got ruined, and everyone had to move away. So there are other things that you can do. You can use sprinklers and stuff like that as deterrents too, in theory. Especially if people are out here for sport and for the Instagram photo and stuff like that, they don't really want to be inconvenienced in that way
Certainly.
of having their clothes soaked and shivering and stuff like that. So
No, it look, it's all fun and games while you're snapping your instas, but as soon as you have to actually sacrifice for the cause, then it's a problem. My
yeah.
Look, I think that I'm with Ahrelevant that this is a just cause to protest. It's a moral cause. It's a righteous cause. I do worry that there are elements, especially with the extreme left, that will hijack righteous causes just because they want to blow shit up, just because they want to stir shit. They want to fight. That is what they want. They want to fight the government. They want to burn it down. They don't want reform. They don't want anything other than to pick a fight with the government and accelerate the bad things that happen so that people will insert whatever, right? And I do think that there is a lot of that that happens, especially at the LA riots that they had. They had people who were burning Wymos, and that's not good. The people waving Mexican flags as they stood up on a one of those burnt robocars, right? That's doing Trump's work for him. These are photo ops that absolutely help Trump, that hurt the cause that a lot of the people who are actually protesting there and actually care about it want to promote and things like that. So I don't know how to solve the problem of, especially when we live in a world where any photo like that is going to of maybe what 6 cars total got burned, but it was been blown up to be like the city is on fire, right? Obviously, we condemn even the minimal amount of burning, right? Even the 6 cars that got burned, not good. But we can also acknowledge that that doesn't mean the whole city's on fire. I know people, Charlie lives in Los Angeles, and she told me that she was just doing her normal thing. She didn't even know it was happening until someone told her, right? Like, most of LA is fine. It's just these pinpricks of excess. And I just don't know how to handle it. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. In the obvious way, it's not going to be everywhere. It couldn't literally be everywhere. People come together, right? So people, you're going to have like a density of people. It's going to be a smaller area by design of a protest, right? People coming together to organize. Obviously, all of LA was never on fire, right? But I mean, 6 burning cars is really fucking bad. And it's fair to, especially if it's happening in such a small area, right? And these are not like
Well,
independent
they called
events.
them in. They called the robo taxis in. They ordered them, and then they burned them all in the same spot. Yeah, they did it on purpose.
I mean, I think
Obviously.
there's a fair question of like, how did that even happen?
They called
Like,
them up, and then they blew them up.
no, right? Like, how do police allow that to happen for it to get to such
How would you stop that?
I don't know. I'm not police.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like, how would you stop? Like, all it would take, you could even probably do it with 6 people, right? 6 people with like some Molotov cocktails, going to an intersection, calling up their robo taxis, and then blowing them up. How would you ever stop that from happening? I just can't think of
Well, I guess what I don't know like the actual sequence of events here, and that does matter to a certain extent, right? Because if they called them all in and then you had 6 guys, right, and they're coordinating like on the count of 3, right? We're going 1, 2, 3, and we're all setting our individual Waymos on fire or something. Then yeah, how can you stop that? I imagine that it was some type of progression, and then I guess how you could stop it potentially if it's not all happening at the exact same time is like, okay, this protest is all good and fun. The first fucking car that goes on fire, that's it. You know, we're shutting the whole thing down. Sorry for the peaceful people. It's ruined us now, and because to me, it's unsafe. It's obviously unsafe, right? To have like this like electric vehicle on fire, in the middle of the roadway. So
You shut the whole
it
thing
seems
down for
like a
that?
clear,
What if you just had one altercation? Like,
yeah.
so you
Oh
have a
yeah, shut
protest
the
of
whole thing
10,000 people
down.
in the city, and 2 people get in a fight. Do you shut it down for that?
If you're not shutting it down, you gotta get the hell out of here. Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Everyone needs
Okay.
to vacate. Oh yeah, if there's cars on fire, I mean,
No,
to me,
no, no,
yes,
no, no, no,
absolutely. That
no.
is
In
a
my hypothetical here, I'm asking you
okay.
specifically. So
Sorry.
you have 10,000 people protesting at an event in LA, and then at that protest, 2 people get into a big fight, a fist fight with each other, bloody noses there. Is that enough
No,
for
no,
you?
you don't shut that down.
Okay. What I'm asking
I
to
don't
you,
think
what
those
is your
pose the
line?
same safety
Right?
risk. I don't think those pose the same safety risk as like a car on fire in the middle of a group of protesters.
Hmm. I
These seem
don't.
these seem different to me.
No,
They not does that
I'm
not seem
asking for
different to you?
scale, right? Because one nutter blowing up a car is bad, right?
That's right.
But I
One person
don't
can ruin it
know.
for
Yeah,
everybody.
I don't know if we should allow that. I don't know if that is enough to have the whole protest shut down. Obviously, arrest that individual who did that. Obviously, right?
But it's not even
But I
about
don't think we
arresting
should
the
shut
individual.
down things.
To me, it's about putting that fire out. And in order to put that fire out, you're going to need fire and police to be able to access this thing, which means you can't have all the people circling around it and doing their chants. I think even it's like you don't need to go home, but you got to get the fuck out of here. If there is a car that is up in flames in the middle of the road, I want all of the people standing around there out. What do you do in a case of a fire? You evacuate. So yeah, maybe they go protest, a couple blocks over. But I think people really don't like to see this shit up in flames. And then, like you're saying, with the people just running around, we are the champions around that scene. It's unsafe, and that I think is my biggest concern, and also like just the strongest pretense to go in. There's a huge safety issue if there are a bunch of cars on fire. And again, I think
The
that
problem
poses a very
because
different risk
yeah, the problem
than 2
becomes
people getting
yeah.
into a fight,
My
or even
yeah.
more people
Finish.
getting into a fight.
So again, I think we both can agree that obviously the people who perpetrate that kind of shit should be arrested, right? They should go to jail. They should be charged. They should not be pardoned. They should
It's
face
not
criminal
about being
prosecution,
arrested.
etc. Right? When it comes to, however, shutting a protest down over the actions of those people, the 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 problem I have with that is it allows for spoilers. If I was Donald Trump, for example, and I knew I could get any protest down if I just pay some dude to blow up one car, fuck yeah, right? Like, or it doesn't even have to be Donald Trump, just some group who was the Proud Boys or whatever, who didn't want that to go down, right? Didn't want the protest to go down. It allows for spoilers very easily to shut down legitimate protests and silence voices. By being spoilers. And I don't know if that's the answer, to shut down a whole protest simply because there is some violence. I just don't think that's the right
I hear you,
way
but
to go.
I feel like we're living in different worlds. If there was a protest going on the street outside my block and then someone sets a car on fire, I want all these people dispersed. I want this is now like a real safety concern. Now there's a fire and a bunch of people standing in the street. So if the fire spreads and I need to leave or something, they're blocking my roadway, my exit. Yeah, if you are set, I understand what you're saying about spoilers, but like that already happens. That was already a possibility. Um,
Well, no, it's harder for them. Like, what you're doing is making it easier for them, and I want to make it a bit harder for them.
yeah,
Again,
but I don't want to allow.
No one wants to allow it, right? No one wants to allow this violence, and I think we could both agree we should shut down violence when it happens. Shut down property damage, arrest vandalism, or arrest property damage doers. Yeah, absolutely. But we can. I don't think I don't think that you can. You have to shut down a protest in order to handle that situation. That's all.
Well, sure, and I feel like I'm trying to give you that to a certain extent. Like, you don't need to shut down your protest, but everyone needs to go 2 blocks over because there's a fire here, and we need to make sure that all 4 entrances to this street are open to emergency vehicles right
Oh,
now.
well, that's not shutting down the protest. That's just clearing the specific
Well, but that's
area.
what I'm saying. It like, you gotta get the
Okay,
fuck
well,
outta here. Like, you don't get to just carry on.
okay, if what you're saying,
your
sure. If what you're saying is that
disaster.
when a cop car gets set or some kind of car gets set on fire, that the protesters should be cleared out of the area so that they can tend to the fire, then I don't disagree. But that's a far different thing than shutting down the whole protest.
Kind of, but not really. I don't know, like, if I've been to a bunch of protests, and shutting down a protest literally means you don't need to go home, but you gotta get the fuck out of here. So, like, when I was protesting again in the Summer of Love, you were constantly going from place to place to place, moving around. So that was expected, and I don't really see those things. Like, I'm not saying if someone sets a fire, you go around and arrest everybody at the protest. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But yeah, you gotta go somewhere else, and if you kick everyone out, that's going to dwindle their numbers. Because once people have to move from one space, some people do just decide to go home. Some people do just decide to turn around. Then some of the group goes on and wanders off somewhere else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like what I'm saying is super authoritarian. I think if y yeah, I don't know, people gotta police their events better. Um
So yeah, there's a standard that I think you're trying to imply that they need to hold that I don't. I think it's an impossible standard to hold. Obviously, in a protest of 10,000 people, um, you can't police everyone. And I think, look, I'm with you that the left does it poorly, and that there are spoilers who come in, and anarchists who come in, and stream people come in who try to hijack causes. And yes, protest organizers and people involved in the protest should absolutely do a better job than they are of policing their protests. But I also want to just live in reality of the situation where you're going to have fights that break out. You're going to have stuff that happens. And while the people who do that stuff should be arrested and it should be dealt with, it's fundamentally dishonest to ascribe a protest that had a single fist fight to be a violent protest when almost everyone there didn't engage in it. Does that make sense?
Sure, but yes, and I'm not doing that. And again, I'm not saying that you should shut down a protest or evacuate a protest because 2 people are fighting. I think, like, where is the exact line? I don't know, but if ever you could give me different anecdotes, and to me, a car ablaze in the middle of the street, that's a total line for me. It's a safety concern.
What if it was a
Everyone
Kia?
needs to move.
Yeah, one of those mini cars. You know what I'm talking about? A Bug, Volkswagen Bug or something.
On fire?
Really, really small.
Yeah.
Okay.
Out, move.
Fair enough,
Everyone's gotta
fair
get
enough.
out of the way.
So any other comments on the debate itself? And then I want to ask you about how you felt about the format. And then I want to ask you about like adjustments to that and things like that. So any more comments on how Gibbs or Relevant did? How was our moderation? Did I give you enough room? Should I have jumped in more? Should I have jumped in less? What are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
You don't need to worry about giving me more room. I'll always really interject if I have something important to say. Maybe we could have moderated them more. There were a few times where they were just kind of talking over each other about nothing. Like, we had drifted so far from the point. They were like arguing over a whataboutism that was brought up in response to something else. So maybe we could have redirected more in the beginning. But again, I do think that as the conversation went on, they went down more specific and substantive roads. So that's my overall takeaway.
Yeah, it's always a balance of keeping them on topic and not forcing them to talk about something that neither of them want to talk about, right? Like at a certain point, like if they really want to talk about something else, and that's what we're doing. We're talking about the thing that the
Right.
people who are here want to talk about. I did try to tie it back into the question to the overall topic that we were trying to get at. And I felt like mostly they kept on topic, but there were a few times, as you said, where they kind of veered off or they were talking over each other. And again, it's also a balancing act of content versus productivity, right? Um, Sometimes spice adds to the show, right? Uh, but it's I want to see passion, right? But it also, like, if everyone's yelling over each other, how are we supposed to know what's going on or what it is, right? So
Yeah.
this is balancing act. I agree with that. Okay. Do you have any final thoughts on? Oh, let me ask you a question actually. Because I've gotten a couple DMs about this, and I don't know if I want to do it this time, but perhaps for future times. Should we have like a call-in section after?
I like that idea.
Okay.
I definitely like that idea. Yeah.
Maybe we can bring people on, maybe one at a time, to ask questions of both contestants or whatever we're gonna both of our guests, and ask
One
some
at a time,
questions.
even more open than that. I think like I think the call-in section can it can like revitalize the debate in many ways, you know, to get new perspectives in there and to get uh new people into the conversation. So I think that would be cool. Not every conversation is going to warrant it
Sure.
necessarily or have the same interest for interaction, but yeah, I think that's a really I think that's a fun thing to do.
Okay. Well, we will. I will think of ways to kind of like insert that in. I think maybe at the end after closings. Um, one of the concerns I have with it is I don't want it. I don't want this to turn into a 5-hour show, right? Like, so I
Right.
it will be harder to get guests that are especially bigger guests. Which, gang, we got some bigger guests coming next week. Don't worry, right? We love Ahrelevant, we love Gibbs, but we got some bigger fish that we will be talking to next week. Um, yeah. Do we want? Yeah, it would be harder to commit people to more time. Like if we keep it 2 hours, it's easier to get, especially the bigger names. But as you said, there is room to add call-ins. And in fact, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't even have to require the guest to stay. And if we have enough people that want to call in
It's
and
true.
just talk about it in general, I think that having that section would be good. When we do that section, should we do it after our? I think we should do it before our chat, right? Otherwise, it's just the logistics of it are weird. But
Yeah.
okay, we will incorporate that in. And gang, in the if you are sitting there at your computer and you're thinking you should do this, you should do that, give us ideas. We love ideas, especially ideas for names, right? People keep saying
Yeah.
Tali Wicker. That's a weird name. I don't like that name. We could try it again. We could do something different. So if you guys have ideas, any other thoughts, anything you wanted to cover or wanted to talk about that we haven't talked about yet?
No, sir.
No, sir. Okay, gang, we're going to let Tali go. We're not going to hold her hostage here. But I am
Okay.
not. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I said thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. But we are not ending stream. We are just going to kill some time until and maybe go over some things, right? And we're going to talk. Maybe I'll take your calls, right? I don't know. And at 9:15, we're going to be going on the Raging Tomatoes show, and it will be a call-in show basically. So me and Raging Tomato are going to be allowing you, yes, you, the audience, and I'll get you links to it when we get there, to call in and take issue with us. So if you feel like I have done something wrong, if you feel like I have made a bad take, if you feel like I suck for whatever reason, maybe you think I'm ugly, right? Maybe you got a real ugly face, Wick, and you want to take me to task for that, call in. Okay. Or Sarah for that matter, Raging Tomato, if you think she's done something unforgivable, please. Okay, with that, where can people
I'll be
find
watching.
you, Tali?
Mostly on Twitter at Talibots, TALIBOTZ. Same thing on YouTube. I'm hoping to start streaming soon. For a while, I was thinking of I was planning to do a podcast, just a solo podcast where I would record very low editing my thoughts on different topics. But I figure now that I'm doing kind of this stuff and I enjoy the live streaming, I think what I'll do is just basically turn that into my live streaming. So it'll be kind of my own little podcast
Sure.
talking to myself until people actually show up in the audience. So yeah. I look forward to watching you and the Raging Tomato tonight, and I will egg people on in the comment section.
Beautiful. Thank you for being here. We're gonna let you go. Oh, do we like Tali, gang? Are we Tali fans? Are we Tali tolerables here? Do we like that stuff? And we're not leaving, defective. Don't worry. Yeah, I think Tali is great. I like her a lot. I think she adds a center-right perspective to my center-left perspective, and I think we kind of mesh in that, and I think she makes the show better. Kelly says negative. You don't like her? Why don't you like her? I'm open to criticisms. Okay, I'm open to criticisms. Zero Fuck says she's the exact opposite of Katie. True! Well, not entirely opposite. Personality-wise, I think she's opposite, but yes. You were just testing me, defective? Okay. Oh, the funding for the No Kings thing. Actually, thank you, Zero Fucks. This is a beautiful thing that I can actually cover, and because I think a lot of people have misunderstood a chart. So let's see if I can bring that up. And let's get to it. So this is a tweet, okay? A tweet that was made by Data Republican, small r. I'm not too familiar with this account. They do have quite a few followers, 792,000. They kind of came out of nowhere. I've seen them before, usually making pretty spurious claims. But they claim to use data to talk about things. So they talk in this tweet about following the money, and they imply that No Kings, the protest, is being funded by taxpayer money that's being funneled into them. And they provide a chart, okay? A little graph here. I don't know. Can you guys all see this graph? We might have to resize the graph a little bit so you guys can see it better, and we'll go through it a little more, right? But I had a discussion in my Discord today about this. This chart was brought to my attention by Lactoid. And Lactoid was saying, I don't know if I'm comfortable with all this taxpayer money going to the No Kings protest. And I don't think it's appropriate that taxpayer money go to the No Kings protest. I was like, is it? Because I didn't know. And he provided me with this chart. And I went through it. And I looked at it. And I was like, this chart does not show money, at least not taxpayer money, going to the No Kings protest. So let's break it down, right? So, oh, hold on. I have to move it on this end. Okay. So here we go. This, a BVM Capacity Building Institute, right, is with the EIN number there. This is the NGO, the organization, the group that is funding No Kings, okay? This chart claims to purport, or it implies, that these NGOs are funneling money in to other NGOs, like a shell game, is what Lactoid described it as, to go towards this thing, that it was like being covered up, that it was a conspiracy where people from the National Endowment for Democracy, which is almost entirely government funded, were giving money to these other NGOs, which would give to other NGOs for the express understanding that it would go to BVM. And they got, look at the you can see the red highlighted numbers here, $362 million. And this was actually the original claim that Lactoid was making, that National Endowment for Democracy funneled $362 million into the No Kings protest. Because the chart, if you don't look at it correctly, it implies that at a cursory glance. But if you actually go through the chart, you can look at it, and it does not show that. So let's look at it. Let's look at it. So, yes, National Endowment for Democracy, at least in the chart, we're going to just take all these numbers as valid, okay? We're not going to contest any of these numbers, contest any of this data. We're going to just take it as valid, okay, on its face value. So it's saying that National Endowment for Democracy receives $362 million in taxpayer funding. And I have no reason to disbelieve that. National Endowment for Democracy is mostly, as I understand it, government funded. So they're giving money to the tune of $83 million, $84 million, let's just round up in this case, to the American Center for International, which is, again, another NGO which gives money. Okay, so taxpayer funds going into this is about $72 million. They're getting other contributions, right, to the tune of $302,000. Okay, so all this money, look, $83 million going into this NGO, right? Oh, and this NGO is funneling money into the Chinese Association Program, which is funneling money into the BMV capital. Oh no! How much money is the American Center for International giving? $25,000. A far cry from what's being implied, and well within the private contributions that have been given to this NGO, right? Well within that margin, right? And they give $25,000 to an organization which doesn't receive any taxpayer funds. They get some grants, but they don't receive any. But the grants are a small portion of the total contributions they get. They get in this Chinese thing, they get $19 million, $19.5 million from private contributions, and about $1 million in government grants. They're funding $250,000 into this, into the organization that does No Kings, right? Well within the private contribution, right? Well within the private contribution. But again, this is kind of the trick that they're doing. They're throwing you all this data out there that if you don't look at, and you just look at the colorings, and you just look at the highlights, and you just look at these things, and we can go through this not just for that one. We can go through it all, right? We can go through the one for the Windward Fund, for example. They got this big red number of $5 million, right? But private contributions is almost $200 million. And they're giving about $1.5 million to BVM, okay? Well within their private contributions. No taxpayer money, at least not on this chart, seems to be going to BVM Capacity Building Institute. None. At least this is not what's being shown by the chart. They may have evidence that is not on this chart. Again, and we can look at the one, Liberty Hill Foundation. Private contributions, $20 million. They're giving $107,000 here. But they highlight these giant red numbers saying, look at the taxpayer funds that these are getting, right? Look at how much money. And they're expecting you're not going to go through these. They're expecting you're not going to actually look at the money that's being transferred. And when you look at the money that's actually being transferred, again, according to the chart that they provide, it's well within their private contributions. And companies, to be clear, NGOs and other organizations, in my opinion, should be free to spend their private funds however they wish. That is free speech, baby. If a company gets private funds and wishes to spend those private funds to fund a cause that they believe in, they should be allowed to do so. Does anyone disagree? This is a trick that happens. Zero Fox says, please check out my response to me. Okay, let's look. Let's see what you said. Okay, we'll read it together, gang. I haven't had a chance to read his response yet, so we'll read it together. It says, pretty sure this is what they mean. Thing 1, though BVM have not received any tax money directly, if we look at the isolated case of Windward and there are $1,685,000 in contributions to BVM, we can compute how much of it came from tax money. Hold on, how? They took in $216 million, and we see that $5 million came from tax. Some simple division shows that 2.31% of that total contributions were tax money. No, it's not. Hold on. No, that doesn't follow, right? If you give me $500, okay? If you super chat me $500, and you should, and I make $5,000 for the month in super chats total, and I say every cent of that $500 is going to go to, I don't know, to buying Warhammer stuff for me. Every cent, okay, of that $500. But none of my private money is going to go. Well, let me reverse it. If I say, I'm going to spend only other people's super chats on my Warhammer stuff, and I'm not going to spend a cent of your $500 that you give me on Warhammer stuff. And you look at my financials, because for whatever reason I decided to show it to you, and you see that I spent $2,000 on Warhammer stuff for that month. $2,000. And you say, well, wait, I gave you $500, so 10% of that, let's see, you spent $200 of my $500 on Warhammer figures. Again, no, I didn't. These are separate siloed funds. So that's not how we calculate these things. That's not how we do these things. Does that make sense? Let's continue though. Okay. Thing 2, A. Of course, this is not the full picture because we haven't considered how much Windward's contributions were masked tax money. The chart shows 2 input sources, WWF and Nature Conservancy, both contributors to Windward with taxpayer funds of their own. Again, though, right? And if we look at the chart, let me get the chart back up. If we look at the Windward Fund, right? World Wildlife is giving this much. How much are they giving? $1,215,000. They get $280 million in private contributions. Okay, and we see this what is it, the Nature Conservatory giving $617,000. They get almost $1 billion in private contributions. It does not follow, and you cannot imply, and you cannot say that, a percentage of that had to be taxpayer funds. That's not how businesses work. That's not how they do their accounting. They silo their money. They say this money coming in from taxpayer funds cannot be spent on these things, but all of our other funds can. Does that make sense? This is one of the things that they do because, surprise, surprise, we have laws in the books and we have case laws to support this, that the government can put strings on money that they give you. So if the government says, for example, hey, Whick, I'm going to give you a grant of $1,000, okay? We're going to give you a grant for $1,000, okay? And if we give you this grant, the money we give you cannot be spent to advocate against abortion. You can't advocate against abortion with any of this money, okay? I can still advocate against abortion if I wanted with my private funds. They can't stop me from doing that. What they can do is stop that specific money they're giving me for being used for that purpose. And that's why when these corporations, NGOs, etc., do their accounting, they have to silo this money off. So unless you can show me that for example, the $617,000 were coming from that $125 million taxpayer silo and not the $849 million taxpayer silo, it just does not follow that taxpayer funds are being used here. It's just not true. Nothing on this chart is showing that. You might have data otherwise that would show that, but it isn't being provided here. In this chart, what it's doing is a trick, basically, to make you think that taxpayer funds are being sent there, but not necessarily. Does that make sense at least? You may not agree with me, but do you follow what I am saying? Does this make sense? Zero fucks. Do you feel that you have been at least considered, heard, and replied to? Even if I just disagree with your premise, right? I just disagree with what you're saying. Oh man, you guys, I'm losing viewers fast. You guys don't like this. You don't like me going through these charts, do you? You don't like me going through data. Yeah, but Wolf of Mandalore, it might be happening. I don't know. The chart isn't evidence that it's happening, though. And that was the evidence that was provided by Data Republican to imply that it was happening. And that's why I take issue with it. It's dishonest. It is a misuse of data. Zero Fox says, yeah, I understand that aspect, but the fungibility of a dollar means they are freed up from other budgeting decisions to act as a de facto slush, perhaps, right? But that, again, that's fine, in my opinion. No, Cal Mike. I'm just assuming that all the numbers that they give me are accurate, right? Because I don't have the time or, frankly, the inclination to try to debunk the specific figures, especially when the figures themselves don't imply what the person tweeting is saying that they're implying. Yeah, chat when Wick goes through data sleep. They don't like me. It's wonky. It's wonky, and it's math, and I get it, right? I understand that you guys don't tune in for my math takes or tune in for my economic analysis or tune in for my data analysis. But, yeah. But Kelly Whalen says, Wick, did Senator Padilla do anything illegal? I don't think he did. He wasn't arrested or charged with anything illegal. No one implied from the government, at least, that he did anything illegal. The only people implying that he did anything illegal are podcasters and Twitter shitters. What law do you think he broke? Solemn Argus says, we come to be entertained, not informed, Wick. Although I'm personally fine for either from you. Good charisma. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Gang, if you've enjoyed this content, hit that like button and give me money. Look, here's the deal. I got a goal every day, right? Every day I want to make from streaming X amount of money. Right now, I'll tell you what we're at right now. We're almost there, right? I am at a chat revenue. It says I'm at $173.70. I want to get that up to $250. Okay, so by the time the night's over, I want that number to be at least $250. This month, June, has been quite good for me financially, and I want to keep it going. I want to keep it up because the more money I make, the more content I can give you, the more shows I can put forward, right? It keeps the lights on. The bigger guests I can get, right? All these things, this money really helps me do. It gives me clout in a large way. I would also say, right, that where was I going with this? Back up. Oh yes, yeah, I'm basically passing my hat around at this point, right? Because if I can make $250 a stream, I can expand, right? I can expand. That's my goal. That's what I want to do. If I were able to get a grant or get a patron to kind of supply what I needed, my dream, and I understand that I'm probably not going to get there, at least not soon, but it's a dream, gang. My dream is to set up an in-person podcast show, right? So set up a studio and invite guests and fly them out in person to have in-person discussions. That's what I'd love to do. I'd love to have me and a co-host, right? basically like me and Tali do, basically. And instead of, being on Discord, we're all in the same room and we're all discussing things and we all kind of look things up. I think that's what I want. But I understand that I just don't have the resources for that, frankly. But if I can make $250 a night, it gets me closer to where I could do that. Okay, Kelly Wellen says offense would be impeding federal officers. 18 USC 11. Let's look. Okay, let's check it out. Assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees, I should say. In general, whoever, 1, forcibly assaults, resists, opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated in Section 114 of this title while engaged in or on account of the performance of official duties, or forcibly assaults or intimidates any person who formerly served as a person designated in Section 114 on account of the portion of official duties during such person's term of service shall, where the acts in violation of this section constitutes only simple fallout, be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year. Blah 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 blah. And there's an enhanced penalty. It things. Okay. So I'm gonna give you, Waylon. I'm gonna give you that Kirsty Noem is under this section of the title. Do you think that Senator Padilla assaulted her, resisted her? And I'm not talking resist. Obviously, this doesn't apply to resist her when she's... So if he resisted going along, like if there was legislation and he opposed that legislation that this person put forward, he would be technically resisting her, but I guarantee you that does not follow under the definition of resist as pertains to this statute. Because remember, when you talk about legal things, all these words have very specific definitions. And one of the tricks people try to do, or it's not even a trick, and sometimes they're just ignorant, right? They look at that word resist and they have a colloquial definition in their head of what resist means, but that is not the legal definition of what that is, right? That is not the legal word that is being referred to. Opposes, impedes, intimidates, or interferes with any person designated. Yeah, I don't think he did any of that, Senator Padilla. This law was not broken. What is your argument, Waylon? No Cow Mike says, Wick, if you get your live... Death of Certainty, why don't we call the Tali Wick show that? Oh, No Cow Mike, that's brilliant. Ooh, we already had it. It was right there. All we had to do is reach into our past. I'll run it by Tali, see if she's down with it. I run it by Tali. I like that name. It was my favorite name. It's just not very marketable, right? It's not something I can sell easily. History and Heritage says he shouted and tried to disrupt the briefing. He lunged at the speaker. He shoved security. That is impeding. We watched these. We watched the clips yesterday. He was standing there. He was literally standing there when he began to ask his questions. He wasn't advancing on the stage. He had his feet firmly planted. He did not barge in. He had been in there for 5 fucking minutes, right? They didn't say boo. It was only when he tried speaking that they accosted him. And he didn't push the officers. He was being pushed by the officers. The furthest you can, what I will give you is that he tried not to get pushed. He was trying not to get pushed out of the room, but that is not the definition of resist in any of these statutes. Yeah, but we went through this yesterday. No, he didn't, Kelly Whalen. Do I have to get the clips back again? Because he didn't do that. He was being pushed and shoved by the officers. He was standing his ground, and in that way he was resisted, but his hands weren't even on them. And he said who he was in the first 2 seconds, right? He started speaking, and then they started shoving him, and he said, "I'm Senator Alex Padilla." Yeah, jump backstage, Kelly Whalen. I'll pull you in. At least for the next 10 minutes. I do have a hard out then. You gotta join my Discord, buddy. Let's see if I can give you the... Hold on. Let me see if I can... Does anyone have a link for this, gentleman? Or lady? I don't know what you are. You're a chatter. That's all you are right now, is just a chatter. Dirty, dirty chatter. Okay. Click the link. Accept the rules. And I will pull and jump backstage. I'll pull you in. History and Heritage says, did he show his credentials? I could say I'm Senator Padilla. Okay, yeah, but there's only 100 senators, and these FBI and Secret Service agents and Kirsty Noem should know who the senator is. That should be something that shouldn't be surprising, right? Oh, I know that guy because I work with him. Like, this isn't some state senator. This isn't some dude off the street. This is someone who is one of 100 people in the world, okay? And I can understand me not knowing him by sight, you not knowing him by sight, a lot of people not knowing him by sight. But look, I'll be real. If Josh Shapiro, the governor of my state, came in, I would know who he is. I would recognize him. And I don't work for the State Department, right? I don't work for the governor, right? I don't work for him at all. But I'd recognize the guy when he came in. So, I mean, if your argument is that Kirsty Noem and her team were so incompetent they couldn't recognize on sight, and again, he was escorted in there by an FBI agent, okay? An FBI agent and I think a Secret Security guy were the guys who let him in, right? He didn't barge in. He was allowed in, right? I don't know. He was disrupting. Yeah, he interrupted. That was rude. And yes, obviously, he wanted a spectacle. He wanted to make a show of things. He absolutely did. But that the way he was handled was excessive, in my opinion. And I think the majority of people's opinions, but you can disagree. He was manhandled. He was thrown to the ground and handcuffed. Right? Crazy. It was done. They did it after he was out of the room. Do I think that Kirsty Noem should resign because of this? No. But look, at the end of the day, what Noem did was the same thing that leftists do when they're violent at a protest. They played into the opposition's hands. They gave Senator Padilla a moment that he otherwise would not have had, where most people are sympathetic to what happened to Senator Padilla, right? He basically, Kirsty Noem, just like the leftists play exactly into Trump's hands when they set cars on fire, that's what Kirsty Noem did. I mean, you couldn't have asked for better press for Padilla. No, that's not true. History and Heritage. I saw a video of someone who interrupted and rushed the stage of Hillary Clinton, back in 2015, 2014, saying, "Oh, Epstein Island, blah 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 blah," right? And they didn't handcuff him. They dragged him out. Yeah, absolutely. But he wasn't handcuffed. He wasn't thrown to the ground or nothing like that. He was dragged out. corner Zinch. Ooh, I think, look, while blood for the blood god is great, Zinch, the changer of ways, always has my heart. I gave you your answer. Zinch. Nurgle. Nurgle? And again, look, maybe I have to bring up the clip again. He did not rush the stage. He was standing there. He was not moving forward. We're waiting for this Kelly guy to get here. If he can't figure it out, I don't know what to do. You got to accept the rules. You got to click on my little face. There'll be a face icon. You click on it, okay? Once you click on that, you'll have access, and you'll see backstage, okay? And when you see backstage, you jump in there, and I'll pull you into the live room. Cool? Yeah, you heard the Discord notification because I had to turn off my streamer mode to get him the link. And keep in mind, I have some, look, the time's a ticking, buddy. I do have my 9:15 thing, and I probably have to go a little early to the to the show, just to make sure it works and make sure things are up and things like that. But if you can get here, yeah, you know what? Actually, Kelly Whalen. Actually, you know what would be better? Okay. Wait till the mod show, right? Wait till the next show. And it's specifically a call-in show. And you could just talk to me about it there. How about that? I don't know the link to that yet. I'll get you it when I get it. Make sense? Kelly says, fair enough. I'll figure out Discord thing. Yeah, because if you want to call in at another time, you'd be more welcome. You're always welcome to talk to me. But I think this one's going to be through Streamlabs. I think it's going to be a specific link. When I get there, I'll let you know. Let me actually DM Raging Tomato and see what's the deals. Oh, you tried to add me as a friend? I'll accept that friend request. Why not? Okay, I asked for the link. Oh, Rosh says Wick versus 25 Crazy Maga is a crazy Jubilee X. Look, I feel like I've been training that for my whole life, okay? Or at least for my whole streaming career. Just having crazy people just yell at me. I've done 10v1s before and things like that. Back in the Prime Kai days when we used to go on the Prime Kai Opens all the time. And I would disagree with everyone there. Back when I was fighting lefties mostly. I miss fighting a good left. I miss a good lefty battle. Gang, if you're looking for a good left-on-left action, if you're looking for lib-on-left violence, quote-unquote, tune in Sunday night, 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to have Hutch on. We're going to have Staxiums. And the libs, are going to be teaming up against Charlie and her commie friend who think looting and violence is okay at protests. So, some left-on-left action, gang. Okay, let me Okay, bear with me, gang. Bear with me while I mess with my settings here. Okay. Because we're going to go in the StreamYard and I'm going to have to close out my Discord. So, you're going to see a black screen for a little bit. Don't freak out. The stream isn't over. I'm just transitioning, gang. Okay? Okay, I'll put it on this so you guys don't go weird on me, okay? But stay, okay? Invite your friends. Do 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 do. Let me move my things over, yeah. Okay. What's a good headline? I don't know. There we go. Okay, enter the studio. Let's see if I can't get this. Hey, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay,
I can
good.
see you.
Okay, beautiful, wonderful. Let me. I'm live on my end, so don't show or do anything that you wouldn't normally do, right? Okay, I just want to make sure that you aren't.
I'm naked. I'm naked.
Oh, no, not again. Not.
Got another one.
Oh, we've had a couple times where people have jumped in and shown porn on the
Nuh-uh.
screen or whatever, right?
Boo.
Okay, for the ladies and gentlemen at home, can you see us? Can you hear us? Are we visible? Hope so. Everyone can be heard. It looks like everything's green on my end. So yeah, how you doing?
I am well. I'm just figuring out which intro I want this evening. I could do the Western. We could do that. What else we got? We could do a ladies' night.
Hell yeah, ladies' night. Okay.
I could do. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do?
What?
I'm gonna do the old school sip and stream intro this evening. It's been a while since we played that one. Oh, it's so good too. It's like manosphere based. You'll like it. Like
Okay.
if you know the manosphere, obviously you probably do. If you know the manosphere, every correlation is built in. It's beautiful. It's fun, and that was the original sip and stream, and we are sipping tonight. So,
Beautiful. A couple
yeah.
just housekeeping questions here.
Mhm.
The link that you gave me, is that the same link I provide to people who want to call in and things like that on my
Mhm.
end? Okay, great.
Yep.
I will distribute that now. Do we need a safe word when I'm done with someone, right? Like, is what we're gonna do here?
No, you gotta wait till they get booted.
Oh, okay. We're waiting until they get booted. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not
You
sure
know
the
what I
format
was
here.
thinking? Since I think it's gonna be slower since now we're heading into summertime. It's Friday night. Um, I'm thinking we just open the panel
Sure.
and let them start kicking off. Um, and see what we could still play it by ear.
Mm-hmm.
But I think
One of my concerns with having an open panel like right up front is that they'll fight each other at first, which is fine, I guess, right? But for people who want to specifically fight
that's why we're
us,
moderators.
true. But isn't the whole? I thought the whole point of the show was to allow people to come in and have beef with us, right? I don't know.
Yeah, and we can guide that and lead that.
Sweet.
That's all part of just leading the conversation, right? So
Okay. Look,
and
I am a river. I'm gonna go with the flow here, right? Whatever you
I
want
like
is we're gonna
going
go
with the
with. Okay.
flow. I like being the water that moves around the rocks.
True.
And so, but I'm wondering if I just feel like it might be slower than anticipated. So content-wise, it would be better to let the panel
We could
stay
do that.
open.
How about this? We do that, and if there is good content that we want to highlight, we can just shut people up.
Well, we can speed date too.
True.
So you know how I run the speed date, kind of the speed
Well,
date is what we
I know
call
the
it.
format. I'm familiar with it. Like people come in for a few minutes. When we get bored of them, we boot them. We can bring the next person in. Blah blah blah. Right?
No, the
No. Oh,
speed
different one.
date.
Okay.
The speed date is when if two people are getting into it, I move everybody else off screen and I just let those two people go at it. So if a good piece is coming out of it, we can turn it into if they've got beef with both of us, we can, have ourselves a little trio. And
A
usually I let it
menage.
run
Okay.
for about 5 minutes, or we can also let the I'm just going to push this 5 more minutes. Just cuz I need to go tuck my youngest in real quick.
Do your thing.
Or not even tuck him in. I got to say goodnight cuz it's Friday night, so he's like, "Do I get to stay up?" But so if somebody comes in with something good and it starts getting good, we'll speed date.
Awesome.
And usually, and also people typically like to pay for the speed dates too. They'll say 1v1 with Wick and such, right?
Okay.
And so we kind of let the moments make the moments. And it's that going with the flow concept. Um, like, when something pops up. But I think we'll get a better um overall evening. There won't be any stagnation
Sure.
if we allow the panel to stay open, and people can boot. Um,
Yeah.
you
Let's
know what I
do it.
mean? And yeah,
I'm
I think
down.
that'll work.
I'm down.
Perfect.
Okay. Go do what you need to do,
Down. I
and
shall.
I will. I guess I'll entertain my audience while you're gone. So
I mean, you could pick your nose and
I
they'll be just
could.
fine. They
Awesome.
might. It might be entertaining. You never know.
Look, I've had people pay me more for weirder. Okay. I got a running gag, I guess, on my show where anyone who and gang, this holds for tonight. You pay me $50, I'll take my shirt off. And if you pay me $100,
Oh.
I'll put it back on. Right? And so I got it from both ends. Okay, right? So yeah, make some look, I've made a lot of
See,
money.
that works for you. If I did that, I would be an OnlyFans girl.
True. And this is a double standard, right? This is why I have an
Mhm.
advantage on the money side. But yeah, I'll take my white male privilege in this case.
Where's
Okay.
where's what's her name? Nova. We need Nova. Just come up on panel for a little bit.
She'll make more money than all of us combined. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we'll have fun nonetheless, but
True.
I think we'll definitely be able to really kind of lock it down as people jump
Oh yeah,
around.
and I can just give like my hot takes, right? Like Senator Padilla did
Mhm.
nothing wrong, fight me, right? And just these things and really stir the hornet's nest. I'm pretty good at that, right?
See,
So
I don't think very many people are going to have too many problems with me. I think they're going to be coming after you. I will
I
have to
think so
moderate.
too, because you were much more personable in a lot of ways. And while I like to fight, I
You
enjoy it. So
You
yeah.
I know, see, that is my advantage of being the girl because I can mom them around and they secretly don't know why, but they like it.
True.
They're like, "Why is she so nice? She's
True.
yelling at me, but I like it. What's going on?" All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. See ya. And now it's my stream. I don't even think she's live on her end. But yeah, so gang, if you, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a problem with me or her, gang, actually, you know what? While she's gone, do you guys have problems with how she runs her platform? Hop on. Take her on. I'm inviting you, okay? I'm inviting you. Come on, say you're really weird to X, Y, and Z. I don't even know like what you would fight her about, right? Or like you let too many right wings on, or I don't know. Come on, give her a challenge, right? Can't just be me. Can't just be people fighting me. Okay, no, Cal Mike, come on for it. Come on and interrupt her to say that. I'm gonna give the link again. So what you do is you click that link, ladies and gentlemen. You click the link I'm gonna give you. Once you click that link, you'll be like, you can set up your thing and you just jump backstage. And when we're ready, we'll put you on. Okay. So do that. Can't just be all people fighting me. Okay, it has to be some people fighting her too. I'd feel really weird if it was just a Whick versus the world. Okay, we already got one of those set up for a couple weeks from now. Actually, I'd have to double check the date. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but it'll be about ICE, and I will be saying that ICE is engaging in constitutional violations of people's rights and depredations that they should not be engaged in. And that is by design, and that is by policy from the administration. Though, to be clear, Trump may reverse the policy, right? Like he made that tweet that Ahrelevant was referencing about how, they might switch targets. So who knows if that'll be still a thing in 2 weeks or so. But did you reach out to the larger Whick community? No, Cal Mike. I told everyone that this was happening. I don't know what else to do to reach out. Rosh says, Whick, you are the center-left strongest soldier. You must bat. Taco back at it again? Probably. Solemn Argus says, no, I watch her when Andrew Wilson goes on her streams. That's really the only time I watch Sarah. Well, what about me when I go on our stream? I've been on our stream a couple times. So, Jebtan, what is this panel? This panel is it's basically a call-in show. So you wanted to call in earlier. I didn't let you on because I hadn't talked to Tali about it, right? And me and Tali are co-hosting the show, and I didn't want to just change the format on her without asking her. But she'll be okay with call-ins in the future. But now is specifically for call-ins. So, again, do you need the link again? I can provide it again. I have it, and I'll have it all night. Yeah, it's not a Discord. It's StreamYard. And you jump in, you jump backstage, and you can come, and if you want to talk about it, you want to talk mad shit to us or about us or with us, or you have questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, that's what we're doing tonight. Yeah. So yeah. Solemn Argus says, I must have been working those times you went on our stream. I've never noticed you running it on your own stream. I'd watch those as well. I did watch it. Every time I've been on her stream, I've also co-streamed it. Right. So you can go back and look at the live streams, and the ones with the thumbnails that have her in it are the ones that I did that at. And I think one time, the first time I went on was with Soy Pill, and we teamed up against 2 Red Pill guys, Jake the Snake, and a Rattlesnake Jake or some
Rattlesnake, yeah,
some
Rattlesnake
some
TV.
guy.
That was so good.
It was a good panel. I enjoyed it. It was fun. And then the second time I went on your show was with Pisco, and I like.
He doesn't like me anymore, does he?
He wasn't. I think he didn't like the format, which disappoints me because I thought look. I wish he would have let me talk more, but he had a lot to say.
It was really tough. I didn't want to shut him down, but he wasn't letting anybody respond, and I'm like, I don't think you understand how this. He would be better with a one-on-one. 110%.
Yep.
And there are some debaters out there that are. Andrew's another one where he does better as a one-on-one because if not, the other person's not going to have an opportunity.
No.
And I feel bad when that happens, when he gets pushed into a 2v2 because the other person is just not going to get a lot of talking time. It happens.
I mean, like if this is scheduled and people know, they should know, right? Like, you know what you're getting into, okay?
Yeah.
I've just the problem.
It's better. It's better. If you just know your panelists and you know how they act. And Pisco, like I just didn't know that.
No, I get it entirely. Yeah. But the problem was I've never debated with him. I've always moderated him, right? And so I did not, and it's always been on like a larger panel show, so like a 6-person panel, right? Where there was more of an ebb and flow, and I was able to just, if he wouldn't shut up, I'd just mute him. I don't care about that. I'll just mute you.
Right. That's fair.
I thought he would be a little more sharing of the time, and I was wrong. So here we are. But I still think that was
fair enough.
Wonderful
He's
show.
a good debater.
I think it was great.
He's a good debater. I'll give him that. Mm-hmm. He's just better if it 1v1, and then he can have all the time he wants. All right, we ready to rock and roll?
Whenever you want.
All right. This clip's a little shorter. It's about a minute and a half. I'll bring you up about 30 seconds before it kicks off.
Cool.
Please.
Oh, I'm supposed to start work here tonight.
Go ahead. Hey, you picked a good enough start. It's a little slow right now, but it should pick up.
Okay. You son of a bitch!
Having this over the night. I'm so sure, no, so say, so let me come
Sorry. I don't think so. Just in time. Where you going? I was looking for you. Good. Let's go. There's only 2 rolls, okay? What do you want?
2 beers.
Don't take the customers. Okay. Second, don't ever bring your boyfriends into my bar. As of this moment, you are to appear available, but never be available.
I love that intro. It's been so long since we played it. It's the best. I don't care. It's where we started sipping streams. And ladies and gentlemen, we are kicking off with a full-on sipping stream this evening. Welcome. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live with Whick TV. The darling, the one and only Whick. 2 moderators, 1 show, but we're bringing you this Friday the 13th, a little opposite night. You get the opportunity to come on, debate us, complain about us, tell us we suck, make all of those complaints that you little bitches make in the comment section, because you know you do it. You know you do it. I had somebody else the other day tell me this too, Wick. It was on Twitter. He's like, well, why would I ever debate on your show? Because everyone just DM'd me saying that you're a sucky moderator. I'm like, you're right. Never come to my show. Don't watch it. Don't show up. Don't try to be a panelist. Don't come have fun here. Bring out your pitchforks, as Radical Coder says. All right, Wick. What do you think? What do you think the biggest complaint's going to be tonight?
What's that? I get so many. Sometimes I had a trans debate the other day, and some guy was up in my DM saying, oh, did you even have trans people on that debate? And yeah, we had a trans person on the debate, a trans man named Aaron. He's been trans since, I don't know, 2011, 2012. And he was like, well, why'd you only have 1? Right? They do this goalpost movement thing. So I get that a lot from the left. And then the right will come in and says, well, you criticized my daddy Trump and how dare you? And I get it from both sides, all angles, all the time. Petty stuff. Sometimes legit. Like, here's the thing. There's sometimes, on rare occasions, there's a diamond in the rough, right? A actual thing that, oh, this is valid criticism. I can take this. I can make a change. I've been doing something and I could do it better. That's very rare though. I think tonight we're going to have just a bunch of lessers, okay? A bunch of chatters, okay? A bunch of lesser chatters too scared to speak up and to come in and confront me. They're going to make a lot of little snide comments in the chat. But you notice they're not going to come and they're not going to fight me. Okay, that's what's gonna happen.
You don't think so?
I'm too intimidating. I got that masculine vibe going, that energy that they don't want to touch. So yeah,
that's what it is. It's that You just look so strong and mighty, Wick. I'm like,
True, it's the beard. Okay, it's the beard.
I'd take you. Well,
Would
didn't
you?
Andrew Wilson challenge you to a boxing match or something?
He did, but then he never followed up. I gave him a date. I gave him like the 28th, I think, of June, right? And I waited like, okay, is he gonna accept? Is he gonna give me a counteroffer? What's gonna happen? And he didn't say shit, right? So I don't know. I don't think it's happening anymore, gang. I've started making plans because he hasn't responded. What am I supposed to do?
I think also because of his the Rumble launch. I think he got, because I was trying to set up stuff for him too, and I got backburnered. Oh, you already dropped your link. I was gonna say somebody already popped backstage. How'd that happen? I will go ahead and drop my link to my chat too. I forgot to do that. I should have done that in the first place.
Yeah, a lot of people are banging the door down like, how do we get in here, right?
Challengers, welcome. All right. And also to the viewers, the chatters, you don't just have to come on and file a complaint. If you think that Wick and I have, and Jeb Tan, I see you back there. I'll let you hang back for just a few minutes while we get through our intro. You can also, if there's a position that you think we have a stance on, or you just want to have some fun and try to angle out a debate from us, we can do that too. And we can have some fun with this. We're going to roll with it. I don't know. Do you think it's going to be more complaints, or do you think it's going to be people actually challenging us to?
Look, I hope it's complaints. I do. I like the challenges on occasion, but I'm always curious when people, because people say a lot of things about me, right? They say a lot of things behind my back, as they do you, right? Like, oh, you're piss poor this.
Nobody talks shit behind my back. What are
I've seen them do it on Twitter, right? Like, I've seen you engage with them, right? You seek them out like a homing missile.
My back. That's
true enough.
My face.
It's but look, they don't do it to your face. If it's on Twitter, it's not. I take the correction. I take the correction. It's not necessarily behind your back, but yeah, if they're not willing to come on your stream and actually talk, right? Actually hash it out. Yeah, it's coward shit. It's just pussy
I
shit.
think they're all keyboard warriors. It would be nice if Pisco came and made his complaints. Because I know he's probably got like 10 million of them from that debate.
He probably has complaints about me, honestly. I think he probably would say I talked too much during that debate. I'm like, bro, come on. I got like 5 words out. That's insane.
Oh, man. Yeah, you really didn't get to talk that much during that debate. And that was partially, I will take the stand on that one, because I should have shut him down a little sooner and tried to. It's just hard when
we like Pisco here. I don't want to make. I don't want anyone.
Yes, we like him.
Look,
we like
if you guys want to clip me out of the context and like send it to like Pisco,
That'd be perfect. Pisco's such an asshole.
Talking shit about
terrible.
You. Exactly. Well, no, this is what they do too, right? And I'm sure you've had this happen. Well, maybe you not, but like, I'll get DMs sometimes from people who say, did you see what this streamer was saying about you? And I'm like, what are they saying about me? And it's like a 20-second clip. And I'm like, well, that's pretty rude. And then I look at the full context and it's like, oh, that's not that bad at all. But there's just shit stirs. They come in, they want to stir shit because they want to see people fight. Okay? That happens all the time. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. But yeah.
Rude Mudcrab, Furby is permanently banned from this channel, just out of pure disrespect, and not actually, listening when I say stop. Like, she's completely actually like banned. She's not banned from the chat, but banned from the StreamYard and all of that. Furby is not a lot of people let Furby on their show. And part of the reason why is because Furby doesn't like to stop talking when you say stop, we have to do something, right? Or it goes off on tangents that aren't even part of the thing. Very disrespectful to hosts, and is, likes to trigger people, which I don't mind the trigger points, but read the room, right? So I've allowed Furby a lot of room on my show. I've allowed Furby a ton of space. I've hosted debates for Furby. I've like happily like allowed the engagement. I've allowed her on all the panels, so on and so forth. But during her debate with Rob Noor,
wait, is this
the
Nine
debate.
Tails?
Yes.
I know Nine Tails. She's
Yeah.
banned from my Discord.
No shit.
Yeah.
Amazing. I didn't boot her from the Discord. I didn't boot her from the chat.
know
Like I
Nine
think she
Tails.
left the Discord, but I didn't boot from the chat. Like you can the wrenches, they can fire at will as they need to if they want to, whatever. But as far as getting on my panels, having access to debates, no, not going to happen.
Fair enough.
Absolutely not going to happen. And a lot of that goes, I see this like this. This is a lot of the criticisms I get, and I stick my neck out a lot to have her on. Okay. If you want me to refer to Furby as a man, she would have to act like a man. Furby acts like a girl, whines, cries, emotional, all up in the feelings. Very like I think I'm pinning it right. Quite honestly, it's more of an insult than a anything else. But in any event,
calling someone by their pronouns to insult them is a thing, I guess. That's funny.
Well, I mean, I do it. I initially start off as
Sure.
like I'm very respectful of people, but like they keep trying to say, why do you keep saying her? And I stick my neck out to be able to do these things, and I don't think Furby has any appreciation for that because, like if the respect went both ways, I then when I say stop talking, we need to move on. Like I think that the issue was we were reading through super chats, but Rob had a very set amount of time to get through open panel, and I try to respect that so that they can engage more with open panels. So I try to be respectful. I try to move the super chat read along through quickly, all of those things, and Furby just couldn't stop. And I'm like, no, stop. Like we need to move on. And I don't think Furby understands like the showmanship behind it. You're a
I get
host,
you.
to appreciate the showmanship and move things along, or knowing when to read the room and understand like you'll get there, I promise, just wait. So I had enough. It'd been quite a few months of letting Furby on and dealing with a lot of I mean, I was getting DMs from people saying this shit, or like, why do you always have Furby on? Furby's ruining your show, blah 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 blah. And I just said, I don't care. It's my fucking show.
Yep.
Eat shit. But I don't, she obviously didn't see any of that, but I didn't make that very apparent because I don't care. But to shit all over me and be disrespectful kind of pisses me off.
I can imagine. Though I will say that this is turned in from the chatters come in to complain about us is to the Sara and Whick bitch about their chatters session. Okay, we are swapping war stories. Okay,
that's our battle wounds.
Yeah, I could tell you about someone who I thought she was my friend for a while, and she would come on my show all the time. Dat Katie. Okay, I don't know if you know about her or seen her or anything like that. She would come on my show, and she didn't like me. I figured this out. She just didn't like me as a person. And even then, and it's been a couple months, I had a debate on Israel-Palestine, and she DM'd me. It's like, hey, can I talk to one of your panelists after the show? I like, you know what? Yes, you can do that. I will set that up. And I wasn't even going to be on the show. I was just going to pass her off to this person. But this person's like, you know what? I don't feel comfortable talking to her on my own. Could you be there as like a human shield? I was like, okay, fine. I'll do that. And so we sat there, and it kind of expanded. We got a couple other people on there, and we had a discussion. But the whole time I would ask questions, like try to guide the discussion. Like, okay, well, what do you think about this situation? Well, let's tackle it from this angle. And she would look at me. She says, I don't give a shit what you think, and I don't value your opinion. And she kept doing that throughout. And eventually I was like, okay, well, and I had words for her in return, and she just left, and she's just gone, right? But
rage quit.
Yeah.
Rage quit.
Crazy. So that's my whole story. Go.
I like war stories.
Yeah.
Evan Lord, who never says much, but when he does, we always give him the space to do so, says so kindly, Sarah, you seem like you have endless patience, and it seems impossible for someone to burn through it all, assuming they weren't trying to sabotage you. My kids do this. My kids try to push those buttons a lot. But that patience level, but once you like hit that button, once you hit it, that's it. Just done. Just done. I can be tolerant, intolerant, 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 and then you're just like, boop, and I'm like, all right, we're done. All right, well, we've got 2 backstage who wanna come on and play so far.
Sweet.
Where the fuck is everyone else? Hello?
Look, it's
Get
like
your asses. I know you guys all have more to complain about.
yeah, this is a what do they call it? The opening act or the thin end of the wedge or whatever, right? You got to pop the cherry, right? Once that's done, people will come in,
Ooh.
right? And people will get in. So let's bring them in. Let's talk to them. Let's see what they got to say. Okay.
All right, let's do it. Oops. Here we go. All right. Jebtan, you were first in line.
Yeah.
I let's go. Wix number 37 fan. Why 37?
I'm not number one. But I'm still a fan, you know. Usually there's about that many people ahead of me in the viewer list when I hop in, so I figured that's around the neighborhood I'm at. I'm gonna be a little bit of a weak opening, I think, because I wasn't coming in to complain too much about Wick, and I haven't seen a ton of your show, but I have seen 2 of them. I think they were both
Just
ones that
2?
Erudite came in to debate stuff, and I think you run a good show, so I don't have any complaints about you.
See,
Wick.
I told you everybody was gonna like me.
This is just female privilege, okay? Female privilege. This is why the white man is the most oppressed class. The white gamer man is the most oppressed class on streaming services. Okay, we don't have a white man month. Okay,
well,
right?
hold
It can't
on.
be highlighted on Twitch or anything, right?
Where'd it go? We get stuff like this over here. Are you single? What else? Wait,
you'd be surprised. I get that too. Also from men. And I'm like,
get $50 to take his shirt off on stream a couple times.
Are they asking if you're single to make fun of you for being single?
In some cases, he's a good guy, and I don't mean to put him on the spot. I'm not going to say his name, but he watches my show. He donates sometimes, and he's made it clear that if I was gay, he'd be like, it'd be down. But I'm not, and I don't lead him on or anything. I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. I'm just not. But yeah, there's a couple out there. Okay, and that's okay.
That's
you can look. It's okay to look,
but
you can't touch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, how not gay are you, Wick?
How not gay am I? That's a good question. I am so not gay that if you were the last person on Earth, Jebtan, I would just use my hand. Sorry, buddy. Right? Like,
wow, dude. That hurts.
Damn, shots fired. All
right,
I wanted to argue you better have something better.
Yeah. I want to argue with you about deporting Mexicans, Wick.
Why Mexicans specifically?
Well, I mean, that's just the topic at hand. I love Mexicans. I'm in Southern California. But
how much do you love Mexicans?
I've been watching your streams, and I like that you take the side of peaceful protests, don't riot. It's probably okay to have some law enforcement support, but follow the law, Trump, not Marines, kind of thing. I agree with all that, but you still are on kind of the side of like, well, ICE shouldn't be raiding and deporting. And I would say my opinion, that non-criminals. You don't think they should be deporting non-criminals?
Well, no. Give me your criticism, and then I'll tell you my stance, right? And
so my criticism, I think, is the general energy that the bad thing happening to undocumented immigrants right now is the deportations. My stance would be that the bad thing that happened to them were Democrats promising them, knowing that this wasn't the case, that they could keep them safe from federal immigration enforcement, and that they should set down roots as fast as possible. California specifically, they're giving them money, they're giving them access to, priority programs, things like that, to make sure that they embed roots specifically for the purpose of making it really politically gross to try and deport them, and kind of using them as political human shields for immigration policy instead of actually making material concessions to get pathways to citizenship for them.
So my problem specifically with ICE and how they are operating isn't the fact that they're deporting illegal aliens, right, or illegal immigrants, or whatever you want to call them, right? I think that if that is not outside of their purview, and that's perfectly fine if they wanted to. I think that their focus right now on hair salons, nail salons, automotives, Home Depot parking lots. I wish they would be focusing on the violent criminals and not the nonviolent ones, but I don't think deporting even a nonviolent illegal alien is bad or wrong necessarily. My problem with ICE and how they're operating is that they have masked individuals. It's like a secret police, basically. They don't have to identify themselves. They don't have to show a warrant. They can just go in masked and take people and snatch people up. They don't have to give them any access to a lawyer or anything like that. And we have evidence of them doing this, right? That's my issue with how ICE is being handled. It's from Stephen Miller and the Trump administration giving explicit policy instructions that, you don't have to do any of this. You need to go in and just they basically are acting like thugs. So obviously, I'm okay on a moral stance with the LA protesters, right? Before they went violent, yes, this is something you should protest about. It is a violation, right? It is a violation of the rights of the people who are being detained. I am not okay with them burning cars and shit like that. I think it hurts their cause. I think it makes it harder to actually tackle the actual issue. And instead of talking about the actual thing that they're doing, what ICE is doing, instead we're talking about them burning cars and that we shouldn't do that. Anyway, that's my stance.
So I agree. We agree in a lot of spots.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you watch me. You're my number 37 fan, brother.
Yeah, I'm up there. I'm up there, dude. So I agree. The protests, I'm fine with protests. I don't agree with how they're protesting necessarily, because a lot of them would be protesting anyway, even if it was just mass deportations. I agree that I don't like how ICE is being run. I'm okay with the masks specifically because I understand the justification for it.
Are you okay with protesters remaining masks for the same reason?
Yeah. Yeah,
okay,
I think you should be able to mask, but don't commit crimes while wearing the masks.
Well, sure, but we don't want ICE to violate the law while wearing masks either, right? Like this is
But I would hope that ICE. I think ICE should take better action and maybe give them badge numbers or something you can see to identify, so that internally they can be identified in case they do have some wrongdoing.
You should absolutely have to have a badge number at least, right? Like something showing who you are, right?
But my thing that I think we might disagree on is, so if Trump just came out and said, I'm going to abide by the law, I'm going to do it the right way, I'm going to do it clean, but mass deportations. If you're here illegally, you are not safe. Don't care how long you've lived here or what kind of life you lead. I am deporting you if we can find you. Are you against that or are you for that?
Not necessarily. I am neutral on it. I don't know if I'm... Okay. I'd have to think more on it. I wish we lived in that world, but we don't. Right?
Yeah.
We live in the world, and this is the hell of it, gang, right? We live in the world where Trump today is on track to deport less illegal immigrants than Biden did last year.
Well, sure, but Biden had over three times the amount of crossings. Not really, because as a total number, we want to look at percentages, and I think Trump, as a percentage of new illegal immigrants, will remove more, which is kind of the goal, right? Because our goal is to end up with a net negative balance of illegal immigrants. And if you have far less coming in and only a little less going out, then you probably still get a net negative balance of illegal immigrants.
And I think the reason that Biden had at least for the last year, had such a problem at the border, and I agree with, he had a porous border, I agree with you there, is because of Trump as well. Because when Biden put forward the bill to try to close the border, to try to put more resources towards border control, Trump, for political reasons, shut that down.
Kind of, but if you think about the first 3 years of Biden's presidency where nothing was getting done, the only border enforcement that was happening under Title 42, which Trump was, the originator of, and then Biden was the one who ended it when he did his illegal border order. But I don't mean to make this a Biden fight, because I think the problem goes back to California specifically. I think I would agree that I want criminal illegal immigrants to be a higher priority for deportations. But can you concede as a Democrat that sanctuary city policies necessarily make it harder to target criminal illegal immigrants because local law enforcement refuses to cooperate with ICE to get criminals out?
Man, I think maybe, right? I think maybe I can just grant you that. But the question would be, should a state have the right to be a sanctuary city, or should a city have the right, a locality have the right to say no to the federal government? And I think that while we can both recognize that there might be some sort of negative repercussion of that has cons as well as pros, I would be wary of giving the government the power to just override local governments to that. Mud, can we talk about what Mud's doing? What's going on?
He's being a man. He's being a man, dude.
Right. What, Mud, do you have problems with what we're doing? Like, is it because we live in houses with internet and water and plumbing? Is that what you came on to argue with us about?
Does he live off grid or something? Is this one of your people, Whick?
I don't know. I've never seen this man before in my life.
I feel like I've seen Mud on here before. I think the name looks familiar. But I think it's awesome. We got something to watch.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
I'll stop taking everyone else's time. I'll say my final thing, Whick, is I agree with you. I think we should retain the right to be a sanctuary city. What I think the better end of this would be, I think immigrants should largely self-deport, make the United States feel the economic impact of not having you here. And I think that will fast-track some concessions on both sides. And I think we should get stronger pathways to citizenship for people who want to work. But in exchange, I think we should make collaborative federal and state programs where sanctuary states promise to not be sanctuary states contingent upon ICE not conducting raids.
Yeah, I wish
ICE
we lived in the world we could do this.
Well,
yes,
listen,
in fairyland, in
we have to
ideal
be
world, we can
forward-looking.
do that, but we can't
we
right
have
now.
We have to be forward-looking, though, because if we don't plan for after Trump, then the next Trump is just going to come, right? If you don't plan for, if there's no better alternative that we picture and posit, then what are people going to vote for other than the guy who's loudest about the problems they want to fix? You know?
Fair enough. I just disagree
federal
on our
funding,
current focus. This is the most.
Sure.
This is. Can I just say, I have a complaint about you, Jeb10. You came on here to this show to yell at me to get this thing going,
I didn't know
and
it
you
was
came
about
over with the
yelling.
most milquetoast argument and complaint that you could possibly. Like, we slightly disagree on how we should handle this one specific topic, but our disagreements are very big. Jesus Christ, this is.
Jeb, can you say hi, Mama Tomato?
Hi, Mama Tomato.
Thank you, Jeb. It's panelist hazing. You have to say hi to my mama.
Okay. Hi, Mama Tomato. You're beautiful. I love you. But Whick,
Tim,
I've had complaints about you in the past, but we always squash them. We always come together.
Aww,
that's why I'm your number 37
good.
fan.
True.
So
true.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you, Whick, what would Jeb have to do to move up in the ranks of his fan count?
Look, I'm a very motivated by certain things, and one of my main motivations is money. You give me more money, and you can buy. Okay, much like Trump will sell access, right? I will also sell access. You give me enough money, we can get you to spot number 20 at least. Okay, we can talk, we can discuss, we can look over the numbers and come to a fair deal here. But if you give me enough money, almost anything's possible, baby. Okay. All right. So.
And I am also motivated by money as well. And chat, I'm actually disappointed because usually by this point in the show, you've already hit halfway to the first goal. So do better. I'm drinking. You guys like it when I drink. It gets funny. Okay. But if I drink this whole can, I'm about halfway through already.
What's your halfway goal?
At least get 5 freaking dono
if we
goals
do that,
on the board.
If we do that, I promise you guys, right? If we can get half the goal, I'll take my shirt off. And if we can get the full goal, I'll put my shirt back on. Okay? So we'll do that.
Motivation.
Can we just skip that process? Is that possible?
With enough donations, yes.
No
shirt off.
Oh, okay.
Just can everybody just grift a little? Can Sarah just grift a little bit for everybody here?
What that means is you need to hit the 5 mark, but then right as soon as you hit the 5 mark, I'll give you 5 minutes to hit the 10 mark, okay, before Whick takes his shirt off. So you got a 5-minute grace period to add the other 5 donos.
True.
Okay. Yes. So you get a grace period.
The threat of the shirt is definitely the threat of the removal is definitely what people should be paying for here, because it's getting out of hand.
I'll show you out of hand, brother. Okay. Is that your complaint, that I'm just too sexy? Is that why you come on here?
Well, they say, okay, Rafi, whatever, says maybe not hit the 5. Well, I'll tell you what, if you don't hit the 5, by the time I finish this drink, then we can all just fucking go home. All right. And I drink pretty fast. So you choose. Hank, Mr. Hank, get up here, Hank. We love you, Hank. Sending in the big 3 says, how much to get Mud to sharpen his axe? Mud, Mr. Mud, we need you, sir. You're being paged to the front, sir. How much to sharpen your axe? I don't know if you're muted. Yeah, you're muted.
It's sharp enough. First of all, it's sharp enough. Okay, I'm splitting wood here. I got a light little hammer. Well, not a hammer. Holy shit, smoke's blowing right in my face. Sorry.
Are you drunk chopping right now?
Do you sober chop?
That's my guy.
Do you even wear shoes? That's the real question.
Do you sober chop? Is that a thing?
Yeah,
I'm in Southern California.
No, you don't even wear shoes when you chop. That's how you do it.
Oh, this could go terribly wrong. But we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
No, I put the chainsaw away. We're good.
We're gonna have some fun tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I can promise you that.
Sorry to sorry.
Well,
Go ahead.
I wanted to give it over to Ashton Alwine, the newbie, as he put on his header. I want to hear, because you were second in line, I want to hear what kind of complaints or debates or whatever you have.
My only complaint, I mean, it's not even really a complaint with your channel, Sarah. It's just the factor of, like, I think everything gets lost in the hustle sometimes. So whenever we do come on, like, a lot of the people start over talking each other and stuff like that. But that's nothing you do. You're a good moderator and stuff. But my only complaint really with Whick is when you say about the deportations and stuff costing more. I'm pretty sure the last stat that I saw from the federal government wasn't it we're giving out like $140 billion to illegal aliens.
I don't know if I ever said it costed more.
No, I'm not saying you said it costed more. You're saying about the cost that it would take to deport all the illegal aliens. No. I'm saying about the money that we're saving by getting rid of them.
I don't think I mentioned a cost in my analysis either way. My problem, once again, is not deportation. It is how it is being done, right? And I think that ICE, in trying to meet quotas, in trying to get numbers up, are foregoing proper process that is violating people's rights, frankly.
So in the state of the law itself, wouldn't federal law outweigh state or local law because of being the law of the land that you technically reside in?
Well, so when it comes to sanctuary cities specifically and other things like that, depending, like, we give states and localities certain rights that the federal government cannot come in and override. And while, yes,
which the federal government regularly violates.
But is that good when they do that, or is that bad when they do that?
No, I'm not saying whether it's good or bad. That's a descriptor, not a prescriptor.
Sure. I'm saying I am making a value claim that they should not do that, that they should minimize. The federal government has grown too large and too powerful. Executive branch especially has taken too many, rights unto itself, too much power unto itself, and we need to divest, basically. We need to divest that power.
Based off of what? Based off of what, though?
So look at the number of executive orders that Trump has signed in the last, he's not even been, it's been 6 months, right? 6 months. Yep. And he's already set to beat Biden's entire executive orders for his entire presidency. And Biden's executive orders were exceeding
Why is any of that bad, though?
Okay, so the reason
just
that
from your view, I'm not
Sure,
saying I'm not giving you my view or anything.
Okay,
Just from your
sure.
view, why would any, depending on the president who's in power, why would them being able to sign executive orders be a bad thing? If, like in this case, you have over 50% of the nation that said they want Trump to be able to have this amount of power. They knew, even from, I'll say, a centrist or a leftist point of view, they say that he was going to do this, and everybody knew it, and yet still 50% of the people said, yeah, that's fine, let him do it. Why, from your view, why is that a bad thing that a president has that power if with the next iteration of whatever president, it could be changed through the standard voting process?
Sure, let me ask you this. Do you think that a executive, that the president, should have any limits on his power at all?
No. Yeah, I didn't. No. Yeah, that's not an answer to my question. But I'll be more than happy to answer that if you just answer why would it be a bad thing to have a president, regardless of.
I'll answer your question, because executive branch should be limited in scope so that it cannot oversee the bounds. We have Congress for a reason, and we make it
I agree,
harder
which is why the executive powers can be overturned. Which is what I'm saying. Why is his decisions now, which would be under the law temporary? Because again, if you got whether it be a leftist, centrist, or a different Republican in, he could easily overchange the exact things that you're talking about.
It's
why is it a bad thing for them to have that power?
It's bad for the citizenry to have to switch our laws entirely every 4 years. Right, every 4 years, if we change how we govern entirely by the stroke of a pen, with no debate, with no due process, with none of that, it is bad for the
Supreme Court.
And that's why.
That's definitely not part of the question there.
Yeah,
why
hold
would
on.
it be
You don't
a bad
understand your
thing
question in this
morally
case. You are asking me why executive. You're not allowing me to answer your question, sir. Why executive orders
you
are
did
bad
answer it. I'm just saying it didn't answer the question I asked.
They are given without any other, right? Like Congress doesn't have to pass a law. It doesn't have to go through any debate. It doesn't have to have people from both sides of the aisle giving their input. It doesn't have to be talked about. He just literally signs something that comes into play. And then when the next administration comes in, they literally sign it to revoke it. By stroke of a pen.
What I'm asking you is
wrong,
if that administration held every one of your identical ideals, would that be a misuse of power, even though it's granted by the Constitution, by the Congress, by everybody within checks and balances? Because again, all of this stuff can be rescinded. It can go to the Supreme Court. It can go to all these different places. The checks and balances still exist. It's based off of what administration and what ideals are within that administration that determines how far people are willing to go to, quote, stop something or prevent something. I'm not saying from my point of view that it's a good thing that person has that much power. I'm just going from this is an internal critique. There's nothing wrong objectively or morally.
You haven't let me finish
with
a
person
How can you internally
that you voted
critique
in.
anything I've said because you haven't let me finish the thought?
Well, he didn't vote.
I've definitely you finished all of your thoughts. What do you mean?
You've interrupted me whenever
you've been
I'm
very
starting
clear.
talking.
Yeah, Whick, you have no more thoughts.
No, you've been pretty clear.
True. Head empty.
Head empty.
Right, stick to
Well,
the chopping
while
wood,
you're
right?
gathering your thoughts, gentlemen, I knew the crowd would prevail eventually. And they're already starting to throw. Oh, no, where'd he go?
I mean, he's in the woods. I would imagine it's probably.
Yeah, it's probably connection issues.
He's been axed.
Yeah. I'm going to.
I'm going
to assume that wasn't a rage quit. So Lobster sends in the big 5 to throw tomatoes at us. I love it. Throwing tomatoes here. It's funny because throwing tomatoes here is a good thing, usually. You know,
You need to get a tomato
I
emoji.
dropped my phone. Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
That's okay. No big deal. And thank you, Lobster, for contributing to the dono goal. I appreciate that. We're going to get Wick's shirt off, but not really, because you guys are going to run right back in and finish the other 5. And he's going to keep it off.
Are they?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see.
And See, now if we said if you hit the dono goal, right? If you matched the entire dono goal right now, 10 out of 10, and Sarah takes her shirt off, it would be done.
True. Yeah, this is again why white
obviously.
male gamers are the most oppressed class. Okay, that's why.
I'm with you, Wick. Me and the top right guy now. We're both with you. But allow me to outflank you from the right a little bit, Mud, on this, because I think there's a reasonable reason why someone who even would have preferred Trump to win over Kamala, which is I fall into that category. I didn't vote for him, but I preferred him over her. The reason why I would want him to exercise executive orders less is because, like Wick said, the moment they get some soft, limp-wristed Democrat in office, dude, that dude can just erase everything that was created through executive order. Whereas if Trump just did what most conservatives did historically pre-Bush era and did things the slower way, the more boring way, and the ugly way, and did it through the legislature, we could get permanent immigration and otherwise and economic policy change that is really fucking hard to remove, because I mean, look at how gridlocked the Congress is. If you can eke something in with the majority that Trump has right now, it's probably stuck there for at least a decade.
How many bills have been passed by Trump's Congress? Even,
I mean, it's been tough because the Democrats, his whole first part of his president.
No, I'm talking about this administration specifically.
Oh,
Trump
this
too.
one, none.
Yeah,
none.
Exactly. That's a problem.
Inexcusably, by the way, he has not put a border bill on the table. So all of my fellow conservatives, especially the ones who did vote Trump, you guys should be calling your congressman every day, because we were promised a border bill was the first thing coming, and I want one still. All this hoopla could have been taken care of ahead of time if we just got a fucking border bill on the table, and it would have been way better than the one that the Democrats passed. But we don't even have one. What the fuck is up with that?
Yeah, how come instead of a border bill we have?
What I do have.
That's where you need the executive orders.
What I do have is a Big 10 coming in from Charles Hunt with more tomatoes on it. We love you. Thank you so kindly. I appreciate that. And continue
Chuck
to hit
Hunt? That sounds like a troll name.
Charles Hunt?
No, Chuck Hunt.
That's good. Thank you, Chuck Hunt. Oh goodness! All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah. I mean, instead of a beautiful border bill, of course, Trump notoriously struck down Biden's border bill. But instead of a border bill, we've got this big bloated bill that includes like stuff about like stopping AI, like state AI regulations for the next decade. Like, who asked for that? Like, I don't know. This it's very, very bizarre. I don't know. I mean, Sarah, do you want to defend this?
So tell me about the AI regulations.
Yeah. So one example is that health insurance companies, there's a state regulation that I don't remember what state was putting in place or put it in place, but basically it would require if a doctor's office or an insurance company was like giving information to a patient, and they used AI to generate that, they would have to let them know. So this isn't like a boundary on the like ability of AI. It's not a boundary on like how AI itself is developed, right? So it's not like a guardrail. It's a guardrail to protect people who are consuming AI. And this is something that Trump's big beautiful bill would ban because it's a state level regulation.
So the ban would be saying that you don't have to inform people
the law that exists.
That
yeah, exactly.
The
law currently,
that the information generated was not. You don't have to. I want to make sure I understand it correctly. You don't have to inform the patient that I'm assuming it's medical advice or like aftercare or
like
recovery.
If your doctor wrote you a message and they used AI to generate it, they should have to let you know that. I think.
Well,
right?
I kind of start with the question of why are doctors using AI to generate? I understand, like,
that's a great question as well.
I understand if you have something like. Uh-oh.
Are we? Was that me or was that y'all?
Sarah ran.
I think that was me. Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
What are we looking at, Mud?
A log. the log.
Oh,
I know it
okay.
looked like
well,
a hairy
this
belly.
is gonna be.
I was confused at first. I was like,
This
"What
is
is
gonna
that?"
be
But it was a
a
log.
really nice.
That man's got some big wood.
Yeah.
This is gonna be a cutting board. It's a birch cutting board. Look at how cool that is. And there's a big knot on the back. So I'm gonna turn
in it, all right.
where the knot is on the inside. This is gonna be a bowl right here, and then the rest will be epoxied for a cutting board. And then I'll have feet on this side. I don't know if you can see, but yeah, just a cool log I found. Or
That's
tree
fair.
I cut down, I guess.
I love how we're having like DIY time in the woods.
True.
But
You know what?
I got this other cool one. This is an oak cutting board. I don't know if you can see the colors on that. That's a big old solid.
Yeah,
I think the sun's kind of
losing
setting
light,
on you
brother.
there, Mud.
But I'm
Yeah,
with you. I don't chop the wood because I'm in California.
It's
I
getting
make
dark.
cut boards too, baby. Don't worry.
Or you need to turn your screen light on a little higher. Okay, so
What if I go?
So,
Yeah.
Mike,
Well,
I understand there are certain features already kind of pre-prompted, right? If you come in with and you get stitches, and there's like an automated prompt, like, "Oh, you got stitches. Here's the recovery for stitches," and they print out this long humdrum page of here's aftercare. Like a lot of things are pretty basic, but I do have a fear factor just to begin with the idea of AI generating a message on behalf of the doctor, or AI putting in some of the work, or the information, because I mean that's just the same as if I went and I looked at WebMD because I had a headache, and then suddenly 10 minutes later I think I have cancer, right? So if I as a human could go down that route, what can AI do? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I will say to the credit of the LLMs, like they are remarkably good at diagnosis, and they are like increasingly good at like personalized healthcare advice and stuff. But I think the concern is less about specifically like how good it is, and the bigger concern is the fact that the legislation right now would at least protect us from it would give us awareness. Like you want to at least know if it is AI generated. And so that's what that law, and it's just one example of a state level law that's like a state level regulation that like, it's great when states have the ability to set these like to set the standards, at least as like a practice, to explore like, oh, how does this regulation work? And then the federal government can, build from there. If these are like, if they start to expand and go like all the other states start to embrace it, then we can take it on federally. But if the states can't make that, that's a problem, right?
Yeah, I would say I'm not in agreement of that being added in. And I'll preface it by saying I think anything AI generated should come with that preface to begin with. Especially if you're pulling, if I said I need to know about such and such history from 1972, blah, 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 and I want to put it in a paper and deliver it to my boss or something, I think that caveat of this was generated by AI. So if something is crazy or wrong or this or that, like that's where, we fall to. And I think especially if you're getting medical information from AI, I particularly want to know, because then I'm going to be like, well, I have more questions, or I want to kind of fact check this, or I don't know. That makes me very uncomfortable.
And the last thing I'll say on this, and then I'll yield to someone else. But like the last thing I would say is, if you're concerned about this, which I think most people are, like when I describe that, they're like, oh, I don't like that states aren't allowed to make regulations like that. Like, like some people would support like not letting states restrict AI development broadly, but this is a massive overstep. So if you don't support this, then you should absolutely be calling your senators and letting them know to not support Donald Trump's big beautiful bill, because this is part of it. And I think that
my question back,
even a lot of Republican senators are starting to push against it. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene even has said she's not going to support the bill.
My question back then, in lieu of saying, hey, we're not going to let the states regulate this, is the federal government going to put an overall AI regulation out there along with it? Is that part of the package? Because if the federal government says, hey, we want to take over that space and make it like an equivalent across the board, because obviously the internet and transitions between state to state, you can do certain things in states, but I think there should be some things that could be an overhaul by the government on that. I would ask that question if they're adding in that caveat of, we're not going to let the states do it, but we have a regulation in place to prevent that from happening across the board.
Yeah, and I know I said I was done, so I'll just respond to that real quick. There's like a 10-year moratorium in this bill that would stop the states from setting up regulation like this. And so that doesn't mean the federal government couldn't do regulation like this, but I think part of the use of having states, as we do in the union, is that we can try these experiments and see, and we can have states propose different legislation that they can try to see what works best, especially over a 10-year period where we're going to see rapid AI development. It seems like a really important time to allow certain regulation like this to exist. But I said my piece. So
yeah. Also, Whick is a pussy who hasn't taken his shirt off yet. I want to.
Well, we haven't hit
the. Hot.
Don't do it.
We haven't hit the 5 yet.
I thought she said you hit the threshold. My bad.
Well, what I did say was we started moving at the very least, so I'll accept it.
We got traction,
all right,
gang.
Evan.
All right. An argument for both moderators. I think that considering like the war on terror and how we left every single Middle Eastern state except for Iran standing, and now Iran's a problem, I think that we should join Israel and the chance to go and balkanize Iran, because it'll be a problem, and it's easy. Like, Israel has set itself out to be the main power, or like the main like puppet master of the Middle East. So I think we should help them with that. And if, like, once that happens, they'll be so busy just trying to keep everything under control that they'll no longer require America to go in, like, help them with any more aggressive wars.
Wait, did you say we're gonna?
That's how it always works,
we're
right?
Gonna balkanize Iran?
Oh,
yeah, like over in like the corner, like there.
I know what you mean. Like, break it up.
We take right? ethnicities. Yeah, we'd split up among ethnicities. We also could just.
That's the stupidest idea I've ever heard in my life.
When you say help or support, what does that mean? Like, the U.S. should help or support Israel? What a nation that objectively and according to the people that do support Israel is quite capable in and of herself to defend her own interests. What would help from the U.S. or aid or support look like from the U.S.? Like, is that from the people? Is that from the military? From the government? What do you mean by help and support?
I would say military support. Like, we could use our Navy to go and bombard like their coastal
boots
cities
on the ground. Hard.
We could do
hard action
with air support. I don't think that
hard action.
I don't think using soldiers like on boots on the ground is practical. Like,
soldiers are soldiers.
Military. Like, I think Marines.
Soldiers are soldiers. Soldiers are soldiers. Whether you're flying them in, whether it's ships, you've got our men killing other men. Why should we do that? We've got our boys. We're sending your brother, your uncle, your cousin, whoever it is, sister. You're sending them over there. Why should we do that? Why is there an ought? What's the ought? Not.
Well, I'd say looking at America's elites, a lot of our elites are connected to like a lot of Israeli interests, and I think that seeing like what happened with Rhodesia in South Africa, we should help a Western aligned colonial state of the Middle East.
Look, I think
we did that.
Hold on. I was talking about this. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think there's any need to do this. I think Israel's handling it. Israel was able to strike and take out the whole general staff of Iran in a single night. They killed General Salami and General Salami, right? And all his little helpers. I think they struck the uranium enrichment places and things like that. I think last I checked, and I could be wrong, Iran did retaliate and they did land a couple blows, but I don't think they hit anything of substance. I could be wrong on this. I've been monitoring the situation, but I may have missed something. And I don't think that...
Is it racist that I have a black cat? Sorry, that's inappropriate. That was inappropriate. I'm sorry.
No,
that's fine.
Evan, I would also ask...
Hold on, let me put this. I like animals.
Kitties.
Animals. That looks ginormous.
His name is Dr. Handsome.
Is that a freaking like cougar? The thing looks huge.
No, he's just a very dark cat. He doesn't even have any of the light stripes, but his name is Dr. Handsome, in case anybody's wondering.
All right, Dr. Handsome it is.
But yeah, Evan, I would also say beware of how you can actually harm Israel's interests by helping them in this, right? Because say we do the Abraham Accords Part 2, right? We try to get other Middle Eastern nations to work in trade deals with Israel. Will they take that as kindly if Israel attacks someone and we support them? Do the Abraham Accords Part 2 seem kind of like we're doing it at gunpoint? Because we're like, if you don't trade with them and they decide to attack you, we're going to bring people in and start attacking you too. It starts to feel like more of a mob boss thing than what the Abraham Accords were intended to do, which was more of a, let's normalize Israeli-Middle East relations through trade.
I don't think like soft power works. I think just letting them know that this is like
bomb the Browns. He said, "Dude, let's do it."
Why doesn't soft power work?
Like looking at like what the British and French did, like when they occupied the region, like oil was flowing, like Western influence where was was maintained. Like with the British Iran Oil Company, among others. So if we go and have like hard power and like make them realize that they aren't sovereign states, they are like under like Western, like they're at our mercy. I think that will go and do a lot of help to go and
I think that
potential
the
problems to the West.
Nations deserve their sovereignty, and we shouldn't go, at least except for under very dire circumstances at gunpoint. But I do have a little bit of housekeeping here, Sarah. So here's the thing: my chatters have paid me what $50 to take my shirt off, so we can change. We'll have to change the deal. You got to get through her whole thing, right? All of it. If you want me to put it back on. So that's what we're doing. Thank you, Alexander Wren, for the $50.
Chat.
But here we go. Look, I'm not going to be able to hear you for a minute, but, I'm going to do the dance. And
that's fine. I'll take care of the crowd. His chat has spoken. Are you going to let
please
them
save us.
out? Are you going to let them outbid us?
Get him to put his
fucking shirt back on.
I've seen Wick have to do this before, and it's a nice sight. Okay, no one's saving us by making this, by undoing this.
Muscular.
I'm trying to become a good Christian man here, guys, and this.
Well, you're about to face what a lot of good Christian men face, and we call that temptation, my friend.
Chat, save us! We must beat his chat to this. Finish the dono goal, and he puts it back on. I'm crying right now. Make it stop. Hold on.
It's happening.
Get the baby oil.
It's happening.
Make it go.
Sprinkle some of that onto you.
You gotta pay. If you want it to stop happening, you can make it stop happening. You gotta pay. You gotta pay up. This is extortion.
I should hurt them. I should hurt them and just leave it like this the rest of the show. Oh wait. There we go. Here, I got the right. You asked for this, chat. You asked for this. This is what you wanted. You didn't complete the goal. So now you have to sit and...
It's a punishment stream.
It's no punishment, Wick. Have some self-confidence. It's a gift.
We got one in the door. A sarcastic warlock sends the big 5. One contribution towards the goal. Evan, enlist and go fight for your mother Israel. Me and mine will watch you fight for your duplicitous beasts of heroes. 5 minutes to the back, fool. And Evan, you got 5 minutes backstage. I'm removing you now. And yes, you can boot the panel. You can boot Wick and I. Wick's over there.
Look at these shoulders. Look at these shoulders, okay, gang?
Damn, I didn't realize they could boot people from the chat. I need to do a Raging Tomato debate because Wick already knows. I would get booted.
You
and
would get
brought
booted
back
real quick.
and boot-
Yeah, it would be
get-
like 5 minutes and you'd be done.
Wick, you know, I would get booted, but then I'd get brought back, and then I'd get booted. I'm a polarizing figure, okay? But I have haters and I have fans, and I have no in between. Okay.
Well,
You may have a polarizing figure.
It's the open panels where they can boot from. So if you're a panelist of like an exclusive panel,
Oh, okay.
then you're safe, right? But if you jump on open panel like this, like we at the end of every debate, we always go into open panel, and that's where people can be booted. And I will leave the sexy music on, and Wick will continue to dance for all of you until you finish the dono goal to get him to put that shirt back
Make her
on.
a little
Look,
money. Make her a little money. Okay,
they're
see,
coming
here we
in.
go.
Put it back
You gotta
on.
keep going. You gotta
Hey,
keep going. You gotta reach that goal.
I put it in Wick's chat, but I'll say it here, okay? Wick has a spicy dad bod, and I'm tired of pretending he doesn't, okay?
Oh.
Put him in those anonymous surveys, and some ladies will say that they prefer that. Over
Man,
Jack
people
Dyer.
laugh at this, but I've made over $1,000 on this alone. People
True.
getting
He's
me to
basically
take my
When are
shirt
you
off.
gonna-
I'm sure if you
Basically
send your
OnlyFans
feet
girl.
pics out too, you'd make some money.
I
was gonna say,
would.
When are you gonna start your OnlyFans?
Look,
So you're a prostitute.
it'll be my
yeah.
only beards.
Kirk?
Hold on. All streamers are prostitutes.
Yes, we are technically.
We are entertaining
We-
you
we-
for money.
Yes. I don't take my shirt off, but as you all can see, Wick does, and he's doing a great job. Kirk Taylor sending in the big 5 and says, "Get the shirt back on. You're almost there. You got 4 more to go, chat."
Listen,
Four
Kurt,
more
Somebody
to go.
Wick,
please.
number 37 fan, I'm looking at your profile picture, and I'm not sure you'd match up 1-to-1 with your shirt
And
off
look,
next to Wick.
if you give
I'm
her
gonna say it.
$100, look, I'll do this. If you give her $100 in a single dono, we can skip the line, right? Okay, $100 single dono.
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
concur. That's an easy
We'll
one.
Skip the line.
Wick, was
And
it your show or Dylan Burns where when Trump won the last election, I took my shirt off and started doing bench reps? I was pretty
not
drunk.
mine.
Okay, it was Dylan Burns. It was one of you liberals.
I can also say, ladies and gentlemen, that I will never be mistaken for an illegal immigrant. Right? Not with this skin tone. Okay.
Yeah, you
will
can.
never-
From
Canadian.
Canada. From
Yeah.
Canada.
From
I
Canada.
deport you, yeah,
That's a
you look
Canadian,
Canadian.
right there. No,
You
I'm
actually
too
get
based.
bad
way-
shit in
I'm too
Canada.
based to ever be mistaken from one of those Canucks. Okay.
Oh,
Right?
sure.
Like,
No,
they just
that
won't
flag
even-
ain't fooling
I'm not
nobody.
soy enough.
You're from Manitoba.
Look, I'm gonna do this again. We're going with the music.
It's funny because I hear a northern accent from Mud too, though. Mud's from.
Okay, first of all right, I'm close, but I'm not up there.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it. You're from
Nebraska.
Manitoba. You wanted to say, "Hey, you're from Manitoba, eh?"
No, I'm from I'm from the good part. All right, I'm from Wisconsin. We're on the south part of the lake. We got the nice
so
spot.
Close. So close.
And I'll tell you what, since you guys have been asking for the horse too, yeah, it puts the lotion on its skin or it gets the horse. I'll give you the horse as a freebie if you match that goal. I will play the horse video to allow time for Wick to put his shirt back on. Okay.
A cleanser. Okay, a palate cleanser.
It's a palate cleanser. Speedy Lee sends in 2, but 2 doesn't hit the goals. The only thing that hits the goals are 5 or more. You gotta add in a
My
few
body
extra.
isn't a punishment, Speedy Lee. My body's a prison for ice cream sandwiches. Okay, right? It's a C-cop for ice cream sandwiches. That's
So,
what it is. Okay.
I have
Go.
I have something to contest Wick with now.
Oh, what's
so
up?
He's,
You got me.
Yes. Yeah, so he says he's oppressed because he's a gamer, but does he game on Linux?
No, that's some.
Then you're not that oppressed.
This is not that
oppressed.
oppressed. Look, I don't.
I game on Linux.
Yep.
I'm
Are
more
we doing
oppressed
the
than you are.
oppression Olympics now? Just
Absolutely.
Because? Okay. Look, I
Yes,
understand
I game on Linux.
that
I'm
you.
more oppressed.
We're talking
Look,
about
I understand.
Olympics.
Hank, what's your
Some
name?
oil
Hank, is that your
wrestling
name?
for Wick
Yes,
here would be-
yes.
Hank, I understand that you may not understand oppression, right? But I, as a white male gamer, okay, straight, cis, heteronormative white male gamer, I understand what
Debatable.
oppression is. I understand
On
you
Windows.
might not. Well, I
You game on
understand I
Windows,
do.
though.
Okay.
I game on Linux. I'm more oppressed than you are.
Man, what do you play?
Yeah,
What do you play?
you guys
What do
want to
play?
talk about oppression? This is what I have to. This is how I heat myself. Outside in the woods, I gotta cut the wood up in front of strangers and then put it on this hot pile of coals, just so I can keep my tiny frame warm at night.
Yeah, he's like in the backyard of my $200,000 8-bedroom mansion in Wisconsin because property values are so low that a fucking McDonald's worker.
Let me show you the property value. Does that look like a mansion or does that look like a 30-foot long camper?
Looks like a mansion to me.
Hey, it's
generator and a bottle of water.
It's a mansion.
What does that look like? White privilege?
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty sick. Not gonna lie, it's pretty sweet.
I'm gonna set off all of your Alexas right now. Are you ready? Turn your volumes up on your shows. If you're watching on your phone, your laptop, your TV, turn the volume up. Okay, I'm gonna set off all of your Alexas at once. Are you ready for it? Alexa, buy nipple clamps. There you go. I hope she heard me. If somebody's did go off, let me know in the chat. Kirk Taylor sending a big 10 to add to the super chat goal, saying blinded by high beams, get it off screen. Uh-oh. And Evan, your timer's up. If you want to come back, your timer's
Kirk,
up. You can come back on screen.
Let's see your titties, Kirk. What's you working with?
Do we get a titty shot from you, Wick? Like, do we get a full
You
titty
want
shot?
nipples? You got to pay a little extra for nipples. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
a little extra. See, you got to
maybe they'll
monetize this
send
shit,
it-
son.
I think maybe they'll send it over on your chat, but they have to do it before you put the shirt back on.
True.
'Cause the
True.
dono,
Again.
the dono goal did get hit. So,
okay.
if
you
you're
got
watching on
you got 2
Wix,
minutes.
You got 2
$20,
minutes.
and I'll show you nips.
$20.
$20. I'll show nips.
My
Okay,
my
20 bucks.
algorithm is screaming right now.
Hold on, I gotta turn Twitch off for this one, but YouTube.
Oh, if you change, actually,
You really?
fun fact, if you change your stream to a fitness stream, you can show nipples. You
True,
can be
but
shirtless
I'll
Start
just,
working out.
We'll see if
Start
I get the
working out.
$20. If I get the $20, I'll do what
Yeah.
I need to do.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah, that's why. That's why use Kick is my second platform rather than Twitch.
Well,
Have
you
a
can
mod
just
do it. You need more
you can
slaves.
just
Wick.
you can just like put a screen up on your side and then just show the nips over here because I feel like my chat needs to be scarred a little bit.
Well,
Your
no,
chat's
what I'll
probably
do,
used to
what
it.
I'll do is I'll just turn off the.
I'm not convinced he has nipples.
There's only one way to find out, boys and girls. Okay.
Wait, Wick, do you
There
like
be something
not have
going on
Twitch
here.
mod? Do you not have Twitch mods? I don't see any hammers in your chat.
Well, people don't like modding for me because I'm very lenient, and I don't like it when mods mod.
Well, yeah, I don't.
Jared doesn't like to mod either.
Oh, I was like, you just need
Okay,
a slave
here we
to,
go.
like,
20
change
bucks.
Your shit to fitness.
I'm turning off the. I'm
20
turning off
bucks.
I'm turning off the Twitch stream for a moment. I'll turn it back on in a second. Okay. Actually, you know what? Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna get a full. Hold on.
Do the
Let me
truffle
play.
Truffle shuffle.
No, are we shuffling? We can.
We're not gonna do.
Wick
Please
is not
no.
big enough to do the truffle shuffle.
Wait,
I
where
don't
are you
wanna
located? Do I gotta prepare for like seismic activity or what?
Wick
Too
is
late
not
for that.
that big. Let's stop hate. Let's not pretend Wick is bigger than he is, dude. Woo! Let's fucking go!
Give you
That's
some of
why
that
number
money's
32
worth.
my
Now
eyes,
we
big
turn
bird.
Twitch back on.
Big
We're
bird.
good. We're safe. Cost
And
compliant.
let's go through the rest. Draco coming in with a big
This is
10. You can start
extortion?
putting your shirt
Okay.
on now. This is extortion. You're right. You know why? Because we don't get paid to do this unless you do it. Okay. So, yes, we have to use extreme measures sometimes to get you to open your wallets and send your entertainment tax for the evening. I think it's fair. We have fun with it. And essentially, you get to run the show. Sarcastic Warlock, A with a big 5, says Steam OS makes gaming on Linux easy. Stop playing a victim, son.
Oh, but have you read the Steam terms of services? They could just take it all away from you whenever they feel like it. So there you go. Oh,
That's fair. And Armira TV with the big 5 says, definitely a Mexican, taking the shirt off like he about to do the yard.
Nah, I put on my white beater for that. Okay, right. That's very specific. Okay, I burn easy. Okay, so yeah.
That's fair. That's
Homie's
fair.
got a collection of leaf blowers behind him.
That's that. Yeah. How many leaf blowers do you own? That will tell us whether you're.
Look, I got only one, but
I'm going to be honest. I got 4.
You got 4?
Mexican.
Why don't you just got one that
Yeah.
gets it done? Okay, all you need is one to get it
Yeah,
done.
no, I got 2 hands, so I go for one in each.
Oh, let me give you guys a palate cleanser. Thanks to Evan Lord for this kind gesture for all of you. You know what? I'll play you a few of them. You guys need a heavy palate cleanser.
Rude.
This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by
And of course, we need one for the ladies in chat because I know you're out there. Here you go,
had
ladies.
a whole show for the ladies. Okay, but fair enough. Fair enough. Give
Ladies
more, yeah.
need to see the good pecs.
To both the gals in chat.
Here you go, ladies. This one's for you.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
And Mud, I hope you paid attention to the real axe throwers around here. And shout out to Evan for sponsoring our little video palette. We appreciate you very kindly. Another new account comes in with the big 5, says, Whick and Sarah, thoughts on say it for me, please.
DeSantis.
Thank you. Saying drivers have the right to hit protesters with their car if they're surrounded and threatened.
Well, they're no longer protesters at that point, so yeah, technically by law, that's true.
I think it like context dependent, right? Like
what
does surrounded and threatened mean in this case? Like, are there simply protesters around your car, or are they like rocking it back and forth, hitting on the windows, things like that? Like, obviously, it depends. I'd have to know more, right? I'd have to know more about the law.
Yeah. Oh, I think I think overall, if you feel threatened, right? Like, let's say, for instance, I have my 2 children in my vehicle, and there are protesters surrounding me and not letting me through, and my kids are obviously afraid and worried and concerned and freaking out. I find that defensible. You know, I feel like to some degree, now I'm not going to obviously plow through them, but I'm going to continue pushing forward. And if you throw yourself in front of my car, that's on you. But I do have the right to push through because I feel, especially if I'm alone and I'm a female and I'm alone, I have the, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like I have the right to push through and get to safety because there's like 20 of you and 1 of me and 2 children. Ain't happening. No, sir. And if you start banging on my windows and trying to crack the windshield and shit like that, I am pushing that pedal to the metal. I don't give a fuck. My kids are number 1. I don't care who you are. This is a you problem, not a me problem.
And running over your people
just
as well.
Just by the act of protesting in general, it's an act of defiance. I'm not saying protesting's bad, but you assume certain risks just by the act of protesting.
Hold on.
Even if it's in a park or wherever it is.
Hold on. What risk? Hold on. No, please.
Oh, go ahead.
No, please. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
You want me to turn on you, Wick? I will turn on you.
We can
like
fight,
that.
right? We'll
Let's
debate
go.
on
You
something.
want to fight? Let's fucking fight, Wick.
But I don't think that protesting peacefully in a park should subject you to any risk. Why would it?
You're right. You're right. But
it shouldn't be. But you're assuming.
Well, in order to get the right permits, right? If you need to block off streets, then that requires police
yes.
Cooperation. They'll block off the
blockades,
streets for
protection.
You can do that. so on and so forth. But if you move outside of the arena that you've been granted space and you start fucking with other people's shit, nope. Now you are in the wrong. You are actually doing, like things that you did not request permission to do. And now you're putting other people in harm's way and scaring people out the door. Again, I'm not saying that I would immediately just hit that pedal and floor it and go rampaging through people. But if I'm starting to feel afraid and defenseless, and mine and my children's lives are at stake, I'm fucking pushing through. I don't care.
But what Mud said, and I think it's important to say what he said, is like any type of protest. I would agree with you that blocking off traffic or blocking streets or blocking access is one thing. But when we're talking about things like protesting outside of an abortion clinic, I think people should be free to do that as long as they're not blocking the entrance. I think they should be able to protest right outside that abortion clinic, hold up their gross 100%. Little signs, and they should not be threatened with anything. They shouldn't be accosted.
But they are. You are assuming a certain level of risk. You don't go into whatever the protest is. If you're going in against whatever the status quo or whatever the situation is, you're assuming you're entering that situation knowing that there's other people that are directly against your particular viewpoint or whatever it may be. So you're assuming the risk that even if it's a crazy person, like even if it's totally unjustified that somebody goes crazy and goes right through the cops and everything, you are knowingly going into a situation where other people are going. You are in defiance.
Putting yourself at risk right now, being outside, outdoors with showing yourself and your location on camera. You are assuming a level of risk, right? That's just
100%.
Trivially true.
Yes.
But it's the thing is, that's a trivially true statement. Yes, but so what?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that you're assuming a certain level of risk depending on where you're at. So whether it's in a park or you're standing in the middle of I-94, it doesn't matter. The level of risk
these are not the same.
It's going to change, depending on where you're at.
Not the same.
Like I'm not in risk being out in the middle of the woods. That's what I'm saying is it's not the same. But every protester is going into an individual protest knowing that there is a large risk against them, whether it's if they decide to go in the park, guess what? That means they're taking less of a risk.
I disagree.
She's Team Whick.
When you actually get a proper protest permit, right, or a parade or whatever, you're not assuming a risk of anything because there's police cooperation. There are boundaries already set. It's organized. It's meant to be, set. It's what happens.
Well, it's far less of a risk. Yes.
It should not be if you keep your protest in control, right? However, what happens and what has happened, as we have seen, is when the protest turns into riot. And that is when the actual protesters should leave, because their initial purpose, intention, so on and so forth, has now been lost, and it's not part of who they are. And they should get up and go the fuck home, and leave the rest of that chaos to people who are not abiding by the actual rules that grant them that space.
I agree wholeheartedly. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, it's just a different level. Like if you're going into a park
if you change your word to rioters, okay, not protesters, rioters, then yes, you are going in knowing the consequences. But protesters are protected when you get the permit and you get the proper precautions and everything set up in place, you are protected. The police are implemented and so on and so forth. They give you here is the exact lines of where you can be and where you can hold your signs up and yell and scream and do whatever you want. And you are protected by that. They will get police protection to ensure that you are safe to speak your piece, say what you want, do what you want, so on and so forth. It's
just like in a school or your own home where somebody could easily just decide that that's not the case and they want to change that. Like, I'm not saying like I fully agree. Like I 100% agree. But what I'm saying is if you're even out in public, if you decide to drive a car, you're assuming all these different risks. So what I'm saying is if you decide to go out and stand in the road and surround a car, you're assuming a larger amount of risk, and that's a riot.
Riot. That is riot.
Yeah, exactly.
That is not
that's what I'm saying. Is that?
But the question specifically was protesters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think that there is a line that is drawn very clearly between being a protester and a rioter. And
well, exactly. Yeah. So a protester, you wouldn't have to worry about, right? You wouldn't have to worry about driving through them because they're a protester and they're not doing anything.
Be in the road. They're not
even if they are. They're not going to hurt you because they're just protesting. It would hurt their movement to surround a car, smash the windows. It would harm their movement because it's no longer a protest. Yeah. It turned into a riot. So in that case, if we're talking completely peaceful protesters under the exact words or verbiage that DeSantis used by saying, if a protester standing in the middle of the road, or 20 of them, let's say there's 100 of them, and they're standing in the middle of the highway and they're all holding signs and they're all screaming, yelling, spitting, peeing on their ankles, whatever they're doing. If they're not directly harming you, whatever the vehicle. Now, even if it comes down to, let's say, like there's an ambulance coming through, that's a whole different story. Because there's actual legitimate protests where they're nonviolent. They haven't pushed further into the streets. They're literally just standing there, and an ambulance can't get through, and a person dies. And that's a completely nonviolent protest.
Well,
so like, when does that? Where's the line in that?
Think about how much harm it does. If let's say we're having a peaceful protest, but we maneuver out into the road where we don't belong and we weren't granted that space, the police will come and shoo you back, right? And if you're supposedly a peaceful protester, you will move along with what the police are telling you.
Exactly.
Say,
yeah.
Hey guys, you got to move out. You can't be out here. You're affecting the flow of traffic. XYZ. A peaceful protest, they'll move back in. Hands down, they'll move back in.
Well, I don't even like to use the word peaceful protest because a protest should always be in general peaceful, because if you go and start stabbing people in the neck, it's or throwing rocks at people, it's not it's no longer anything. It's just a riot, whatever.
Right. Clear.
But I think the initial intention.
I know. I'm just being hyperbolic. Yeah. No,
I think the intention here is the idea that these protesters, that I don't know what was said. Like, obviously DeSantis said do this, right? But I don't know the context behind it. But based on just what it's saying, I'm assuming the protesters are causing issues, and it said they're surrounded and threatened, right? To me, that says you're not where you're supposed to be. You're not moving within the guidelines that were provided with you. You're not moving within the permit, because any parade or protest, you have to get a permit, right? You
100%.
have to do it. And they will protect you to do that. So I think that initially we can presume this is moving into riot territory. And yes, I think anybody should have the right to say, the fuck I ain't, and move through. We've seen it. We've all seen video clips of vehicles being out there and protesters standing in the way and doing all. And these people have nothing to do with it.
Hold on, just to correct you a little bit, and I don't mean to correct you a lot, but you don't need a permit if you're not blocking streets or access. You generally don't need a permit.
I think it's that, but also
she's talking in general.
Yeah, I think also if you want to be able to. Like if I wanted to protest the White House, in front of the White House, right? Like government property or things that where I would clog up public access.
If you're blocking, if you're blocking access or blocking traffic, then you need a permit.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're not doing those things and you're simply say, for example, if you want to go outside of the White House and not block the gates and just protest in front of like the fence that they have, right, which we've seen, you don't necessarily.
But that's on a sidewalk, right? So if you're on a sidewalk, you're not property. You're not on private property. You're on kind of common ground.
Mm-hmm.
You're not interfering with the flow of traffic. So, and I think there is like if you expect so many people to show up to this, right? I know there's like
that's a lot of fire code and stuff.
Huh?
So I was going to say, with the amount of people, it has a lot to do with fire code and safety. So that's why they limit a lot of park sizes, events, and I mean, even go ahead. Sorry.
Let me ask you guys a question, because I think this might be an interesting
16.
thing. No, that's not the right answer. So during the extinction or the climate change protesters that would go and block a traffic, right? They would glue themselves to the road. They would block the traffic, right? But they weren't surrounding any cars. They were just blocking it off. There was a gentleman, I use the term loosely, that dragged them out and then shot them. Was he right to do that?
Yeah, a guy in Panama,
okay?
right? I think it was in Panama, right? That old guy that went up and.
But he wasn't being like threatened or anything. They were just in the way. They were blocking traffic. They were absolutely impeding access, and they probably shouldn't have been. But was it okay for that guy to go and shoot those guys? I don't think it was.
No,
I think
that's
it was
exactly what I was
way
wondering
excessive,
about.
even though that they were in the wrong, right? They were in the wrong for blocking the traffic. I think that what he did there was way excessive, and that's my worry with DeSantis saying something like this, that people are going to take
I'm with you.
and
That's why
over
I
apply
say,
it, right?
That's why I say it comes down to the amount of threat, right? Self-defense is a match of threat for threat. So if you come at me with a knife and I come at you and I defend myself with a knife back,
come
right?
At me with a knife?
And
let's go.
I'm gonna come at you fucking knife. If you like, I match threat levels, right? Or me being a girl and fucking Mud comes at me with a knife, I can match him with a gun because I am smaller and weaker, right? So I have to upgrade.
Well,
I have to escalate.
There's another difference too that's important, right? So the reason why the Panama City
I'm only 5'5".
Panama guy was fucked up was he got out of his car, argued with them, and shot them. I think what DeSantis was specifically talking about was you don't have the right to just hit protesters in self-defense. Like the idea isn't that you're hitting the protester with the aim of hitting the protester. What he's talking about is you're in a car. The only way you can get out of that situation is to drive. And the consequence of you driving out of that is that people are going to be hit. If the Panama guy was just like, I would support him if he was just like, I'm going to slowly drive forward. And if they do not, I'm going to play a game of chicken. And if they don't move, they're under my tires.
Right.
I would support him 100%. I think that should be legal in all 50 states. You can't block a freeway. I don't care what permits you have. There shouldn't be permits for that. If I am driving at 5 miles an hour and I can kill you, you're in the wrong. So, but the issue is, it's not even a self-defense or offense issue. The issue is the fact that, like, shooting in the first place, you don't even need to have Ron DeSantis double up your right to shoot someone who is threatening your life. That already exists. The issue is, do I have the right to escape in a vehicle, even if that escape will harm people in the process? That's what Ron DeSantis, I think, was clearing up, is in Florida, we're not going to prosecute you if you just try to get out of Dodge and someone is in front of your car when they shouldn't be. Like, that's the real core aspect of it. And that's why I think the permit thing matters, is because, like, if they have legit government roadblocks, then you shouldn't be driving there. So it's a different circumstance.
Yeah, you're not allowed
But
in a vehicle.
if you're on a road where you're legally allowed to be driving, there just straight up shouldn't be people blocking the road.
Well, and I also think that it has to be an actual threat, right? If they are just standing in front of your vehicle, right? They're not looking at you. They're not talking to you. They're just simply, there's 100 people blocking the way. That should not be ruling for you to just drive through them.
For, right? Like this, Jebton, I got an issue with your take here, right? Of if you're just gonna go 5 miles per hour and they're under your tire, they're in the wrong. I don't buy that. They can be in the wrong, but you are using excessive amounts of force to punish, or not to punish, but to. You're using excessive amounts of force in that situation.
It's not force, because that's why he added the caveat. If you're going 5 miles an hour and I kill you with 5 miles an hour in a vehicle, that's on you, because you have room to escape. That's why I said pedal to the metal is only if they're starting to bang on my windows and break the glass and trying to enter into my vehicle. Now it's a direct threat. But if that group of 100 people, right, or let's just say 20 people are surrounding my car and I feel threatened because they're yelling at me and doing all of these things, I will proceed forward at 5 miles an hour. And if you have time to move out of my way, if you stand in front of my tire at 5 miles an hour, that's a you problem, not a me problem. I'm not stopping. And that's why he said, playing a game of chicken, move or you see what's happening. You have time to escape that.
At that point, I'm not applying any force. my car on a freeway. My car is my person, and you are trying to stop the flow of people on a freeway, and you are being harmed as a consequence of your decision to jump on a freeway and stop the flow of people. I'm not, that's why I don't support anyone running anyone over for the purpose of harming them. But if I'm on the freeway and you're blocking my road and I'm just on the freeway trying to drive and I'm making it clear I'm going to drive whether you're here or not, it's up to you to move. I think that should be the law in of the country. It is up to you to move. The same way that if I was driving on the street in the city and someone jumped out to get hit by my car, they don't get a payout from my insurance because I am a person traveling on a road that just so happens to necessitate that I'm in a car, and you are getting in the way of my travel, and that is why you got hurt. It's not because I'm trying to hurt you. I don't wish harm on protesters who block roads. I think block a road, and then if you run into someone who is determined to get through you, just move.
Let them through.
Can I just
let them through?
Yeah, can I just remind you though? I'm sorry to like derail this line of questioning and things like that, but remember at the beginning of the show, and I said how chatters were lessers and they were all pussies, and they were gonna just sit behind their little keyboards, be too scared to actually confront any of us with any kind of thing, right? Excluding the brave warriors in the arena right now. All you chatters watching, I got like 60 on my end. I don't know how much you got on your end. Like you're just sitting there.
We got 113
yeah,
over
you're just
here
sitting
hanging
there.
out.
You're like, Shirley, you do not have any problems with me whatsoever? Come on.
I think we're really nice, Wick. We're really nice people.
I think so too, but I've been disillusioned of the notion, right? Disillusioned of the notion that people won't take issue with me.
All of these people that
niceness.
comment on our videos, like your moderation sucks, you need to stop doing this, and blah blah blah. Where the fuck they at?
No, that's the thing. Then you can build relationships by challenging. Because remember our Tolkien debate we did on your panel, Wick, with me against Charlie.
Oh, that was fun.
You did a Tolkien debate?
Yeah, I jumped into Charlie because Charlie's chat, because you guys had a shared chat. So I was seeing Charlie's chat, and they were going ham. They were like, I could torch this guy.
Yeah.
And so I was like, after this debate, I'm going to jump into Charlie's Discord. I'm going to join her Discord, and I'm going to go in the VC. Anyone in here can argue with me. Not one person jumped in there. Except for her moderator. We had like a polite discussion, and now me, her moderator, and Charlie, we're all fucking chilling. We're all cool because at the end of the day, all these internet haters are fucking fake. They're not real people. They're not even like that in real life, dude.
They're all sitting in their mama's basements on a bean bag, naked, eating Cheetos and typing on their keyboard really angrily.
Yep.
Another new account regrets even sending in this question because he said, I killed the fun time.
Oh, we're having fun.
I ruined it.
I have a lot of fun thinking about hitting protesters with my car because realistically, I can't run over anyone with my car because I drive a tiny little sports car that someone could jump over if they wanted.
Do you guys ever do like the point system when you're driving through like a parking lot at a store and people are, walking, and I'm like 10 points for that one, 5 for that one.
It's like the obligatory thing to do when your partner is trying to park and they're waiting for someone to get past the parking spot. It's like a masculine reflex to just say, hit him. We all have done it. It was like, just hit him. Just go.
Fair enough. Micah,
way more exciting to do it in real life too.
That's true. Micah with the big 5 says, it's Friday. I ain't got no job and I don't have shit to do. Shirts off. Well, I'll tell you what, it takes 50 to get Wick's shirt off again. And then is it another 50 to put it back on?
We'll do that. 50 on, 50 off. We'll make
and we'll give you a 5-minute grace period.
True.
Okay. All right. So
$100 in one donation, and all male members of this panel will take our shirts off. Okay.
Oh, some of them we want to see, some of them we don't.
Except Mud, it might be a survival problem because he's in Wisconsin, and
you know what?
Yeah,
that would actually be hilarious. You got the fire, you'll be all right. That would actually be hilarious to be a female on panel with all shirtless males surrounding me. And I'm the only one that doesn't have to take my shirt off.
The patriarchy would win again.
And Amira TV enjoying their new YouTube membership. Welcome to the Mater Nation. Enjoy all of the fun emojis and benefits of all, like a show like this. This will get put behind the membership paywall as soon as it's done because it's only for you guys, right? So enjoy stuff like that and any other extras we throw back there. Any other pop-up streams, extras, they go right to the membership tab. Anything else stays out. Wicked Wally with their 4-month membership. See, I love this. I love that we have devoted fans who are loyal and love that recurring payment. If you're standing on a freeway, you can either be a part of the solution or a part of the hood.
Like I said, I have his energy in theory, but in practice, I would never hurt my baby by running it into some climate protester. I'd wait my turn because my car means too much to me.
And insurance that will just skyrocket.
I have a big truck, and I can have a lot of fun if people try.
What
to
are you compensating?
I have a little.
5'2". I'm 5'2". Yes, I'm compensating. Napoleon is my hero. Okay.
You gotta hop in that bitch like I do.
I do. You should
take
see
a
my
run
kid.
and jump.
My son.
Oh my gosh.
especially. He's like, Mom, like, can't you get one of those things that we step on to get in? And I'm like, what's the fun in that?
Nah, stay athletic, stay in good shape.
Right?
I have to jump in a 95 Honda Accord, so I know how it goes.
Speedy Lee with a big 5 says civil disobedience requires sacrifice. Make the cause worth it. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so obviously there are times when civil disobedience, you know you're going to get arrested. You know that they're going to go in and they're going to haul your ass to jail. That's part of the deal. If you think something is worth getting arrested over, if there is a law that is so unjust that you are willing to put your body on the line and be arrested to demonstrate to people the unjustness of that law, I think that's fine. I would, again, no violence, none of that. But for example, the sit-ins during the civil rights protests, I think is the best example of this, where it was against the law for a black person to be in certain diners. They broke that law, knowing it was illegal, it was against the law, and they knew that they were going to get arrested. That's civil disobedience. And they made those cops drag them out of there so that the cameras were running, people saw people just minding their business getting dragged out of these restaurants. And that's how the civil rights movement kind of won, is they saw the depredations of the enforcement of that law being done and how terrible that looked. And it allowed the civil rights protesters to gain a public victory and gain legislative victory.
I will say, looking at like Popeyes and stuff like that, like my grandpa had his wallet stolen there and was nearly stabbed. And it's kind of like, they may have had a point to go and like say, hey, we don't want to serve like a certain clientele because certain problems can arise that way. But
I don't know what you're getting at there, but I don't know if I jump on that one.
The payment has been made.
Ritual complete.
Gentlemen, shirts off.
Alexander Wren loves to see this. Like, he's the one that gave me the $550 initially, right?
I love how mud disappeared.
No, I'm here. I'm going to chase a bear. I was really excited because there's a bear walking in the back here.
I'm gonna play the prop.
Just give me a second. I'm gonna go try and find a black bear here for you guys. Gotta run.
Sorry if I flashbanged everyone.
I didn't think you were gonna get 100. I didn't know what kind of fucking weight they were pushing here in this show.
Hell yeah, brother. Well, that's a grade A wicker right there. Alexander Wren, $99.
Damn.
It's a regular. He's Wick's number
one.
one.
Even know who Jeb Tan is? I'm a regular.
Well, he's on. You're usually on my Twitch stream.
Let's
he's
go
on
get
my
this
YouTube
bear.
stream. Right? I got different worlds. Okay. There you go.
All right.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Hold on, Sarah. You have to sit on a couch, and we have to arrange ourselves behind you, right? Like, so to do the meme, right? Yeah.
Oh no.
Hey, can you guys see that? Can you guys see the black bear?
No.
Oh my gosh! Quit running away!
Well, if you chase the black bear, it's gonna
Chasing
run
a
away,
black
dude.
bear? That's probably unwise.
Damn it!
Black bears will run.
We do not need to see you die on screen, bro.
I mean, they'll run, but
Nah, he's gone. It was a little guy. He's only like 140 pounds, 50 pounds.
hopefully he wasn't a cub.
Oh my gosh, I look like a homeless person. Wait, is this prostitution?
Yes.
Dude, someone in Wick's chat just said it's like a glue factory in here, all the pastiness. Yeah. Listen, dude, I wear sunscreen. It drastically reduces your chances of getting skin cancer, so I suggest you do the same, Finger.
True. Well, it's okay. Sarah here is turning bright red, like the sun, right? Okay, like the sunset and dawn. Like she's turning the reddest. No wonder they call her the raging tomato. I can tell why now. Okay.
I would love
skin cancer just makes you stronger. Oh,
No Cow Mike said Jeb tan wins by way of slight tan complexion. I will have you know I do not have a slight tan complexion. I have very light orange gels in my streamlights so that I don't look too white on camera.
Don't die. Sarah's gonna choke and die on her own stream after getting $100 to see all the men take their shirts off.
I didn't expect this to happen either. I didn't think we were pushing this kind of weight. I don't think I've ever seen $100 dono from a Wicker ever in my life.
You challenge the chat. Listen to me. Listen to me, darling. My darling Jeb. The chat always wins.
Hey, and I'm happy to, because that means the hosts win, and I'm making people money. Best thing I could be doing on a Friday afternoon.
I think that was like the roughest ab workout I've ever had in my life.
Well, we gave her a workout, boys. We tired her out. Yeah.
My dudes with their shirts off. Get me out.
I respect Mud for going back on camera after the news broke.
I feel like I shouldn't have done it. Like, just, like I'm too old for this.
Oh my
Oh, and the cat's here. Cat's like, I'm naked too, dude.
God. Shout out to Alexander
Rin. Yes.
Rin. All right. And the only way to make this go backwards.
Oh, you guys want to see something cool? Look at this.
What are you doing?
Planking?
I think he's
Can you see it? Hold on.
I think he's just doing some scapular action right now.
I was gonna say, why are your angel wings like going all gross and shit?
I don't know. I can crush a pop can. I can probably grab a beer can and show you. It'd be cool.
You know what? At this point, anything goes.
For $5.
The program has been thrown on its head, I think, at this point.
I will say, like, during my timeout, I did some research, and turns out Israel and Iran are not officially at war, so I retract my earlier argument. I thought it was like...
That's why, okay. I think that's a cool callback, right? Like, to that statement, but that's why you decided to rescind it? Fair enough.
All right, Sarcastic Warlock sends in a big 5 and says, why do the leftists get it? The right is weak and sad these days. Just a bunch of consensus-driven, optics-based, fearful fence-sitters. Well, I like to sit on things. Go ahead. To you, Wick.
Why is the right weak and sad? It's because they're all scared that if they go against their daddy Trump, that they'll be excised for the community. And I'm not talking about the right. I would correct you. It's MAGA. MAGA is weak and scared. The right, on its whole, may not be, right? I don't lump them all in the same group. But MAGA, absolutely. They're just... Honestly, this has to be embarrassing them at a certain level, right? They have to understand, and they have to see that Trump has been incapable of governing, getting what he wanted actually done. Like, to be beaten by Biden in deportations, even if you do close the border, that's got to sting just a little bit, don't it? And to just this nonsense with the tariffs that are off again, on again, off again, on again, off again, on again. Like, at a certain point, like, aren't you just embarrassed? Aren't you just embarrassed?
The issue is there are.
Look, I get embarrassed when the left does bullshit, right? I get embarrassed from my side, like, oh man, like that sucks.
I wouldn't
Why are you
be.
being bullshit?
My thing is there are weak consensus-driven people, fearful fence-sitters on both sides. I think most people who talk politics on both sides are weak consensus-driven, fearful fence-sitters because that's the easiest possible thing to be. You're consensus-driven because it gets you the most friends. You're optics-based because it makes you look the best, literally. You're a fearful fence-sitter because you're afraid that you're going to lose the benefits of A and B with your actions regarding C. I think what you just have to try not to do is try not to paint the entire other side, like Whick was saying, as that, because otherwise you'll never win. Because if you just shit on everybody who's on the other side, you're going to make no friends. But if you are able to say, listen, you have, like Whick says, you have MAGA, who's a bunch of fucking pussies who are afraid to step out of line because the only reason they have political careers, RFK, people like that, are because they're MAGA. You have them rotting your party. Why not just grab your normies, your Rand Pauls and your Thomas Masseys and your Rubios and your people who are like, they've appeased Trump in the past, but largely they have principles. Why don't you all come and hang out with me and we can talk about how to fucking maybe not have an annoying E-celeb as your president anymore.
See, he's a boy. He's got his nuts.
Elon, just real quick. Even
Mr.
Elon.
Dawson, do you see the trend on panel, sir?
Yeah, you kind of have to be nipples out.
Squares. Nipples out, sir. $100 was paid for all of the men on panel to remove their shirt.
Oh yeah, I'm in my office right now, so I'm not going to do that. I'll have to hop off the panel.
Your
mic is the problem.
Your mic is coming in hot. I'm going to remove you, fix your mic, and then come back. Okay? But you're in the office. I respect that. Okay. Achilles asks, when did men need bras?
Wes Watson over here.
Speedy Lee sends in the big five to say keyboard warriors for the win. Yes, the chat, you have owned this evening. I really thought you were going to fail tonight, but you have prevailed, and I am proud of you once again, chat. You are amazing. You have done well. And Sarcastic Warlock sends in, let me turn that down a nudge. Sends in another 5, says, I'm something of a right winger myself, but MAGA isn't right wing. They're leftists with chest hair who like guns. Fascism for the win. Shots fired.
Well, first
Any
of all,
thoughts?
he's not wrong with MAGA.
I don't have chest hair.
Right. First of all, us leftists have chest hair too. Okay, let's be real. But second of all, Maoist MAGA is a thing. MAGA Maoism is a thing, right? Then going for like these centrally planned economies with tariffs and things like that, and him cracking down on speech, him like basically acting as if he were this kind of communist overlord in a lot of ways. It is a thing. I don't entirely buy it for a few reasons, but it's a reasonable critique. Now, fascism for the win? Fascism isn't better. Fascism isn't better. Why would it be better?
Yeah, I mean, if there was any part of the right wing that was more leaning toward fascism, it probably would be MAGA, because they're the ones who are kind of like, yeah, president, just say whatever you want and make it happen. But I think conservatism, luckily, after this, I've said this since before the election even happened. I kind of said, whatever happens this election, I think MAGA's more or less done. I think we've seen that now with the big, beautiful bill shit. It's very clear that people are way more in the Republican establishment willing to shit on Trump and be disinvited from his club and talk shit on him because they know. I think everybody inside the conservative party who pays close attention to what's actually going on in politics understands that MAGA had an expiration date and it's coming. So I think that, if you're a right winger, I don't know exactly what you mean when you say fascism for the win. When I hear right winger, they're usually referring to conservatives like me who just voted Republican most of our lives. I think we're gonna get real boring in a couple of election cycles. I think it's gonna be not a lot of fascism, and it's gonna be a lot more boring bullshit like lowering taxes and school choice and shit like that.
A return to normalcy.
Kind of a flip on a change on what normalcy is, right? Because Ron DeSantis is normalcy, kind of, but then he's also there's universal school choice in Florida right now, and no catastrophes have happened. Nothing, no tragedy has befallen them, right? Ron DeSantis, I think, represents a sort of a new normal, which is, I think, what most conservatives want. We want
he's
normal,
also
but we
wearing
want
a
normal to
skin
look
suit,
a little
though,
different,
right? Like he also has the charisma of a spoiled.
I'm just
yogurt.
saying. Well, I mean,
Of a napkin.
His charisma is not that bad. His charisma in the last primary election wasn't great, but when you look at his charisma outside of that, the way he deals with the media and shit outside of that primary, I think a lot of people were surprised by how milquetoast he was in the primaries because outside of that, he was owning the libs. He was fucking talking shit to the media, but not being a baby like Trump, where he's like, "You're mean to me and you lie." Ron DeSantis was like calling out how they were lying, talking about how he was right and how what he's been doing has been working. So I think next election will look different. I'd support either him or Nikki Haley in it, honestly. But I think both of them represent a change in what normal is. I think people want normal, but they want normal to look a little bit different.
You know what? You know who's going to win 2028?
Well, woman president isn't normal.
It's going to be Josh Shapiro. Okay, my governor of my beautiful.
Yeah,
state.
you guys will never let a politician as relatable and actually moderate as Josh Shapiro touch the fucking general election.
I will fight to make it a reality.
Newsom is your guy, and you're gonna have to.
No, Newsom's a lizard in a skin suit as well. We don't like Newsom. We don't like DeSantis. We don't like any of these robo people, right? We want someone actually real, and Josh Shapiro is that. Okay.
Yeah, you guys want it, but the Democrats love their San Francisco Democrats, dude. They get anything they want whenever they want it.
Here's the real question: has there ever been an example of what you would want? Or is this all modern? Like we're hoping to get the.
I liked Obama. I thought he did well. I thought he did great, actually, in a lot of cases.
Yeah. Would you want him again though? Is what I'm saying. Like, is that what you want?
So
like,
I wouldn't want to violate that norm for a host of reasons. But someone Obama-like, sure. But like I said, Josh Shapiro is probably the way forward. What we need in the Democratic Party.
I have a question.
Oh, please go ahead.
Evan, if your mom comes down and sees you in the kitchen streaming with your shirt off like this, is she going to ask you what's happening?
Did
he?
You know what? I plead the fifth. But
his mom is filming right now. What are you talking about?
True.
But to answer sarcastic,
I love you, Evan.
I think that fascism won't get support because it's a revolutionary ideology like communism. It needs to go in have a great dismantling of a lot of systems in America. But I think like a traditionalist movement or maybe even monarchism is more likely. And I think you see that with people liking Andrew Wilson more than Nick Fuentes, besides Nick Fuentes being a bit, fruity and having the last name Fuentes for being a advocate, but, and even then Fuentes doesn't call himself a fascist. He calls himself a traditional Catholic. So it's or paleo-conservative. So it's kind of like, I don't see that kind of going anywhere, but.
Dawson, did you have beef with the moderators?
I just say what's up, everybody.
Oh, I have beef with your mic.
Right. Hold on. Let's see here. Maybe if I turn off this. All right. Oh, well, I did not kick him. I think he's having some issues. Maybe he's trying to fix it. Okay, we'll see. I turned off. I know echo cancellation was on. Sometimes that messes with people's mics. Let's see. There we go. All right. Now. Oh, they're crappy. Give them a little flick.
Yeah, the microphone in your earbuds is just cutting out like crazy.
Check. It's still cutting out.
Yeah, it's
bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Like, do you have other apps open on your phone or other things that could interfere? Or is it what's going on with that?
No, that's pretty much, I think my storage is full. That's probably why.
His hair is too long.
That can happen.
Your hair is too long.
Okay,
Do you have
to join.
Do you have the StreamYard app on your phone?
No.
Download that, see if that helps.
Okay. I'll have to join another time when I clear some space.
That's fair. Love you, Dawson. Have a good night.
Peace and love.
Dude, this bear's got to be in a tree or something.
Sweetheart.
Yeah.
Trib one comes in with a big 10, says, for Trumpers, when Dems win this election and members of this administration catch charges, do you think MAGA would retaliate by storming the Capitol again or start a war? would they just take the L?
I think that the Golol saying nothing ever happens will apply. I think they'll just take the L, just kind of like how I think like January 6th was just mostly federal, kind of like pushed a little bit. But considering that like nothing really happened besides people walking around and being a little bit like energetic, I would say like that's kind of like what will happen. I don't think anyone will go and hang politicians or start a war or go and storm armories or anything. I don't think anything like violent will happen.
Yeah, I'm not a Trumper. I'll even go as far as to be gracious to the Democrats. I don't think they're just going to be trying to hunt down members
we're hunting
of this
them in the streets.
administration.
It'll be free for all, right? It'll be illegal to be Republican, and we will hunt you all down with our cars, right? We'll be in our cars and our electric vehicles, not Teslas, right? Because we still don't like Elon, right? But our good old-fashioned leftist approved vehicles, and we'll just run down anyone who doesn't accept Soros bucks. Okay, that's what will happen.
Yeah, I think what'll happen is there might be some charges brought, but like with Trump, I think the New York case was kind of bullshit. That probably wouldn't have been tried if it was another person. Every other charge that came Trump's way seemed totally legitimate. They're going through the legal process or not, or they tried to go through the legal process, but he became president. I don't think there's going to...
Were the fraud charges true or not? Did he commit fraud or not? It's really just yes or no, right? Did he commit fraud or not?
Well, it's not necessarily yes or no, because there's a certain matter of prosecutorial discretion, and you have former prosecutor for New York and former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, admitting even he wouldn't have brought those charges. So there's a question.
Sure. There's all kinds of prosecutorial discretion on all kinds of things, but did he commit a crime or not? At the end of it, whether or not he could have just sat there in the miasma of rich people who get away with shit. Did he do it or not? If I could catch every rich person who does shit like this, yeah, we'd want to do that. But at the end of the day, it's did he do it or not? Not just did they choose to go after him, right?
That's not true. So it's not at the end of the day, did he do it or not? Same way that if I stole from a gas station, it's not whether or not I stole from a gas station, right? It's whether or not I stole a certain amount from a gas station. It's whether or not I stole from a gas station certain products. It's whether or not I did it during a certain time. It's whether or not I did it in a certain way. Like, there's a lot of differences with prosecution. The New York case, the reason why it's questionable.
Oh wait, Sarah. Sorry, I know your rule for tonight. Let me just take this off.
Oh,
there you go. Okay, there you go.
Hold on. We'll just put this one in solo layout all night. I'll look at that all night. Hey.
Yeah, listen, like I'm not here to defend Trump, right? Like I said, every other charge he got, I think, was totally kosher and should go through the process it was going through, and should have gone through more of a process than it went through. I don't think they should have been delayed so that he could kind of get rid of them when he was president. The New York one, the reason why I say I don't like it is the same reason why Democrat, former governor, former head prosecutor for New York, Cuomo, says he wouldn't like it, is because if you don't usually prosecute that crime at that level against other people, you shouldn't randomly do it for a political opponent. And you feed the MAGA chuds when you do that, because they can say, even Andrew Cuomo said that shit was bullshit. So what I'm saying is, I'm using that
more, like, pressing matters to go after.
Yeah, but what my main point was, even just 80% of what happened against Trump was legitimate. I don't think Democrats are going to go on some crazy headhunt for Republicans. I think the Democrats in Congress know, as well as the Republicans at this point, after this big, beautiful bill fiasco, that MAGA is spoiled milk. It's expiring as we speak.
Exactly.
And if they just stay chill, the Republican Party will also stay chill. And you can get some Shapiros and Buttigieg's and people who can work across the aisle in leadership in the Democrat Party, and you'll get in-kind Republicans who are willing to do the same.
Yeah, so anyways, does anybody know about mushrooms? I got a bunch of mushrooms growing out here, and I don't know exactly what
mushrooms.
they are.
Don't do it.
I'm an expert on mushrooms.
No, Spicoli. You will ruin the TOS on this in just a hot minute.
Sorry.
Stop it. Evan Lord with the big two says sarcastic.
Morels.
Sorry for being a devil's advocate for, is that Zionism?
Pretty much, yeah. Like, a more Western influence. Like, I think Western influence is good, but at the same time, I don't think that giving Israel blank check for just money and just like overall political support is like good for America's interests, for being America
I
first.
feel like we should just stay out of shit, especially for
Yeah.
countries that are developed. They know what, like they have their own army, military, whatever. Hold on,
Drama's gay.
hold on, Spicoli. Hold on, Spicoli. I feel like we should just stay out of it. Stop fucking with shit. Like now, if it's a third world country and they don't have access to all of these resources, and another country's just coming in and invading them out of like a harmful intent, yeah, we can be big brother for that. But other than that, like let them do their own thing. Pacios with their 2-month membership. Welcome to the Mater Club and enjoy all of those fun emojis. Says, I don't care about mega or anything. I care about what's going on in the Middle East. The most important moments of our lives. World War III has begun. See, I don't know if it's necessarily World War III.
Let's not overdo this.
This is also why I don't really trust a lot of right wingers' opinions on when it comes to Israel, because if you get into like evangelical circles, a lot of them believe that World War III has to happen for what they want their religious end game to happen. So a lot of times I just like they kind of want it.
I think it's a lot of people. I think that's a very... Hey, I know you. I saw you talking about Whick's shirtless body. Now you got to take your shirt off.
Yes, sir.
Sarah,
Take it
can
off.
my dudes for red talk? Sarah, can I talk now? First of all, why do all these dudes have their top
For money, Spicoli.
What
for
is
money.
wrong with your mic, Spicoli? It's still not working very well.
All right. Well, I'm on my cell phone, but
I put my shirt back on because it's a little indecent.
they act like they're in Palm Springs where I am, where it's like 110 out or something.
No, somebody talked shit on panel and said if you pay $100, all the dudes will take their shirts off. Well, the chat wins. They sent $100, and now all the dudes are taking their shirts off. It is what it is.
Okay, so I'll take it off.
Do it. Sunomasologist.
Spicoli, is your shirt off? You got to take it off, Spicoli. Spicoli, are you still with us, honey?
I don't. So Israel's doing
Yes,
great.
Sunomasologist. It is not indecent. All right, you look great. Don't
Rude.
worry.
Look, you're body positive here, okay? It's how you sell it. How you sell it, baby. Right? Let's be real, okay? Let's be real.
This is perfect.
This is my normal.
Trump's the real baddie.
Because my apartment is so hot. I've got a fan going. Everything.
Mine too, baby. Everywhere I'm at is just steaming, okay? I can't help
I
it.
know.
I can't help it. It's just how I'm built. It always raising the temperature. I get it. I understand I understand what's going on.
Israel is bombing the Iranian nukes. Nobody wants to have nukes. And they're not asking you soy boys to join up or anything.
Yep.
You soy boys would be too weak. You soy boys couldn't hack the IDF anyway. Nobody's asking
the
for
IDF
your
is
fucking...
mostly
Nobody
a myth
wants...
nowadays.
Nobody,
They used to be pretty good, but they're useless.
Nobody wants your soy boy rear ends on the ground. You would just be liabilities to us Jewish men. We would literally, you soy boys are too soft for the IDF. Israel is doing everybody a favor by bombing the shit out of Iran, nuclear scientists, nuclear programs.
Bullshit. Total bullshit.
Hey,
wait,
the only person who thinks they're getting a favor done is Saudi Arabia.
Hold on, Spicoli. I'm gonna click 2 buttons. It might kick your mic out completely. I'm gonna click 2 buttons, and then I want you to exit the panel and then come back in. Okay?
All right.
Okay.
See, it mutes him
But
when I turn.
I agree with him. I don't think we should jump into Iran conflict because Israel doesn't need it.
No, it's a big mistake.
Israel's handling it.
They can
They don't need us.
beat the piss out of them. I support them attacking Iran, but I don't think we need to jump in.
I thought you were cutting
Nobody
out
wants
and
your soy
joining.
boy. Nobody wants you American soy boys on the ground.
God, stop repeating yourself, Spicoli. Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up and say
we
something
already
new.
heard that part.
You soy boys are weak.
Still repeating. Shut the fuck up
Wait,
and say something
Spicoli,
new.
you're American. What?
I have another one, bud. We're fucked.
Is Spicoli American or is he another
Yeah,
nationality?
he lives in California.
How do we
He's
know
a
he's not?
soy
Hold
boy
on.
American.
How do we know he's not an illegal immigrant?
Yeah,
True.
totally.
How do we know?
Or dual citizenship.
How do we
Yeah.
know?
But yeah, no,
I
I
don't
agree.
know.
I don't think we
Could
should
be.
fuck with Iran unless they strike our shit, in which case I think we should
That's
take
right.
the opportunity to help Israel clean them up. But if they don't, I think
Yeah, we
Israel's
got
fully
nothing to do
capable.
with Iran.
Yeah. I think
Rick.
Israel's fully capable. Evan, I wanted to say, when you talked, you said Balkanize. I thought you said vulcanize Iran.
Oh.
And I was like, are you saying we should support Iran right now?
The only way we
All
should
right.
support Iran is to restore the Shah. That's
Grid.
pretty much it.
Grid. I have to say it's got to be 50 more. And here's why. Who's got the echo coming back? So shots were fired from the panel and they basically tempted the chat and said, if you send $100, we'll all take our shirts off. Okay. So $100 was sent. And I said, the only way to get them back on is if a full 100 was sent back. So if you add 50 more, then all of the men will put their shirts back on. We're almost there. You're halfway there, Grid.
You can do it.
Halfway
I believe in
there.
you, Grid.
You
But I
can't sing
can't.
in boots anyways.
I can't boot them for this only because we already established a deal in advance. So 50
Yeah.
more, they put them back on.
Also,
I think
you're
Sarah just
talking
discovered
about-
a new way to grift.
You're talking about
Look, I've made this. Look, this has kept me afloat through the hard
Sarah is
times.
100% taking advantage of all of us. I want everybody to know that. Like this is purely Sarah taking advantage
You
of
can blame him. He was
all
the
that we
one-
have to offer.
He's the one that said it. Go ahead.
You
yell
took
at
the
him.
deal. You could have said no.
Why would I
You're
say
the
no to that?
moderator.
I'm not going to get on a show and then break the terms that I set. I'm being respectful of the platform. But listen, I want to say this guy's talking about the physiques of my boys here, and he won't even show his face in his profile picture. I want him to come on,
totally.
and if his
Grid,
physique is better than my
hold
boy
up.
Mud, then we'll all
Grid comes on panel all the time. And so Grid, also I'll say the rule is if anybody does jump on panel, they have to take their shirt off. So
Okay.
the rules have been placed in. Look, we got axe cutting up here. We got
Look at that full extension of the torso. He's really getting a full stretch. That's efficient movement. He's not wasting a single swing.
True.
Yep.
No.
Good form. Let's
Hell yeah,
fucking
look
go.
at it go. Look at him go. Woo!
Look at that chest.
Usually you got to pay for that kind of action, okay?
And in the
Turning this into a
meanwhile,
fucking Chippendales bar.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the internet physiques I'm seeing are much better of a
I
representation
will.
than I
Well,
think most
here's what
will
I'll
do.
do. I'll give the men a little bit of a palate cleanser, okay? Because I think it's well deserved. We'll run through a palate cleanser. All right, here you go.
This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by
And of course, one for the ladies, so they
No,
can have
no, no,
something
please,
good to look
please.
at.
Please, no.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Now, remember, hold on, where's the chat at where they said, this is the best case for patriarchy. Look at what happens when women are in charge. Look, I didn't volunteer
We're making
these
money.
men.
Okay, that's what's happening.
They know this is the full extent of patriarchy because these men are putting themselves on the line for me. They're helping me. Yeah, they're protecting
totally.
and providing like true gentlemen. I love this. And Grid's still thinking about whether it's worth another 50 or not. He's still debating that idea in his head. He's still thinking about it. And Sarcastic Warlock sends the big 5 and says, Spicoli only took his shirt off one time and did nothing else. Then for no reason at all, I ran attacked him. He cried out in pain as they stripped.
Oh.
So, Sarah, is there a topic for tonight or what?
So essentially, Wick and I are both moderators, right? And we take a lot of shit in the comments, in the Twitter feeds, and all of these places where people like to complain that we're shitty moderators. Wick, are we shitty moderators?
I mean, like,
No,
look.
actually, Sarah, I suggested to Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer wants to debate Timothy Gordon formally, and I suggested that you be the moderator.
Oh, Jay did tell me he wants to come back and do it because I did have him on for an interview once, but he did tell me, he said, I do want to do a debate on your show. It's just a matter of finding the proper opponent for him.
Yeah, Timothy Gordon.
I'll debate him. I'll debate him.
Totally.
I'll torch Jay Dyer. Fucking, I think I've already I've debated Andrew Wilson. I'd debate fucking, who's the other guy? Bearded guy, good looking guy, blue eyes. What's his name?
Jim Bob.
Jim Bob.
Jim
I
Bob's-
debate him too. Fucking,
Yeah,
I'll get them both. I didn't realize
you'll
this
lose.
was about, I didn't
You'll
think this
lose
was about,
both
by the way,
accounts.
I didn't think this was about criticizing moderation. Because if that's the case, I do have gripes with Wick. Wick,
Okay.
you are not a moderator, you're a debater.
I do
you
both.
are a debater who sets up his own debates 2v2 so that you can jump on your side and make it a
Sarah would be
Hold
a
on,
good
that's not what I
moderator.
do. I put my thumb
Yeah.
on the scales. When one side is weaker than the other, I make sure that I jump in to make and ask interesting questions. And when you say bullshit, I call you out on your bullshit.
You know what?
That's
that
it.
makes sense.
Yeah,
because
that's a good-
every time I
that's good.
debate on a Wick panel, the other side is weaker. So that's probably why every time I debate on a Wick panel, he debates on that panel with the other side. So
Well,
Never mind.
and I've kind of jumped in once in a blue moon. I'll jump in if I see, and it has to be a landslide weakness, right? I think it was Team Fatty, and I killed Earl, and Team Fatty was just slaughtering her, but he was slaughtering her with more of like personal, like he was digging into her personal life. And I was-
Ad hominem.
Yeah, that's moderation.
Right. Now, I was trying to bring it back to like, let's go into actual things and claims that she made. Right. And I don't think Fatty was picking up on it. And I think she was kind of getting burnt out on the personal attacks. And it wasn't necessarily personal, like, well, like I heard that you XY. No, he was asking her questions and she was answering them. And to me, I'm like, I wouldn't answer that. Right. But
That's
she
right.
was,
Mm.
but he was utilizing that tactic and drawing it and putting it against her. Everything she said was like an exact
drawing
reason
her
for him.
out
And it was
into
a red
different role.
yeah, and it was a red pill debate, so it was an easy ploy tactic, right? So,
Mhm.
but I was, I saw that she was obviously she ended up rage quitting, unfortunately. But like I
No.
saw that
Right.
coming, so I was trying to save it and trying to save it and trying to save it, but it just wasn't happening. And then there's, I think overall, I think I try to stay out of it until you're talking over each other.
I know that's what I
or-
like. That's what I like about you, that you let it flow in the direction it wants to go, but
Right.
you keep a cap on it when it gets out of hand.
Right.
Sarah's a referee, not a moderator. That's what I like.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
I just
to
wanted to show
me-
everybody my cool stump. This is
All
gonna
right,
be
we'll
this
go
is gonna
and
be a
go.
sing.
But yeah,
Show
no,
us-
Wick,
show us your
I'm with
stump.
you. I'm with you, Wick.
Jesus
Wick will
Lord.
moderate well. Is the
And
thing.
look, here's the thing. Like
But
there
he'll
are different
also
styles.
debate.
Yeah, there are different styles of moderation, and that's fine. Like some people like
Yes.
more
Yeah.
involvement.
Yes.
Some people like less involvement. Some people they watch me because I ask interesting, compelling questions. Some people would rather the moderator just stay out entirely, and that's fair. But look, it's not secret what you're getting when you're coming in to my show. You know what's going to happen. You
Right.
understand it if you've watched any of my content. And
Yeah.
and I
Yeah,
always find it
Phoenix
very odd when someone who has been in my chat and seen my debates, like 20 of them, they'll come on my show and then they'll be shocked, just shocked that you do it the same way to them, right?
Yeah.
Because you're honest about it, which I do like. Because like the Whatever podcast.
Oh,
right?
thank you, Mercado Media, for the raid, gang. Oh, Mercado, get on in here. We're doing.
Oh, wow, that's a good
What we're
raid.
doing is we're doing a call-in show. So Mercado, get on in here. Let's
And shirts are required to be off until another 50 has to come through, chat. Another 50 has to come. They're trying to get me to get my shirt off, but that's the rule, is that I don't.
We respect women, Will. Okay, that's why I only volunteered all the men, because men are a monolith and women are unique individualist flowers.
The
To be fair, though, this is probably the only night where it's appropriate to ask that, though.
Yeah, contextually, you're not a weirdo.
I'm embarrassed about my future.
Don't worry, this goes behind a paywall.
Yeah, I don't understand. So just real quick, if I may.
This is the patriarchy, though, Will. They're protecting me from all of the weird creepers who want me to take my shirt off.
Okay.
And we know you look like
men are
us
more
youngins
intimidating
at
when they
one
have their
point.
shirts off?
Not me, dude. I have no body.
Yeah, they probably are.
I probably
I have no
look more
body hair.
intimidating. I probably look more intimidating than all the men on the screen.
What?
Hey, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, more distracting, maybe.
I don't know if a flying squirrel is very intimidating.
But yeah, to anyone who's just joining on my Twitch side, right? I'm gonna put the link in chat again. If you went in on this, jump to this link.
Yeah,
click
guys,
this
we just
link,
finished
jump
with the orgy. You should check out the VOD.
Right, there was a couch. We were all standing behind it. Okay, one thing led to the other.
Your baby oil.
Well, Mud doesn't use baby oil. Okay, he uses natural tree saps and coconut oil.
Oh my
He's a
goodness.
man of the woods. Yeah, he says if spits.
Well,
enough mud.
as long as it's maple syrup sap.
Oh, dude, yes. Mud is not beating the Canada allegations at all.
All right, Wisconsin maples are far superior to those bullshit up north. All right, there is no comparison.
Yep. As someone who gets his maple syrup from the UP, I definitely agree, because the UP is basically Wisconsin, pretty much.
Listen,
Yeah, they're the same.
American before Canadian.
The UP has been wanting to become part of Wisconsin for like 30 years now.
What is the UP? That's an
Yeah, what is the UP?
The Upper Peninsula of Michigan. So it's the nipple on top of Wisconsin's head.
Yeah, you guys have that weird thing
Yep.
where they have like a little chair.
Provoke a thought here.
Yep.
I think my chat is gay because look, the 50 came in for grid, and all they have to do is match another 50. And all of you put your shirts on, but I think they like watching
They
you
do.
with your shirts on.
Apparently,
hey, listen, chat, you're not the first ones that Wick has made gay. Okay?
That's unfortunately true. Not on purpose. Let's be real. Okay, but here's a thought I wanna get out there. Right? None of us
are we
men.
enabling
Hold on, just real
them?
quick.
Are we enabling them?
Yes, we are enabling them. But just real quick, right? None of us men are going to get a tenth of the pushback a woman would for using her body to make money.
Totally.
Can we just acknowledge that?
Yeah, because we're not good looking.
Right?
Well, with men, it generally is comedy, and women, it generally is not.
Hey, Evan,
If I take my shirt off right now, the number one question that will be asked in all chats on all platforms is, where's her OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Is Mud single?
It's
Totally.
All right. Us men, we take our shirts off and make money for other people all the time. Okay. That's basically our station in life. So
But I know titty streamers get a bad name, right? Like I know that people I have had people on my stream who are women who don't get taken seriously just because they have a low cut shirt on, right? And they take me seriously, even though I will literally take off my entire shirt for money, right? And I just want to acknowledge the juxtaposition there, like the difference there, and it's weird. I think it's weird, but yeah.
Yeah, modesty. That's the beautiful double standard. Women have the advantage of modesty before they decide to take it off. Like modesty is way more of an advantage than taking your clothes off for a woman. For a man, it basically doesn't matter unless you're hot as shit doing like concrete or something, and you're gonna die if you don't take your shirt off. But
Listen, don't
for
get me
women,
started
generally,
on the
it's
masculinity, femininity thing, because that's where I think I will have a gripe with Raging Tomatoes community. Okay, because I've watched the only 2 debates I watched were the Erudites appearance, not so Erudites
Well,
appearance.
you're not a fan enough then. Unacceptable.
Listen, I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of your moderation style and your show. There, obviously, I'm not a fan of every panelist, because if you're a fan of every panelist, it's not a good panel.
That's right.
What if,
That
what
makes
if
sense.
somebody said that about you being on my panel?
I embrace it. Wick knows. Most of Wick's community hates when I'm on.
This is why I bring him. Look, as a panel here, I'll give you some behind the scenes, like for those chatters out there who wondering how I put together my show. Some people I bring on because they're locals. I bring them on to lose and for us to mock them. That's what happens, right?
Damn,
they come
that's
on
fired.
and
I don't know.
I know they're going to be stupid.
meanie head,
right?
Is that a good strategy? Maybe for
it makes me
likes
money, right?
Views.
It's a
and
great
money.
strategy. Whatever podcast has proven the model. Okay.
But I'm more about
so that's one.
Sacrifice your
That's one
morals
type
for
of
money.
person I'll bring on.
I'm more about the truth, and I
Sure.
don't
He
care
has
about
those.
money.
Hold on, he's getting there.
Hold on,
that
I'm getting
shit.
there. I'm getting there. Another type I bring on is someone who is excellent at, has an excellent point of view or an interesting point of view, and is able to explain it coherently and to argue their points effectively. And those are my favorite types. Right? We had a debate yesterday where I think everyone involved was up on the issue. They were able to state their case. They were good faith with each other. The third type of person I have on.
Off, EODU.
Yeah. The third type of person I have on is the people that everyone loves to hate.
Shirt off.
Right? Might be a good debater. He might not be a good debater. That's not the point. The point is that everyone in my chat hates him, and they will give me money to chat at him, to insult him, and things like that. And
The
I
Ben
get
Thorpe,
money
so to
having him on.
speak.
I'm equal parts.
Then it's more like an entertainment show, and it's not. I don't know. I'm more
Well,
about the truth
okay, and I'll back
and
this up.
stuff like
Before
that.
I do, Micah has solidified the shirts off with another 20. So if you want the shirts back on, now it's back up to 70 because we got to add that extra 20
EOD
in.
is another old rival of mine. Okay, so he knows those who love to hate Jeb, but he also knows that I love him regardless of our historic.
Well, and while we're on the
Jim
topic of
or
EOD,
You're muted, EOD.
I muted you because you had the echo behind you. So fix it. But EOD, the deal was placed between the panelists and the chatters, and they sent $100 to make all of the men on panel take their shirts off. So EOD, white and pasty, let's see them titties. And the only way to put your shirt back on is if we draw up $70 from the chat. It was
You asked for this,
originally
Sarah.
the ransom was originally set at 100. Grid obviously made his claim that he doesn't like the shirts off, so he sent in 50.
Let's go, EOD.
But
Let's go.
then Micah solidified the shirts to be off still. So now we're at a ransom of $70 to get the shirts back on.
Hell yeah.
Gentlemen, you are all participating in a fun stream, and I love this. And this is what the alcohol streams are for. So shout out to all of you fine gentlemen for participating.
I better get a refill.
There's someone screen capturing this right now going, look at this.
I was just wondering how many people are screen recording. Yeah.
Look,
I can show some.
I understand that you're always someone's reason to masturbate, no matter who you are, okay? So people who are recording this for later, just don't tell me about it. Do what you got to do. Don't tell me about it. That's all.
So
that's all.
Wick, to clarify, I am not supposed to tell you that I masturbate to you.
You can do what I can't control you.
Okay.
What you do in the privacy of your own home. That's
EOD,
your
you're
business.
still muted.
But unless you're you're a hot girl. If you're a hot girl, then yeah, please DM me and let me know. But other than that,
Please
I don't want to know.
let me know.
Oh, my dear Lord,
Dude, you
Jesus.
gotta get on Admiral Gibbs's grind, because whatever he does, bro, he just holes up in his compound in Texas, and for some reason is always streaming with like 8 fucking 22-year-old people.
I've hung out with Gibbs in real life. I know why.
I blame you. I blame you for all of this. Okay, my areolas are on stream right now, and it's your fault.
I can show
Jeff.
some cool scars.
Wait. EOD, are your nipple hairs red too, like your hair?
No. I was gonna call you a bitch, but I'm not gonna do that.
I was gonna say, EOD, I do like how you're rocking longer hair, though. I like the longer hair.
It's way too long. It's too long for the summer, brother. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what. Out of everybody on this panel right now, I do appreciate Jeb Tan the most. I'll say that. I like Jeb Tan a lot. He's a good dude.
Well, tell us who you don't like, EOD. Come on in. Let's hear it.
You son bitch. I don't like you at all, Vic. I don't like you
well,
at
that's
all.
what we're here for. Why?
Sounds like a speed date.
Oh shit! Fire! You don't put my nipples all up on screen like this. I swear I'm getting raped, sir. I'm getting raped right now.
Sir. No, what you
All
got
right.
for me?
I don't know, man. What have you been talking about? What do you say about the LA riots? Right? It's all peaceful protests, I'm sure.
No, I think that the people burning the cars and throwing rocks at cops should be arrested.
I agree with that. That's fine. All right, fantastic. So, what about the people who are looting the Apple store?
Yeah, looting, violence, any of that. Arrest them.
Yeah, let's get all the motherfuckers in jail or deported. Yeah.
If they're here illegally, sure.
What if it turns out a looter or an arsonist happens to be an illegal immigrant?
Then deport them. That's fine. As long as you give them due process, that's A-okay. I'm not against deportations. I'm against how Trump is doing the deportations.
Okay, well, let's talk about Abrego. You know, your boy Abrego Garcia, whatever his name is.
Sure.
There was a kill bar in there. I'm pretty sure Abrego Kilbar Garcia. All right, so
what do you want to know?
Right, so this guy gets arrested with MS-13. He gets associated with MS-13, and you guys say, "Oh no, he can't be deported. He can't be deported under any circumstance for any reason whatsoever."
That's not what we said.
Yeah, that is.
We said he couldn't be
what was
deported
said.
specifically to El Salvador because he had specifically an order stating that he was protected from being deported to that. And the government,
For what reason was he not allowed to be deported to El Salvador?
They did it by mistake. He admitted they did it by mistake. That's my problem.
For what reason
with that
was
one
he not
specifically?
allowed? For what reason was he not allowed to be deported to El Salvador?
There was the judge determined that there was a reasonable and credible threat to his and his family's safety if he got deported there.
By who? The government?
No, by one of the gangs there. I forget which one.
Oh, it was retaliatory gang violence.
Yes,
is the reason why he could not be deported to El Salvador. Yes. So they deported him to El Salvador. I agree. That was a mistake, and it should have been corrected. And it was corrected. They brought him back. And what did they bring him back for, Wick? They brought him back for
charges on him, and he's going to have a trial, and that's good. That's fine. That's all we wanted. Give him his due process.
You want him to go to jail in the United States instead of El Salvador. That's what you want.
I want him to have a fair hearing. If you're going to charge him with crimes, have a fair hearing. The problem with CCOT is that there are people who haven't been charged with any crime, and it's more than just Garcia. There are dozens of these people that we know have no criminal record, right? Well, let's talk about Avery, the gay hairdresser, right? He was picked up and deported because he had a mom and a dad crown tattoo on either arm, and that was the evidence that the government said that they deported
garbage.
for. The problem with CCOT is that
that's not why Abrego Garcia was arrested.
It's a depredation. That was absolutely why that one was arrested.
It is not why.
Why was he then? Do you know?
Because he was arrested in a fucking criminal operation that involved a lot of MS-13 members that involved Abrego Garcia. He was in the vicinity.
That's
of
not
these
what ICE
people
says.
Committing crimes.
You were contradicting what the government and ICE is claiming. The government and ICE is claiming that he is a gang member because of the tattoos that he had. That is the evidence that they provided. The tattoos of a crown and the word mom and a crown.
Why was he arrested in that immigration case in the first place? It was because
they were rounding up anyone they thought was Tren de Agua, but the reason that the way that they were
Tren de Agua where and for what purpose?
Was
why were they
obviously
rounding
bullshit.
them up? Why were they rounding them up?
people because they wanted. Why was Trump doing it? To show strength.
No. Why was Abrego Garcia rounded up?
Abrego Garcia specifically, he was rounded up a while ago.
Originally it's because he was part of an illegal employment, immigration bust.
Which time are you talking about? Are you talking about the 2019 when he got picked up? Or are you talking about the one where he got deported to CCOT? There's a difference.
Yeah, the first one.
The first one, he got picked up outside of Home Depot, and he was alleged to be an MS-13 gang member because I think that if I'm remembering correctly, and it's been a while since I've argued
If you're remembering correctly,
if I'm remembering correctly, it's because he had a
you don't have a
hoodie
good source
of
on
a
this
specific
any more
size,
than I do.
and because the other people around him happened to be MS-13 or were accused of being after the MS-13, and because there was an informant who fingered him, who said, "I think he's a MS-13."
Wait a minute now, phrasing.
It's fingered him, pointed him out.
When you point somebody out, all right.
Yeah, when you pointed somebody out. So again, my problem isn't with deporting or not deporting these people. It is how it is done. ICE is going around. They don't have to show warrants. They don't have to identify themselves.
Warrants. ICE brings people to
Hold on.
to
ICE
court.
does not have to show warrants. In a lot of
Yes,
cases,
they
they
do.
have been making warrantless arrests, and they've argued that they were able to make warrantless arrests.
They'll make
They're not
warrantless
showing their
arrests.
masks, or they're masked up. They are a secret police that do not have to identify themselves.
If you can withstand the Gishgalop, they will make warrantless arrests when people are being denied their court case. Right? So you're in a court, you have a case, you say, I want to claim asylum, and then the government says, yeah, well, it turns out your country doesn't exactly qualify for that, so maybe not.
Do you
then
not
ICE
see
is
a
there.
problem?
And they grab them
Hold
and
on.
they take them and they say, you're deported now.
But here's the
What's wrong with that?
problem. We have
What's wrong
had
with that?
several incidences where citizens have been picked up. People who happen not to have their
Now remove the
identification on them, but ICE thought they were illegal immigrants, so they grab them and they shove them in a van and they keep them for hours and hold them for hours. And this is a problem with having a secret police force. When you have ICE,
I haven't heard of this. I haven't heard of what you're talking about.
Okay,
I think
well,
it's
you should
legit.
look into it because it's pretty prevalent. We have
It's
example after
pretty
example after
prevalent if you
example.
watch MSNBC. Yeah,
I don't watch MSNBC. I don't watch Fox News. I don't watch
If
CNN.
they
I don't get
walk-
my news from those
walk
sources.
like
I
a
read.
duck and talk like a duck, then get rid of them.
But here's the deal. The problem is that, and by design, Stephen Miller and the Trump administration have, first of all, stopped targeting violent criminals, and they have started again through the orders that they have put down to go to hair salons, to go to automotive centers, to go to Home Depots, to go to churches, to go to schools, to go to hospitals.
What's wrong with
and they
that?
don't show warrants.
Do it.
They don't show.
Do
Hold on,
it.
let me finish. They don't show warrants. They don't have to identify themselves. They don't have to have badge numbers, and they're just snatching people up.
That's not true. None
That
of
is
true.
absolutely happening.
None
That's
of it's
absolutely true.
Well, hold on. It's
Totally
true.
good.
Hold on.
And for
It
whoever's
is-
saying it's good, do you give a shit about the Constitution at all?
Well, no, hold on. ICE is allowed to raid without presenting a warrant or identifying
That's a
themselves.
problem for me.
Sure, change the law, but they're
Yeah.
not doing anything wrong.
No.
We need to clarify that. They're not doing anything wrong. ICE is being commanded to act exactly how they are congressionally mandated to act, and they are acting exactly how they are congressionally mandated to act outside of a few
I
circumstances
disagree.
that I
I
agree
disagree
with
with
the
that.
Supreme
I think
Court
that they
need to
they're
correct on.
fundamentally violating people's First Amendment
I'm
rights.
putting
They're
my shirt
violating
back
their
on.
Fourth Amendment rights. They're violating their Fifth Amendment rights. They're often violating their Eighth Amendment rights.
Listen, ICE are a
They
bunch of
don't have
human
rights.
beings being told exactly what the fuck they have to do according to the Constitution, the
Not
laws
the
on the
Constitution.
books. Yes.
No.
No,
Yes.
they're told what
The
to do according
Constitution-
to
Hold on.
according to the
What
Trump
co-
administration,
what
which
court
has,
case-
in my
Sure.
opinion, given them illegal and unconstitutional orders.
Sure, but the Supreme Court has gotten to rule on a couple different ICE deportations, and while they have upheld the illegality of a couple of the deportations specifically, they have not said, well, also, by the way, which they will do in a lot of their iterations, of like, you are also acting illegal in this and this way as well. And they did not even speak on whether
There are cases moving through the system right now, right, that we will see how they rule on, and
None of them
I
have
hope-
to do with whether ICE needs warrants.
Hold on. Again, it's not just any one thing that is the problem here. I can understand in certain specific
It's not just any one
incidences-
thing, you guys. We need to move this goalpost a little
It's
bit
not
further
moving
out so
the
that I can be
goalpost.
right.
I mentioned several things at once, and these all work together to make the same problem. And we
I
can
got you.
recognize that powers that
I
were
got you, you
granted
tummy fuck.
legally can be used in illegal ways, right? We understand that. You can give
Well,
power to someone and they can be acting in a legal fashion, but they can use that power in illegal ways. I'll give you an example, right?
Well, not if
So-
they're acting in a legal fashion, no.
let me give you an example to tell you what I'm talking about, right? So, for example, if the government has the power to take away your grant, if they are giving you money, right? They have the power, they are invested with the power, you're not entitled to any money, right? They can take away that grant for no reason at all. But what they cannot do, right? What is specifically illegal to do is to take away that power for certain reasons. One of those reasons being viewpoint discrimination. They cannot, because you criticize the government, take away your grant. That is not a power that they have. Even though that they have this power generally, right? It cannot be used in these specific ways in these specific instances. There are
Then they're
limits
not
on
using
this.
it in a
And when
legal
we talk
fashion,
about
I
the
would say.
warrantless raids that ICE is doing, my contention here, right, is that they are doing so in a way that even though under certain conditions it might be okay to do a warrantless raid, the way that they're doing it is not okay. It is
Okay,
unconstitutional.
so in what way, in what
Yeah, it
instance
sounds
have they
like
actually been
semantics.
untoward to the law?
Semantics.
In what way, in what instance?
Let me read you. Hold on. Let me get the article up.
I don't need an article. I just want you to tell me
clarify-
that.
hold on.
This
Well, no,
seems
he
like a
doesn't-
simple
hold on.
premise, right?
He doesn't
so if I
need to
showed up at, like,
memorize
say,
it
like a
offhand.
kid's baseball game, and I detained everyone there, the team, the parents, everyone, because there might be one criminal there, I've just
That'd be fucked
violated
up.
all of your Fourth Amendment rights.
That'd be
Well,
fucked
that's
up.
the same thing as just pulling up to a Home Depot and looking at Hispanics
Well-
and being like, "You're all detained." That's the exact same
Not
thing.
necessarily.
That's not the same.
Not necessarily. You can
It
detain
is.
someone.
See-
You can, no, stop. It's not. You can detain
on
someone- hold
American
on.
soil. We are protected under the Constitution.
Yeah,
Everyone
the Fourth
is.
Amendment refers to unlawful search and seizure. There multiple case law, multiple different instances of case law have upheld that detention is not search nor seizure, and there are instances wherein you can detain without performing an unlawful search and seizure, and you would not violate the Fourth Amendment. If you detained everyone at a Little League baseball game because one of the baseball game's coaching staffs was full of illegal immigrants, so to speak, but you did not search nor seize the property of anybody but those accused of being illegal immigrants, you did not violate anyone's Fourth Amendment right. So yes, you could absolutely. ICE has the right to do
Are you okay with
public,
living in that world?
to do
area.
public raid. Yes,
Hold on.
I'm
You're okay with living in
ICE
the world where
meaning-
ICE can come
Yes.
into a school, for example, and
Yes.
make sure and basically block all the entrances and say everyone here is detained and we're going to search you and find what we consider to be illegal. So anyone who looks brown, who doesn't happen to have their identification on them, put them in a van and disappear them for hours.
Well, no, they cannot put them in a van. Hold on,
but that's what they're doing.
I would agree
no,
with
but the
it.
Supreme. But we don't live in a system where it's allowed because the Supreme Court.
But
already said you're
that's
not
what I'm
allowed to
telling you.
put
That's
them in
what's
a van to
happening.
disappear them.
But that's not
Detaining
what's
people-
happening.
That
it's
is what's
not
happening.
largely- it's not
It is
largely
not.
what's happening. If you
It
say that's
absolutely
what's
is.
happening, then you have to concede that what's happening in LA is everybody is rioting, right?
Yeah,
Hold on.
totally.
If you're saying
Totally.
ICE
Totally.
is putting, hold on. If you're saying ICE at large is putting people in vans and disappearing people just because they're brown, because a couple people have and the Supreme Court has already reprimanded them for it, you have to say that every LA rioter at large is rioting. Every LA protester at large is rioting and destroying property because a couple people have. So as long as I categorize them under LA protester and a couple of them have done that, I get to say LA protesters burn and destroy police cars and throw rocks at police cars with police in them, aka they're all attempted murderers.
Of course
So
not.
by
and
saying
that
something
doesn't
is
follow.
happening, he has to make a maximalist position on the other side.
No, what he has to say
Yeah,
is we
well-
don't live in a world where this generally happens. We live in a world
I am
where it
saying
has
it is
happened and
happening
the Supreme
to
Court
a
has
much
already ruled
further. It's
against
not
it.
just
He
one
made the
event,
maximalist
it's not just
position
two events.
already.
It's multiple events, and it's by design. And they are fighting to be able
It's
to
not by
continue
design.
to do this.
It is
It
definitely not by
absolutely by
design.
design, right?
ICE is
Stephen Miller has
designed-
said specifically that they are to go to these places, nail
to disappear
salons,
browns.
auto places, Home Depots, depos, find
That's
people
fine.
who look illegal, and then what they are doing without showing identification, without showing who they are, without any warrants in many cases.
Yeah, I
They're
agree.
putting
They
them in a
should show
van.
ID.
They are driving them
How can you
off.
say not? We have
Totally.
videos that people have been taking while this is happening. We have videos of a guy saying, "Why did you stop me?" when he's an American citizen, and the ICE agent literally going, "You look like someone we're looking for." Like it's all profiling, like all of it.
Well, yeah, profiling
Yeah,
is
I
fine.
mean, you can't help but
profiling
profile.
is okay.
But hold on, do we want to
Profile is
live in a
just a
world where
generalization.
if you look
Like-
ethnic in any way, that
like-
you have to have your
yeah.
papers on you in case ICE
Yeah.
just
Sorry,
takes you up?
hold on. Sorry, I don't look ethnic. I legally have to have my papers on me. So yes,
No, you
I wanna
don't.
live in that world. I
Hold
have
on.
to have identification
You
on me.
cannot.
and present it
The
when
cops
commanded.
cannot go
Yes.
papers, please.
Yes, they can. They can ask me
They
for my
cannot.
ID, and I have to give it.
No, you
I
don't.
do.
They can
Yes,
ask
they
Only when you're
can.
driving.
You have to
You're walking.
hold
They can ask
up,
Hold on.
anybody.
No,
hold
you don't.
up,
That's wrong.
Hold up. I believe there's a certain age where even as a pedestrian walking down the street, they can say, "Show me your identification, please," and you
That's
have
right.
to be
That's
able to
That's
show
just
it.
not true.
And if they pull
It's
me
not
over,
15.
they can make me get out
And
of my
you can
car.
deny.
Again, if
They
you're
can
operating a
It's
motor
illegal
vehicle, that's
to
different.
not
So if
have
you're
ID
in a
if you're
park,
just walking down the street, though, right?
yeah, if you're in a
Wick,
park,
You
you don't
do
have to have
your
identification on you.
identification on you at all times.
Wick,
It's
I can
Yeah,
have
and that's
Hold on.
bullshit.
Do you think that the
Paint
cops
the
can
same
arrest
picture.
you if
Why-
you were
why
sitting in a
should you have
park
to have your
doing
ID?
nothing?
Not
Do you think the
arrest.
cops can detain you or arrest you?
Yes.
You can
Well,
provide your identification in other
because you don't have
ways. They can
identification?
do date of birth,
I
last
don't
name,
believe
address, all
that.
of those things. They have to be able
Yeah.
to
Oh, I
verify
don't believe
it,
that at all.
so on and so
They
forth.
have
But
probable cause that I've committed a crime, which can be as simple as someone reported someone who looks like me committed the crime in an
And that's
area.
the thing. Probable cause.
Hold on,
Yes.
I'll finish explaining. So
Oh, yeah, you're just wrong. I'm just letting
someone
you know.
reporting-
I'm looking at the
just
law.
someone- yes, if they have probable cause, they can seize me. They can detain me if I'm in an area and
Great
they have
comeback,
probable
Mike.
cause that I've committed a crime, which can
Not-
simply be
hold on,
someone
not
reporting a
because you
crime
don't
in the
have
area
identification
based
on you.
No, not solely, but if they
Here's,
all
here's what it is in
Oh my God,
Canada.
I cannot finish the thought.
Oh,
In Canada, officer.
wait a minute.
police-
Wait a minute. Let Jeb finish what the fuck he's saying.
Or
Okay,
ICE.
okay.
When ICE is doing raids, they have had reported to them that there are illegal immigrants, which is a crime, right? It's a civil penalty, but it's still illegal. They have been reported there are illegal immigrants operating in this business, right? They cannot raid the business without a warrant, but if someone is standing outside that business, they can say, "Give me your ID." If they don't have the ID, they can detain them because they have probable cause based on a witness report.
Bullshit. You don't have to have ID. Well, not in Canada, anyway.
Well, we're not talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
Canada.
not in
Canada's
Canada.
a different thing. I don't know Canada law, but
No,
I
you
do
can't be
know-
arrested.
What is that flag behind Wick right there? I believe
Yeah,
that's an
it's
American flag. Isn't that
law.
right, Wick?
In America,
Yeah.
you are not required to have your identification on you. The cops cannot solely because you don't have your ID on
That's
you
right.
unless you're
if you
operating a
look
motor
or
vehicle.
appear, if you're driving a car, yes, but if you look or appear as if you're about to commit a crime or you are committing a crime,
Or you
yes,
match the
they
description,
they
you
can
know?
they can ask you for your ID
But
or
isn't
provide
that
your
to the
information.
cop's discretion? Isn't
Right.
that to
Well,
the
it's different than
cop's
identifying yourself, right?
discretion?
Like,
It's not up to.
You do have
There's
to identify
no.
yourself.
It's totally subjective. It's not objective. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Wow.
we have to explain too. ICE is only able to make warrantless raids on public property. So if ICE is doing a warrantless raid, they are fundamentally in an area where you are legally required to identify yourself, whether you have identity documents
Public
on you or not.
property? You think you have to have ID to be in public property?
No, you have to
No.
identify yourself.
Okay, what I'm
Why?
saying
If
is,
you're suspected of a crime, you have
Hold
to
on.
identify yourself. Yeah.
This is the
Not even
problem
that.
in that world that you were suggesting that we live, which I don't think we do. You're suggesting that anyone who who looks ethnic in any way, if they're going out to the grocery
That's not
store,
true. That's
if
not
they're
true.
going
That's
to the
not true.
park,
That's not
if
true
they're
at all.
going to
Let him
let me
finish.
fucking
That's
finish.
straw manning.
If they're going to
You're straw manning.
anything saying, I am not
Pause.
right. If you listen, you don't even know what I'm saying because you keep interrupting. Right. So if again, you're suggesting we live in the world where if you look ethnic in any way whatsoever, that if you're going to the grocery store, if you're going to the bank, if you're going to the mall, if you're going to the park, that you have to keep your identification on, because if you don't, there is a real risk that ICE will snatch you up and detain you for what could be hours or days. And I don't think that we
sounds
live
like
in
the
that world.
Stasi.
That happens to
Eastern
citizens all
Europe.
the time.
Do you think it's good that they happen? That happens to citizens all the time?
Probable cause. A JB sends a big 10 and says, "My meager contribution to the shirt on bucket." All right, you guys were at 70. Now you're down to 60. Get us up to $60 towards putting the shirts on, and you will your wish will be granted. And K2 keep on truckins on their lunch break and kindly requesting the horse video.
Yeah.
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you go, K2. I hope you enjoyed that moment, and I hope that was a palate cleanser for you, having to look at all of these men with their shirts up. But guys, 60 more bucks, and all the boys put their shirts on. It'll be great.
It's not have to, it's get to.
Whatever. Whatever.
But Wick, what I would say is ICE isn't just like, oh, fuck, here's a place we're at. Let's just ask people for their papers and we can detain them. They have to be acting on a report that there was illegal immigrant activity. They don't need a warrant from a judge, but they have to be acting on intelligence. Yes, they have to have probable cause, which can come from a report. You laugh, but if I'm at a park, I'm walking around a park, and someone says a guy in a denim blue hat and no shirt is walking around a park, and he just I just saw him
he's
smack,
white as fucking snow.
I just saw him smack somebody. The cops can approach me in that park.
Okay, sure,
They can
but
ask me. Hold on. Let me just finish. They can ask me what my name is, and I have to identify myself. And they can look up that name and find whatever they want and act however they want afterward. If I have warrants, they can arrest me, etc. If the ICE does the same thing, but the person doesn't have warrants, they are just not.
This is not the same thing at all. You're trying to connect things that are not the same. What ICE is doing is they will go outside of a church. Outside of a church in a parking lot, and there's video of this, right? They're going outside of a church in the parking lot, and people come out of that church. They are not asking for identities. They are taking people, and they are, who knows? I don't know.
That's
what
bullshit.
That is absolutely
You don't have
happening.
any proof of any of that.
What
You have
evidence
no
would
proof
you
of
need
any
to
of that.
provide for you to
Just link
believe
it.
it? Because
link
what
to
I
me
fear,
whatever you
EOD
actually
specifically,
happen.
EOD, what I fear is going to happen is I'm going to give you a video, or I'm going to give you an article, or I'm going to give you some evidence that this is happening, and you say this is not enough. So tell me exactly, precisely what you need.
If you give me the video of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez crying outside of an empty parking lot, I'm going to tell you you're full of shit. So that's why I'm asking for it.
Yes.
Okay, let me find the church video. Hold on, I'm making a prediction. Oh, read your thing, but I'll make a prediction real quick. I'm going to give this video to EOD, and he's going to find a way to just ignore it. And this is the trick. He's going to ask me to do all this work.
If it's wrong, I'll acknowledge it.
It's not going to matter because it won't convince him.
Trib one in with the Big 10 says Biden has the most deportations. People aren't protesting because of deportations. They're protesting because of how they're doing it. Be honest, and you won't have to justify lies. You know better. Shots fired.
Amen.
True, and Obama had more than both of them combined.
Hold on,
Humbug.
No, Biden did. So they're protesting because of who is doing it, not necessarily how. They were protesting before any cases came out. They would be protesting even if it was just deportations. They were protesting when Biden and Obama were doing it. So I'll praise them for consistency. People are protesting just because people are getting deported. They always have. Biden has the most deportations because he had more than 3 times the border crossings of Trump. That is why Biden had the most deportations. He had the most people coming in. Stop giving Biden credit like he was this fucking amazing border enforcer. We know he wasn't.
Totally.
He did some extrajudicial bullshit at the very end of his presidency to try to save his reputation on that. But he had over 3 times the illegal border crossings under his purview for a reason. It's because people understood that when Biden was president, you would get away with a lot more than when Trump is president.
Or it was because we just come out of an economic calamity and immigrants, especially those kinds of immigrants go to places that are doing well.
Where?
economically,
Hold on.
right?
It's different, Jeb. It's different.
EOD.
Well, he's right.
I have.
No, hold on. He's right. Don't shit on him. He is right. There was an aspect of it that was definitely due to the fact that there were a lot of open jobs in America and our economy was recovering faster than Mexico's. The issue is,
Thanks, Biden.
Even if that is the case, it still makes Biden's deportations contextually irrelevant because he had more deportations because there were more people coming over. Whether you think it's because he didn't do good enough or because of economic issues or because of a mix of the two, which is what I think, it still doesn't mean he was this hardline border enforcer for deporting more people when there were 3.5 times more people to deport.
EOD,
Yeah,
where
you just
do
follow the
I
law.
send this? It's
Okay,
a
and
56 minute
Most of the
BBC
people that
report.
came in the country were due to asylum laws.
He followed
Put
the
it-
law.
put it in
that
the private
Trump
chat.
pa- He followed
Okay,
the
it's
law.
56
that Trump
minutes. I
passed.
don't think we have
Not
time to
passed,
watch
but
it.
He followed
Right, but-
Title
Trump
42.
didn't pass any laws. That's the problem, right?
Sure. He followed the reason Biden did all the deportations he did was because of Title 42, which was 100% because of Trump. Trump initiated Title 42 and invoked Title 42 because of COVID. That is why Biden was able to deport so many people.
Hold
So
on.
yes, it was because of
Let's see.
policy.
In 2024, no,
Wait.
2024. In the year 2024, he is
his
on
last
track.
year.
Biden is on track, or Biden deported more people than Trump is on track to deport in 2025.
Sure. The issue is you're looking at Biden's best possible year versus Trump's incomplete 4-month first year.
Well, that's why we say on track.
Sure.
Right.
But that's really unfair because if you look at Biden's incomplete first year at this point, he most certainly was not on track to have deported more people.
I don't know
right?
where he was
His
specifically
pace-
in June
His
of
pace
2024.
rapidly increased throughout his presidency as the crossings increased. Again,
Yeah, that's kind of an unfair comparison, right?
Yeah.
Considering his first year, there wasn't much of any movement anywhere in the world, right?
No, that's not true. So Biden had record crossings pretty much.
Yeah, not true.
Pretty much every single year. Yeah, every single year.
But it wasn't all his fault. That's also proof that what Effigy was saying is true, right?
But opening the asylum system definitely helped, Jeb. Opening the asylum system definitely helped.
He did get rid of Title 42, but that wasn't until 2023 when he did his executive order, which was unlawful and was not the right way to do it. But we don't need to lie and tell Effigy he's a crazy retard to argue against him.
I
He's right
tell
on the
everybody they're a fucking commie,
Yeah.
Jeb. That's how you do it. Okay.
Look at
And I just want to point out, Mr. Ludwig, earlier I missed this, sent 5 Raging Tomato memberships across the board. Thank you so kindly. And congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. Evan Lord also sent it to before his exit. He said, shilling for Sarah, watch the Gematria debates. The most patience you'll ever see from me is during both Gematria. We had a back-to-back, one with Jim Bob and the Gematria guy and one with Andrew and the Gematria guy. And I was ready.
Missed those. Shit.
Oh,
You should get a $5 credit on YouTube if you watch those entire debates.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just to pay for your time.
And K2 Keep on Trucking sends a big 2, says gay. And I think I can still send out some free memberships. I haven't sent any in a while, so I think I'm gonna go and do that on my end.
Uh-oh.
Do it, girl.
Let me make sure I can do it. I think I could do it. If it got weird or
that
not.
was 2 minutes long, Wick, by the way. It was not that long.
Did I send you the wrong one?
I mean,
it's looking at. Oh no, you're right. It's 2 minutes. Why did it say 50? Where did I get 56 from? Was there? Oh, there's several videos.
Okay. Oh no, you have a list on Reddit. That's what you're pulling from.
No, it's 56 minutes ago that this one. So this might be a different one.
So Sarah or chat, looking at it from a utilitarian perspective, who cares how many of these illegal aliens or pseudo Americans get deported, as long as they get deported? This is just an argument I'm throwing out. Like, as long
From
as
a
they're gone.
utilitarian perspective, you would
It's-
want workers for your economy, especially
No,
at a
no,
time when
no,
your
no,
birth
no,
rate is
no.
decreasing.
You should prioritize your
Absolutely, you
citizens.
would.
No, because American
really close to full employment
young citizens aren't
But
getting
we're also on
jobs.
the verge of a
Same as in
birth rate
Canada.
decline, right?
Same as in Canada. Canadians can't get jobs because of all the frickin' aliens that are coming in.
I can't
We're
speak
not
for
It's a
Canada.
very different situation.
I can only speak for
Canada
America.
has a much more liberal fucking immigration policy than America does. But America has a much more liberal immigration policy compared to something like, South Africa or Australia or the United Kingdom. So.
Or how about Israel? How's their immigration policy?
It's not good. It's not good. I wouldn't think. Yeah.
No, I want to point out that we've received two $10 super chats, and neither of them added a contribution to put the shirts back on.
True.
I can't blame them. We're looking
I'm
good.
cold,
Everybody's
chat.
looking
I'm
good.
cold.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, spare the men. Send in, what are we down to, $60 now? $60. That's all it takes. If 6 of you send in $10 chats and say shirts back on, not only will you hit the super chat goal and I'll be a happy tomato, but also the men can put their shirts back on and you can all stop saying this is gay. But I'm starting to think
It's very gay.
It's not
I'm
gay,
starting
dude.
to
We can
think-
appreciate our bodies, okay, without wanting to fuck them, okay?
I'm starting to think you guys really like it. And Naomi sends in the Big 10. My next horses dismount video coming soon, Sarah. You know what, Naomi? Because a lot of people they ask, like, is that Sarah who, jumped off the horse? Or, we always like to say it's Naomi, but Naomi is actually the horse rider. So I think Naomi,
she's got a
if you
nice ass.
send me, she does have a nice ass, by the way.
True.
If you would like to see Naomi and her horses, we have a whole tomato barnyard in the Discord where people upload pictures of their pets and animals, chickens and things like that. But specifically,
Naomi spelt backwards is I moan.
Thank
Just to let
you.
everybody know.
And she specifically uploads a lot of her horsey pictures. So if you want to see that, the Discord link is pinned in my description box.
I
Go join the Discord now, and you'll see all of that fun stuff. So yes. And Naomi, send me a compilation of you dismounting off of all of your horses, and I'll make them all one beautiful video, and it'll be fun. And the 5 gifted tomato memberships coming out, plus another 5 more. We get freebies every month, and I like to send them out when I remember to. Harry Ludwig asking for the horse video. Let's do it.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Everybody say thank you to Harry for a palate
For some
cleanser.
reason, calling it a demount instead of a dismount makes it a little dirtier.
All right, Marcus is on for getting the shirts back on. We got 20 coming in. That brings you down from 60 to 40. And then Sabi, adding another 10 to the bucket. Shirts on. They're getting mad. So now we're down to
30.
30. We're down to 30. So 3 more $10 super chats. Come on, chat. I know you can do this. Split the fare. Have a good time, or one person can just send the full 30, whatever. Or send a full 100 and we won't have to dunk you again anymore for the rest of the night. Carrie with the big 5 says, will Trump stand strong and keep us out of conflict with Iran? Which most of us was a big part of our support. Shirts on. $5 in, you're down to 25 left. 25 left.
So much for the no new wars, right? I don't know. I think that we'll have to see what goes on. If it escalates, and I think that if Israel is in actual real danger, then I think that Trump might get us involved. But
I wanted to read what the natives have promoted for the police. When you get stopped by the police, they say, "Officer, please tell me if I am under arrest or if I am being detained or if I am free to leave. If I am not free to leave, please tell me why. I wish to exercise all of my rights now. I will not answer any questions until you let me speak to a lawyer. Please do not ask me any other questions. I do not consent to any search unless I am under arrest. That's their opening statement if you get stopped by a cop.
Oh, you're talking
In
about them
Canada.
sovereign citizen motherfuckers, man. There's some crazy sons of bitches.
No, I mean that's not sovereign
Yeah.
citizen. That's just normal. That's just normal rights. Sovereign citizens are trying to evoke
They're
rights they
different.
don't
Yeah,
fucking have.
they're
No,
a
no, this is
whole other
this
thing.
is put out. This is put out by the
Yeah.
native groups in Canada. Yeah.
It all applies to the United States too, right? So like if ICE
Yeah.
comes to your house,
not necessarily.
right? Yeah, if ICE comes to your house, they cannot ICE, just like any other law enforcement, can't come into your home without a warrant. They're warrantless
Well,
raids
yes,
are
they
in
can,
public
according
property.
to the Patriot Act.
No.
Anybody
need a
can
warrant.
come in.
They need a
I
warrant.
don't think the
they
Patriot
can.
Act allows that.
No. Patriot Act allows FISA to give them a warrant without you present in the courtroom.
I'm pretty sure we've
but
revoked most of the Patriot Act. I don't think the
No.
Patriot Act is mostly law of the land anymore.
not most
No,
of
it,
it, even
it,
then,
it still is. It still is.
Yeah, well-
Jeb's on point here.
regardless, they could never enter your home without a warrant. You needed a warrant.
Well, they
The
can.
issue with the Patriot Act was they could get a warrant without actually
Try,
having to present any evidence.
try
in
to
court.
try to stop them in a practical situation. I don't
I mean,
think
yeah,
you can.
obviously you can't stop anyone with a gun who wants to get
Did
into your
I
house.
did I
unless
get
you
tell
want
you
to-
guys? You guys want to hear a story when the cops
They still
stole
need a
my
warrant
mom's
legally.
laptop? You guys want to hear that story? Where the cops stole my
Did
mom's
it-
laptop?
You want to
Did
hear
it
a
have-
story? You want to
did it have
hear a story where they
pictures of
accidentally
on
deported a fucking illegal fucking immigrant who was a gang member who turned out to be a human trafficker?
Yeah,
and then brought him
I will
back and
defend the
charged him for
process
human
rights and
trafficking.
the due rights of the devil himself. I don't care how bad you are, right? How bad of a person you deserve. Due process. Now, what that process looks
We
like
do
is something we can
deserve
talk
due
about,
process,
right?
yes.
But yes, even the devil himself, I would defend. his
Even the
rights.
devil himself. So
Even the
every
devil
single
himself.
human being on the planet Earth deserves an immigration court. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's
right?
exactly what you're
That's
implying
not-
right now.
That's absolutely not what I'm
It's
implying.
totally
Because due
nuanced.
process is different based on different contexts, right? The due process
Yeah,
given
you gotta-
to an illegal
you gotta
immigrant is
look at the
different
context.
than what's given to a citizen.
Yeah.
We have more
Yeah.
rights as
Great,
citizens.
great.
than
So
illegal
how did
immigrants.
Kilmar
But that
or
doesn't
Abrego
mean that
Garcia
illegal immigrants
not
have
get
zero
due
rights.
process?
They absolutely do have some rights. One of the rights,
How-
one of the
how-
due process rights the illegal immigrants have is the right to answer the charges that are placed against them. So if they are accused of being an illegal immigrant, they have the constitutional right
I swear,
to
y'all,
answer
this
to that,
is
to say,
so clear.
actually, no, I'm not, and to have some sort of authority based on the government review that evidence. Does it have to be a jury trial? No, absolutely not. But there has to be
Really quickly,
some.
the Patriot Act was allowed to expire in 2020.
Fair enough.
Very good.
But there absolutely has to be some level of the person who is being accused needs to be able to answer that accusation and present its case. Now, again, it doesn't have to be a full jury trial. It doesn't have to be a full
Just
court.
joking,
It
Sarah.
has to be able to present the case. And that's what has been violated in many of these cases, right? In many of these
That's not true. That's not true. You say that as though it's an affirmative
have-
that it's absolutely fucking true, but it's not true.
This is based on the testimony of
Hallmark case
witnesses.
that
This
you
is
all want to
based on the
fucking lean on
testimony
is a very
of
good case of
officials.
how
This
that
is based on the
backfires
testimony
in your
of
fucking
lawyers.
face. Kilmar,
This is something we
Abrego,
have plenty of
Garcia.
evidence for, sir. You
Well,
can say,
talking
"No,
about
it's
a
not," all the time.
backfire, Kokomo sent 10 and said, if it's going to be tops off, we need more females, just saying. But Kokomo, you didn't specify to put the shirts on.
That's right.
So
And
Kokomo,
read my comment to Kokomo.
amen, especially Sarah. But that's the whole point. It was not
But I-
offered. It
and I
was
was
not
just joking.
offered for women to take their
I
shirts
was
off on
just
the panel.
joking, Sarah.
You all
You
can
know.
blame Jeb for this. Jeb did this. He
It's all Jeb's
offered-
fault.
did.
He volunteered the entire panel of men and said, "We will all take our shirts off for $100." And the chat has spoken.
Yeah. Well,
Alright,
listen, I felt it potentially rude to, offer on behalf of a host to take their shirts off on stream. So I figured the only host that can disrespect like that is Wick.
Well, obviously, Wick. This is part of Wick's thing. It's what he said he does.
Yep.
True.
He
That's
whores
how I make
himself out to the chat, takes his shirt off, and then makes them pay to put it back on. I think that's fair. I do not, and I think that's fair too. But chat, you still have $25 left to get the men's shirts back on. EOD's getting cold. I bet he put his shirt back on. That's why he's standing behind the camera.
That's what he is.
I just don't want to show my fucking nipple because it is against Twitch sauce. But
you've got good nipples, dude. I'll show my nipple.
It's against what?
Put your shirt over your nipple.
I'm a fellow micro nip boy, dude. I'm a fellow micro nipper.
Okay.
Micro nipper.
All right,
Band-Aids helps with chafing.
Oh Lord. Yeah, but what happens when you rip it off, the hair?
That helps with your manhood.
That's called a lesson. Okay, you'll learn. Okay, you'll learn an important lesson.
Poor EOD. His nips are getting cold.
I'm telling y'all, you don't want to see my fat boobies. Come on.
Oh man, climate control. That sounds miserable.
Out here. Come
Hold
on.
up. Apparently the chat does, because they have yet to have. It's been at least how long's it been since the shirts came off?
Yeah, take this as a message. Y'all look good, boys.
It was 11 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock when this was sent in. It's been an hour and a half. The chat has not pushed back too hard, and y'all got lucky. Y'all got lucky with Grid's $50. He helped you out there. He helped you out.
All right.
Anyways, does nobody hate me? Is nobody mad at me?
I am so fucking pissed at you right now. I do not want to have my shirt off. I do not. I never take my shirt off on fucking stream.
Everybody hates Whick.
I don't give a shit. Like
nobody hates my moderation. Nobody hates the way I run.
No one's brave enough to actually confront you. And that's the problem with chatters. That's why I say chatters are lessers. They don't deserve the same rights as panelists and people who come on.
That's why you're a piece of shit fucking communist right there.
A piece of shit communist, man. I'm not a MAGA Maoist. I'm a red-blooded patriot American who loves liberty and loves constitutional rights.
Look, Alexander is giving you all a little freebie, okay? It says, I was the one that started this. I'll bring it closer. EOD, get some pasties. Yeah, that's not it.
Alexander, do you
five more, right?
You got your
you have, chat, you have $5 left. And the shirts go back on. $5, that's it. Someone's got it.
But if you tip at least $15, I'll hit incline bench reps on this bench behind me right now.
We'll go full screen on that.
I'll move it. Yeah, and then you guys will fight. You'll beat back the prudes in the chat. Okay.
Oh,
what is your cut on this, you libertarian?
Zero cut. I'm just trying to make hosts some money, okay? I don't make Wick enough money. Wick is always saying I don't make him enough money to get on the panels.
There it is. Put them on, boys.
I guess.
All right.
End of an era. End of an era, gang.
What?
Do a palate cleanser while they put all their shirts back on.
This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by This message is sponsored in part by
And of course, one more for the ladies watching. All three of you.
Please don't show that shit.
Close your eyes, gentlemen.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by
True grinders of the axe. Mud is just here as a stand-in in between each one of those videos playing. And shout out to the chat. You did it. You made it happen. It was a fun run for a full hour and a half, but now, okay, everyone put your serious face back on. Now we're back to serious bait shit or something like that.
My nips are back in the shirt. I'm happy.
Now, I hate to be a party pooper, right? But I don't have too much longer to stay with you.
Gay.
Okay? I know.
That's okay. It's
Bacon
already
gay.
what 12:30. You want to go for another half hour and then we call it
Yeah,
quits?
let's do that. Another half hour, right? I've been streaming since 6. Okay, so I had a debate before.
That is a you problem.
It's
We
true.
already set this up, and you went and like scheduled 10 million other things on top of that. That's a Wick problem, not a Sarah
We
problem.
had the iron. You strike while it's hot.
Yeah,
okay?
wait, weren't Charlie and Rudy supposed to debate on your stream today, or is that a
Nope,
different
that's
day?
Sunday. Sunday we have Hutch and Staxians versus Charlie.
This is Friday. Yeah,
failed to moderate that entire fucking
Mondays
debate.
and
I'm sure.
Thursdays.
Rudy told me about it. I got to tune into that one because
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
gonna
like.
be.
I don't like
is
Hutch. And
is
I
it
don't
okay
like,
to do looting and violence at protests? Hutch and
Yeah, I
Staxians
don't.
say
That's the thing.
no.
Is I don't like Rudy and Charlie's point of view, but I like them, and I like Hutch's point of view, but I don't like him.
You don't like Hutch? Hutch is a nice guy.
Piece of shit. Hutch.
He's no. Like when I say I don't like someone that I don't know, it's never a personal thing, but he has just the worst political opinions. All those lib laugh love boys on that fucking podcast of the Connor Boy, they're all are establishment Democrat rot. Okay.
Look, I like Hutch. Hutch is my man.
I'm sure he's a great guy.
Josiah's my boy. Josiah and I have broken bread. Okay, we were buddies.
I gotta head out, Sarah. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. Like here, I have a rule.
Very
I have a
happy
rule
to
to
be
keep
part
the
of Topless Fellas
parasocial.
Night.
I have a rule that keeps the parasociality at a minimum. I am not your friend. If you're watching this, I'll be friendly to you, right? If we've been on a panel together, right, I'll be friendly to you. But we're not
Hey,
friends
Wick,
until we broke
I
the bread
generally
together.
agree with most of your positions, Wick. So
Yeah,
I'm
because
cool
Wick's
with you.
Canadian,
I'm
Wick's
cool with
Canadian
you.
too. So
Why are you
That's
lying
totally
to
fucking
him?
figures. Jeb, if I characterize you as an ANCAP, would that be incorrect?
no, because I'm not that far. I would be closer probably to the minarchist Ben, but I've come a little bit more to some government programs being a thing. Basically, I think government should only be in charge of things that it can repeatedly and consistently prove its competency at, which is not a lot of what it does right now.
Right.
But like
very little.
but a lot of ANCAPs would be like, abolish the CDC. I think the CDC is great. I think cancer research funded and virology research funded by a central body is great. I think public schools are good as an option. I think police and all that should be the government. ANCAPs want like private police, private roads, private fire, private school, everything. I'm not
Private fucking everything. Yeah.
I'm not that far. I'm not
Right.
Ranger. Ranger's a little more fucking like
Man.
he'll fucking tell you the benefits of fucking private police force, okay?
I know. I've talked to him at length.
Jeb, you made Alexander bust out his wallet just to prove a point, and he hated every minute of it, every single second. Alexander was sitting there thinking, like, why?
Yeah,
but
why did I pay $100 for this to happen? How could I have stopped it?
could have just paid another 100 to shut it back down. I mean, you know, that's how it goes. But thank you, Alexander. It did make it for a fun stream, and that was, you know, I knew it was going to be kind of a fun one. I really thought there was going to be more.
I have a lot of haters. They're just they're scared to kind of come up and confront me.
There could have been a lot more fireworks.
Well, you know, we didn't broach the subject of progressive victory there, Wick. But,
what do you want to know?
Oh no, not that.
Yeah, I used to be sponsored by Progressive Victory.
You know
I let
me,
everyone know I was
Sarah.
sponsored. It was in the titles, right? I told everyone during the stream. You knew, right? What's
so
wrong
that's
with that?
not happening anymore. Is that not?
No,
happening?
Contract ended after the election.
Yeah,
Darn.
Progressive Victory, I think, ended up not working out after all that.
Sad. I made a lot of money.
Yeah, but I'm with you, Wick. I had to give the same spiel on Connor's behalf because everybody hated me for still even uttering a word to Connor because they were like, "You evil, he's a Democrat operative." I'm like, who gives a fuck, bro? If you get offered money, take money. As long as they're not making you say anything you don't believe.
And this is the thing.
They
where
are
I
making
was
you say things
I
you
was
don't
saying
believe,
the
I think.
shit anyway, right? I was doing. I was
you
advocating
were
what I
saying
wanted
the shit
to
anyway. Yeah.
Nothing of my
You
content
were
changed
saying the shit
at all.
Totally, you were saying the shit.
Yeah, nothing of my content changed before or after I got paid. That's it.
Right.
I was just
because
getting paid.
you were right in line with what they wanted in the first fucking place. So
that's why they paid me.
To
Yes,
do a damn
Yeah, that's fine. That's just like Ted Cruz gets to get paid by the NRA and his campaign funds because he was already pro-gun.
Ted Cruz isn't a fucking streamer that's doing fucking debate panels on Twitch, brother.
He's a podcaster.
Ah, humbug.
He takes sponsors
Ted
on a
Cruz.
podcast.
Ted Cruz is.
It's a good podcast. Listen to Verdict.
It's not a
everybody.
good
It's a good
podcast.
show.
It's a shit
good
podcast.
show.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, totally.
I'm the lone Ted Cruiser here, dude. I miss the old
Yeah,
days when we were
You
conservative.
don't even fucking
boys.
listen to Ted Cruz. You're full of shit, Jeff.
How'd I
What
know the
fuck
name
you
of the
talking about?
podcast? I listened to Verdict, baby, with my man Ted Cruz.
I swear to Bob.
That's
Cool.
hilarious.
Wonderful. Progressive victory stuff. What else you got in here? Are you going to yell at me about the
Well,
tooth money next, Mr.
One
Riots?
thing that I have confirmed though is all of our haters are nothing but pussies.
True.
What?
Ain't that the truth?
All he's
I'm a
got is his
pussy,
number
Sarah.
37 fan.
Seriously, Sarah.
Ain't got no
Yeah.
hater money coming
Fuck
through.
me.
Huh?
They're just
Hot damn.
let me tap on a keyboard and say
Okay,
you suck.
get me on Judaism or the Holocaust or other topics like that, and I'll fucking blow you away. I'll fucking blow you
okay
away.
with that. I'm fine. Not doing.
I'm okay with avoiding that topic at all costs.
I know, of course, because it's not copacetic for YouTube at all.
Wait,
But
what
I
was
mean,
the
if you
topic
want to
again?
do it on
Well, go
Rumble or Rockfin, yeah, I'll do it with you. Yeah.
You're an
Oh,
anomaly to
you'll
me.
do it with
you know.
anybody, won't you?
No,
Pause.
yeah, I will do it with anybody. Yeah, totally.
Wait,
Because
what was
I've
the
studied
topic?
it for 40 years. 40 years. Like, fuck,
What was the topic?
I wasn't born yesterday. Fuck.
You weren't?
Maybe I
could've sworn
was.
you were.
Maybe I was.
I mean, that beard looks like a newborn baby's beard if I've ever seen one. I'm just
It's because I'm a lazy shaver.
No,
Lazy shaver.
What is
Yeah,
that?
totally.
You just gotta groom, man. You gotta shape it. Okay. I'm a little
I know.
a little scraggly right now, right? But you know, you just gotta shave the neck. Make sure you don't get a neck beard, right? You shape it a little bit. It helps if you have some coloring there, right? Like I do.
I don't have enough growth.
Coloring.
I
You mean
don't
lack
have
of
enough
coloring is
growth
what you're talking about.
factor,
You're getting gray.
so I have to shave it off every once in
No,
a
this
while.
is look. I like the gray in my beard. I like the professorial look. I think it gives me some
professorial.
Yeah,
I
professorial
saw
look.
a little reel, and the guy had a beard, and he had the white spot right here, and he said it was the acidity from a girl's bottom can
Oh, my
and
goodness.
Her
it's
bottom.
like it's like bleach
Ooh.
on a man's beard. So a man with white right here or around the mouth.
Oh, you were just
Oh,
running
boy.
shade, Sarah.
Girl,
You're just running shade.
You're getting into weird territory here.
So if
Sarah.
a man has white around his mouth,
Oh,
on his
Sarah.
beard,
Unfortunately, I
He
don't
eats-
think that's
he eats
true.
ass, is what she's saying, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
see how it goes. I see how it goes.
Not
Yo,
ass,
Well, you said
not
bottom.
bottom, like come on, the
The front-
acidity.
the front bottom.
Wait, hold on, stop.
It
Do you
isn't
know?
acidity. It's pH balance.
Thank
totally.
you.
Listen.
That
He
doesn't
doesn't
bleach
know.
hair. That doesn't
Listen,
bleach hair.
if-
You'll call
listen,
me a
if
redhead,
you're-
and then you're gonna fucking throw shade for this fucking asshole.
If you're
you kidding
eating
me?
the puss, your bottom beard is on the ass. So all I'm saying is something's on the ass getting bleached. But if you're eating ass, then your bottom beard is on the front. As long as
Well,
you're in the right
not if
position,
you do
It depends
the.
on where your face.
Not
Oh,
if you go
Sarah.
69
Sarah,
style.
why did
True.
you
Listen,
introduce this? Fuck?
It's 2025. Eat
Yeah.
both, guys. Come on. If you're asked,
No, don't.
if you're offered
don't
a meal,
introduce
eat it.
this.
Is all I'm saying. Okay. You don't turn
No.
down free food.
Okay.
Is all I'm saying.
Here's what I'll leave y'all with: is that I'm EOD696 on fucking
Oh,
YouTube.
poor
You all
Jeb
come check
Tam.
me
He
out.
doesn't know what
And
we're talking about.
what is a woman? Can you answer that question?
Poor
Me?
Jeb Tam. He doesn't know what we're talking about.
EOD is not going to like my answer to this one.
Uh-oh.
Bye-bye.
What's your answer? What's your answer?
What is a woman? People call me a liberal with my answer, but I'm like, it's a completely contextual definition for woman. I hold a lot of the traditional gender role sort of views as conservatives, but at the end of the day, the what is a woman thing is, it just
What
depends.
is a woman? Anything that gets my dick hard's a woman, you slur.
It just depends on what you're talking about. Like, obviously, for a women's bathroom, the definition is going to be different than women's sports, right? I would not allow Blair White to compete in women's sports, but I would allow Blair White in a woman's bathroom. So clearly the definition is contextually defined.
Isn't the danger still there for women?
I mean, it's not about the danger necessarily, right? Because Blair White probably doesn't pose a danger.
Let me ask you this: why would I'm assuming Blair White is transgender, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so why would Blair White not want to use the men's restroom?
Basically, because Blair White looks and completely passes like a woman, and it would probably be kind of uncomfortable.
Uncomfortable. Hold on. Why would
men would likely if I saw Blair White come into the restroom, I'd be like, I don't want this chick to see my dick, dude. Like, that's weird. I don't get her out. Get her into the fucking women's room.
Uncomfortable. It would be uncomfortable.
Yeah,
if I walked into a bathroom and I saw Blair White there, I would think I walked into the wrong restroom. I'd be like,
whereas I think by a very massive margin, I think far fewer women would be uncomfortable with Blair White walking into a stall in the women's room, you know?
Bullshit.
Is there a danger for Blair White to utilize the men's restroom upon Blair White? Is there a danger upon Blair White?
Probably not. No.
You don't think that's dangerous?
For Blair White to go into a men's room? No, I don't think she would get harmed. I think it would just be like the
then
guys.
What's the issue then? What's the issue then?
Because I wouldn't get harmed going. Yeah, I wouldn't get harmed
I have
going into a
trouble
woman's
peeing when I'm
restroom,
nervous, and if I'm trying to pee and I have Blair White on the
but
stall next to me,
now you gentlemen who all took your shirts off and were totally okay with me keeping my shirt on because the patriarchy is ever so wonderful for that. But you're okay with sending that person into the women's bathroom where you guys may have to feel.
No, I'm not okay with that.
I didn't say you. I'm talking to Jeb.
Yeah, so my thing is my contextual definition in the context of who I would feel would be less, disrespectful to freely offer on their behalf to take their shirt off. My definition of a woman in that regard would be someone with breasts, right? Especially with naturally occurring breasts. Like if it's just some dude who put
naturally occurring breasts. Hello.
Yeah, wait, what's weird about that? They're not naturally occurring in synthetic breasts?
I mean, there's women out there with boob jobs too,
sure,
right?
Yeah, right. So like they also have natural breasts. So like if I randomly got a boob implants, I could still I don't even know what the TOS liability on that would be. That would be a little bit of a curveball. But so like my contextual definition for a woman in terms of who I would offer to sort of throw up the shirtless opportunity to. That's the reason why I said I was like all male members of this panel will take their shirts off, because in that context I'm talking strictly about male female. That is a definition of woman. That is the primary one. And if someone asked me what is a woman, that's the one I would give because it's the one they're most likely talking about. But I understand the gripe people have when you're talking about women's sports. There are people who are assigned female at birth that I still wouldn't allow in women's sports. So my contextual definition of woman obviously moves in that regard. So like,
you sound like you're equivocating.
So let me bring it back to my initial point then.
Sure.
You said that men would be uncomfortable if somebody like Blair White, who looks more female, right? Yeah. But is a transgender. You men would feel uncomfortable if she walked into your bathroom.
Yeah.
However, that's why I asked you about, are you safe? Are you still safe in there?
Definitely
Correct.
safe. Yeah.
Now
safe.
switch it over. you are pushing that onto the women's bathroom, and the women who in there are just as uncomfortable. If somebody walks in, sounds like a dude, looks, I mean, we can pretty much tell, right? Women know women way better than men can. Like, think about how many men get duped when they like meet a transgender.
They're intuitive.
Right.
Yeah.
We're a little more apparent to it than men are. So
yeah.
So not only are you like saying, well, somebody like Blair White would be better off in the woman's bathroom, but now not only are we uncomfortable, but now we're not safe.
Yeah, so I'm not decreeing that myself. So my contextual definition of a woman in terms of bathrooms is someone that would be clocked as a woman, or at least as non-threatening by most women. So like, I'm not declaring myself that Blair White belongs in women's bathrooms. I am making an observation that I think most women would be comfortable with Blair.
So if Blair White had a vagina cut into his cheek and it looked like a vagina, would that work out for you?
No, so what I'm saying, it's not about what works out for me, right? What I'm saying is the definition is contextual in the sense of what are you trying to control for in the given context that you're talking about. So with sports, we're trying to control for male inherent performance advantages in sport, right? So that definition is going to be even narrower than we use in bathrooms in some cases, but it's also going to be more permissive than we use in bathrooms in some cases, because in bathrooms, it's a lot more about what do you physically present as, because no one's actually seeing what you're whipping out in a women's bathroom. You're going in the stall. But if you're a 6'3" ex-NBA guy that just decided to become a woman, you're not going in the women's bathroom because most women aren't going to be comfortable with you in there. And for me, the contextual definition of a woman in terms of a bathroom is what will most women or a reasonable woman sort of see as safe. And so at the end of the day, if you benefit from so many male biological characteristics in your presentation that women feel uncomfortable around you, you don't go in the bathroom. That's why I'm okay with transgender bathrooms.
Well, once you give an inch, they will take a mile. And I say this because I remember being in Vegas. Yeah. I remember being in Vegas and we went into a bar, which I had been there the last time I went to. It was one of my favorite balcony bars to go to. And I guess there was a drag, not a drag queen, but it wasn't drag queens. It was all like transgender stuff going on, and they were having some kind of get together specifically at that bar. I, being 5'2", 100 and something pounds, very tiny little thing, walk into the ladies' restroom, and I am surrounded by a bunch of men wearing pantyhose.
Yeah.
I was incredibly uncomfortable.
Oh, amen. Amen.
And I say that because not only am I a tiny person, but I am surrounded by a bunch of dudes who want to present as women, and they are utilizing that to access my bathroom. And I'm thinking, if shit wanted to go down right now,
what the fuck are these assholes doing here?
If shit wanted to go down right now, it 110% could. Now I was the tomato. I was incredibly kind to everybody. I remember one of them had a line in their pantyhose, and I'm like, if you have some clear nail polish, just put that on. It'll stop it right now. And they were really nice, but that's because I had to like make sure that I kind of put that out there, because I walked in and I'm like, I could get beat the fuck up right now.
The problem,
and there's nothing anybody could do about
that.
The
problem with this standard, specifically for bathrooms, is bathrooms are policed by passing, and there are some biological women who are born women who don't pass, right? Who look less feminine than a lot of people feel comfortable with. And when we have that's absolutely true. This has happened. There've been women who've been arrested, right? Because they don't look like women, at least as traditional, right? Women, right? And they have been accosted, they have been arrested, and they're women. They were born women, right? They're biological women. And I think that when it comes to bathrooms specifically, it's more of a social passing standard that happens there, that is policed there. And I don't think you would feel comfortable, Sarah, for Buck Angel, who is a biological woman, to come into the woman's bathroom because he looks like a man.
Yeah, right. And we're controlling for male-derived biological traits that would make a woman feel unsafe. And so Buck Angel, under my sort of gender structure, would not apply as a woman because Buck Angel benefits from too many male-derived biological traits for women to be comfortable in the bathroom with him. That's kind of where it comes from me. And so when
again,
JB
if you can look at a picture of Buck Angel and say, I'd be comfortable with that in the women's restroom.
Yeah.
He's ugly.
Yeah, he's a gruff looking fucking dude. Like I don't think women would want him in or her or whatever you want them to find as. I'm not married to the pronouns
Well,
thing.
I mean, even at that, look at the safety factor, right? Like he's obviously very, very muscular and could.
Right?
Yeah,
I get that.
Woman.
So that's exactly what I'm saying.
But I look at the safety. I look at the safety factor, right?
Yes.
So yeah, certainly Buck Angel is a woman who presents as a man, right? It is Buck Angel walking into a men's restroom, right? He's not going to get beat the fuck up.
He won't be clocked. No.
Right.
No, he won't be clocked.
Buck Angel walking into my restroom now puts all of the women in that room at risk.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying is
So
like the definition of woman contextually changes based on
it's the weaker sex. We are weak. We are small. We are tiny. Not to say all women are, but overall we are the weaker sex, right?
Sure.
We acknowledge that. So when you start pushing the wrong people into that room, now you're putting at risk. And not only that, most women are the caregivers going in, changing diapers, having their little kids in there. They're walking their toddlers in. Usually, I mean, dads do it too. I'm not negating that, but most of all, typically it's the mom walking the toddler, even their 5-year-old boys, right? So now you're literally compiling all of the weaker of society into one room.
Yeah.
And now you're sending a man who is presenting as a woman into that room where they have the upper hand on force.
I mean, but that's the thing is like Blair White.
Yeah, the magic bathroom sign isn't going to keep a violent man out of your.
Yeah, like
I agree with that, but that doesn't mean you can't make a nice little silent entry, dress yourself up in a certain way and say, well, I'm allowed to.
Yeah, and so that's why I support bathroom laws, but I would also support non-enforcement of bathroom laws for someone like Blair White, where, it is someone who would not have a force advantage against most women, largely wouldn't be clocked by most women, and just wouldn't cause problems. But the reason I'm saying that the definition changes, right, is so like Buck Angel would not qualify as a woman in any meaningful way in terms of bathrooms. But Buck Angel is still biologically a woman. So if Buck Angel was curious as to whether, he should go to a urologist or a gynecologist, they go to a gynecologist because they're a woman in the contextual definition of healthcare because they have a vagina, they have potentially female reproductive organs. So they wouldn't go to a urologist, they would go to a gynecologist. So that's what I'm saying is like,
that's fucking weird.
Yeah, it is weird, and it's okay to accept. Like, it's weird people who.
No, it's not okay to. Don't ever say that it's okay to just accept things as.
No. Sorry, I'm saying it's okay to say Buck Angel is weird.
Okay.
It's okay to say that like someone doing their best to occupy different. Even Buck Angel and Blair White, they're both kind of conservative. They would both say they're fucking weird and they're kind of fucked up, and that's why they do the things the way they do. It's okay to acknowledge that. I'm not someone who is like, you have to be hypersensitive about every trans issue. I'm just saying like the what is a woman thing was a cool tagline. And I think it forced some liberal people to think in a more dynamic way, but we have to understand that we also need to be thinking in a more dynamic way. And that there are some people who would count as a woman in every purview that I still would not allow to compete against women in sports. right? There are women who have female on their birth certificate. They present with a vagina, all this stuff like Caster Semenya, but they have internal testes that no one can see. And the only time it comes out and matters is when they're running against other women. And I would say the Caster Semenya should not compete in women's sports. So we have to acknowledge that even if you want to only acknowledge it in this.
No, that would be like saying Michael Phelps is too overly qualified to be a swimmer, right? So actually, this is a bioethics debate at that point. So if somebody is born with, let's say, webbed hands and webbed feet, and they're like, fuck it, I'm gonna become a swimmer, and they become like the best Olympian swimmer. Here comes a woman right fucking here. That's a woman. You want to know what a woman is? Ladies and gentlemen, she has arrived to present the full example of what a fucking woman is.
I would stand up, but I don't want to do that, right?
No, you're okay. But this is a woman, ladies and gentlemen. But okay, so a bioethics debate would be if you were born with webbed hands, webbed feet, and you become an Olympic swimmer, is it fair to the other people that you have an advantage, right? And you could fight the ethics behind that. So for your instance with the woman with the internal testes, if she's born with that, that's not an advancement by extra things that she's not taking steroids, she didn't do cosmetic surgery of any sort and all of these things. God just granted her with some type of magical device that makes her a little extra better than the average woman. And now she has to deal with the idea. Think about like
is like male sports are the unprotected league and female sports are the protected league. And the only thing female sports.
Because we're weaker.
Well, that's not true in the 90s.
Sure.
No, in the 90s in football, they used to tackle the living shit out of the quarterbackers. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah. But generally, it's an unprotected league in the sense of like biological advantages. Women, the only purpose of women's sports is to create a sporting league that is protected against the biological advantages of being male. Caster Semenya has this unique anomaly where she has some percentage of male anatomy. So she is benefiting from the biological advantages of being male without being fully male. And so that's why Michael Phelps can have his lactic acid anomaly and his immense height and all that, and it's kosher because the men's league isn't protected against that particular advantage. The women's league is specifically designed to say, none of you have to compete with someone who was born with the biological advantages of being male. And Caster Semenya did. She did have the biological advantages of being male because it was functioning testes creating testosterone.
And let me read this super chat real quick. JB comes up with a big 5, says, so gender is defined by what Jeb is comfy with. Gender is feelings dependent. Sing a new tune, will you? And you're welcome to respond, JB.
So I'm just, my thing is just gender isn't defined. Gender isn't the thing with the hard definition. Unfortunately, we've kind of lost that ground. I would agree that the easiest thing to say is just assume when someone's talking male or man or woman, they're talking about sex. But we live in a world where enough people have obfuscated that. Gender is the one that's contextually defined. But if you ask me what is a woman, I will tell you an adult human female, because I understand that in most cases when we are differentiating between men and women, we're talking about the biological determination. The one thing I want us to caveat though is don't allow that to make you so rigid in your thought that you allow people with functioning testes to compete against women in sports.
Well, but that is an okay. For instance, if I if I was born with webbed hands and webbed feet and I happen to become an amazing Olympic swimmer and I have an advantage, I have an advantage, but I also have to live my life with webbed hands and webbed feet. So I have to deal with the disadvantage, but hey, I found a place where it actually works for me. That's saying, you know what, I'm not going to let this I'm not going to make the worst of it. I'm going to make the best of it. Right. Yeah. Or even, in the it's like the handicap, the Special Olympics kind of thing where it's the veterans who have the legs that are
Amputees, yeah.
You know,
Paraplegics
yeah,
and
the
things like that,
yes, thank you. My words are alcohol.
It's okay. It's late, and you've been you a little shell
Yeah, it's
shocked
only
for
10
today.
p.m. for me,
Okay.
so I'm like right as rain.
So, like, essentially, if you really sit and think about it, those that are amputees that actually have these titanium whatever legs that are freaking amazing and whatever, they probably could actually go and kick some ass because those are muscles and things that they actually don't have to utilize in order to get ahead, and they could actually utilize. And I think it's actually better that they're all kind of separated in their own little place because like something bad happened to them and then they had to get something to make them whole again, but then that one thing that makes them whole might actually turn them into a super speedy runner or swimmer or whatever the case may be. So but I think with the girl with the testes on the inside, I think in my mind, I think no, like that's something you're born with. You can't fix it. That was, or maybe you could fix it. I don't know. But she didn't go out and choose to advance herself in some way. She's just she was born with something and she's taking advantage of it and utilizing it to the utmost degree.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, is it's like at that point, there's a lot of different people that could qualify. But so the thing you brought up is a good point. So in collegiate wrestling, which is sort of the pros of wrestling, because there is no like actual pro wrestling, there was a guy who was he was a one-leg amputee, and he was exceptionally good as a wrestler. And a lot of people were saying it's unfair for him to compete against other wrestlers in his weight class because we control for weight. And because he doesn't have one of his legs, the rest of his body can be so much bigger that proportionally he's so much stronger than all of these two-legged wrestlers he's wrestling with. And what the body determined was we protect the weight classes based on the protected criteria of total body weight. This guy gets to compete because the whole point of having weight classes is that we are only protecting you from the advantages that come from being heavier or lighter. But we don't accommodate for having one or two legs, so we're not going to kick him out. The issue with Caster Semenya is women's sports the aim is to protect for specifically the advantages that come from male biology, and Caster Semenya's advantages come from male biology. So if she had, longer legs than most women, and so she just had a better stride and she had like really great cardio, she'd be totally kosher to compete with women and beat them all based on her biological advantages. The issue is this specific biological advantage came from the exact thing that women's sports were designed to protect biological women from, which was the advantages of male biology.
How much of that but she still has ovaries though, right? She still has a vagina and she still produces estrogen, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
I was going to ask.
She has like half functioning, I think she had non-fertile but hormonally functioning female organs. She's a hermaphrodite by definition.
And I think
was her
that is
testosterone? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was elevated by quite a bit.
How much?
It was like low 200s, which
okay, stop right there. I was low 200s. I was 200 and about 12 max.
Yeah.
And I had an advantage when I was doing lifting weights and whatnot. And as an athlete, I'm faster, bigger, stronger, everything. So but I'm not a large woman, obviously. But I mean, when I worked out, I could get mass quick, fast, and cut.
Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying is like, I would consider as a sports body, I would consider having you compete in a different league based on your biological advantage against other women.
Would you make her compete with the men?
Yeah, but I would not call you a man.
Because I'm too low. I'm too on the low end of the men. You do realize that men's testosterone can be well up to about 2,000, right?
No, 100%. But the thing is, right, if I make you compete with the men, you struggle with a biological disadvantage. If I make you compete with if I let you compete with the women, every woman competing against you struggles with the biological disadvantage.
Yeah, but I wasn't doing anything to make myself with more or less. I just have a natural boost. I was also not on birth control, which a lot of women are, which decreases your testosterone.
And so that's also the thing that makes it different, right? Is yours wasn't the result of male biology either. Like you just had a different hormone profile for whatever purpose. She had functioning testes. So that's where it becomes different.
But
They were
I'm
internal,
gonna
but they were
say, like,
functioning.
that's not her fault. Like, for
100%,
I,
it's not
I
her
have
fault.
I have a very strong belief that I probably produced way more testosterone than most men my entire life.
Yeah.
Right? I've never had it tested, but I have a very strong belief that that's a capability.
Was your sex drive a little high there, girl?
Oh God, I'm always
Yes.
fucking. Oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Yes, I
A fucking
understand.
horn dog. Yeah,
I do.
I have a lot of reasons to believe that like I probably out testosterone most of the men that come on my panels. Okay,
Hey.
and I'm.
She's very secure in her sexuality.
I'm very secure in that stance, but also like I don't like it's not that girl's fault,
No,
right?
100%.
And I think that inevitably she kind of has the option, right? Because she can compete in men's sports. Women can compete in men's sports.
Yep.
Men can't
Okay.
compete in women's. Right.
Yeah.
So the men leave that door open. Hey, you want to come play with the big boys? Go for it. Try me.
Okay.
But we typically choose not to. Like I think the NFL. Oh, are you gonna go?
Yeah,
Go
yeah. I just like it's a little late for me to be streaming. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm going to go do that. But I want to
you're doing a me.
Do it, Wick.
Yeah, I want to thank you for
no
letting
eat
me
all day
co-host.
thing.
I hope you enjoyed it. I had fun. And gang, if you want to see more of my stuff, Sunday, 6 p.m. Eastern on my stream, we're gonna have Hutch, we're gonna have Staxiums, and they're gonna be debating with two commies, okay, two socialists, Rudy and Charlie, on whether or not violence and looting and property destruction is okay at a protest. Hutch and Staxium say no. And Charlie and Rudy say yes. So tune in then. Thank you again. Keep giving Sarah money. She likes money.
I love money.
I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Bye, Wick. We love you. Thanks so much.
Okay, kings and queens. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay. Give me 1 second, then we'll end up proper. This has been a bit of a marathon today, okay? We had a bit of a marathon. Bros, you guys liked my I don't know what happened to the viewership. We were doing really well until my stream proper ended. And then you guys decided, nah, I don't want to watch this bullshit with the with Sarah. That's too bad. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I did wish I had more critics come in, right? I did wish I had more critics, people who have shit to talk. You know, a couple of them came in, that's all. But hey, I'm going to pass a hat around one more time. If you've enjoyed this show, if you liked what you see, we do this kind of stuff all the time. So what I want you to do, please, if you feel so inclined, is to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching this on YouTube. If you're watching this on Kick or on Twitch, hit that follow button. Okay? It'll let you know when I'm going live. Okay? And then, if you can, and if you are so inclined, yeah, like Frozen Knight here, give me a sub. Okay? Give me a super chat if you're on YouTube. Give me a membership. Give some memberships, right? I've given you hours of content today. It's been beautiful. It's been great. Exactly, right? So if you can, by all means, I'd appreciate the money. It really helps me out. Helps me keep the lights on. Helps me keep this show running. I love you all. Thanks for sticking it out. You are the true heroes of the stream. Watching all of that. Good times. Good times. Okay. Anything else before we go? Anything I should know? Anything you guys want to share? Thank you for the $1.50, Saul Marcus. Hot dog. Hell yeah. Here we go. Thanks, Kev Dog. I appreciate that. Right. And I understand not everyone can give. I get it. I get it. I've been there. Don't feel bad. Okay. I'll talk to you guys Sunday. Ciao, Girl Scouts.